Chapter 351 Far North. 352. There is no doubt that Mu Yang has set his sights on the two of the three kings of the Far North, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor and the Ice Sky Snow Lady Snow Emperor. The former has the attribute of extreme ice, and the latter has the attribute of extreme ice and snow, both of which are very suitable to serve as the soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. However, both are very strong. Although it is still tens of thousands of years before they appear, the age of the Ice Emperor must be more than 300,000 years, and the age of the Snow Emperor is more than 600,000 years. The age itself is high, and they have mastered the extreme attributes, plus the geographical advantage of the ice and snow environment in the far north. The strength of the Ice Emperor is probably no less than that of a level 98 titled Douluo. As for the Snow Emperor, her combat power is at least level 99, and even Douluo may not be able to defeat the Snow Emperor in the far north. It can be said that without advancing to the 9-ring titled Douluo, the strength of the Ice Flame Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow has not reached the God level, and Mu Yang is not absolutely sure that he can defeat the Snow Emperor. However, he is not completely sure of defeating the Snow Emperor, but he still has a great chance of defeating the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's body as the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, it is a powerful attack beast. It is best at attacking, and its mental strength is undoubtedly its weak point. Moreover, the strength bonus brought by the ice and snow terrain can only increase the soul power and soul power recovery, but cannot increase the strength of the Ice Emperor in terms of mental strength. With Mu Yang's current mental strength level entering the middle stage of the fourth realm of Hu, 91-99, after adding the 80% all attribute increase of the Blue Jade Rising Dragon Ginseng of the Wuhan True Body version, and then after the increase of the Spirit Gold Battle Armor, the Soul Capture Secret Technique and the Real Illusion should be able to have an effect on the Ice Emperor. With the current strength limit of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, which is no less than the 99th level of the Peerless Realm, it may not be possible to defeat the Snow Emperor in the far north, but it is definitely not a problem to save her life. After all, when soul masters of other attributes deal with the Snow Emperor in the far north, they are affected by environmental factors and cannot exert their full strength, but the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow of the Ice Flame attribute is not affected. The geographical environment of the far north can increase the strength of the Snow Emperor, and it can also increase the strength of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. In addition, compared to the human-shaped Snow Emperor, the beast-shaped Ice Flame Phoenix is better at flying. As long as the Soul Capture Secret Technique succeeds, it will immediately retreat with the controlled Ice Emperor, and the Snow Emperor will not be able to catch up. In this way, when the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul obtains the 6th Soul Ring, he will be able to add the extremely old God-given 9th Soul Ring to advance to the food system titled Douluo after completing the missing Torso Soul Bone, which will bring the strength limit of the Martial Soul Fusion skill to a new level. When the time comes, turn the spearhead and return to the far north to deal with the Snow Emperor, it will be easy. Early the next morning, Mu Yang took Shui Binger to the far north to hunt souls. This time, Mu Yang did not call Huo Lai and others to hunt souls, only him and Shui Binger. Huo Lai's strength is enough, almost level 98. Even if he is not as good as the Snow Emperor, he can at least play a role in restraining. It's a pity that Huo Lai is a titled Douluo of both fire and earth. His strength will be greatly limited in the icy and snowy environment of the far north. Shui Yanyu, who has the ice attribute, can get the bonus of ice and snow, but Shui Yanyu's strength is far inferior to Huo Lai, and even worse than Shui Di. In order to avoid casualties, Mu Yang did not plan to call Shui Yanyu. What's more, in Mu Yang's plan, he is not going to fight Shui Di head-on for the time being. Bringing the Academy Masters can only be regarded as a burden. The Element Holy Academy is located in the North Province, which is the northernmost province of the Tiandu Empire. It borders the uninhabited far north, which is covered with ice and snow all year round. They set out in the morning, but they entered the far north at noon. The outer area of the far north. Mu Yang, the far north is so big, where can we find the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion you mentioned? Shui Binger asked Mu Yang while eating a simple lunch under a snowy cliff in the leeward. I don't know where she lives, but as long as we search the core area openly, she will definitely jump out. Mu Yang will not worry about how to find the Ice Emperor. The far north has its own owner, the Snow Emperor, the second in command, and the Ice Emperor. As long as he and Shui Binger dare to release their mental power to explore the core area unscrupulously, or make some big noise, the Ice and Snow Emperors will definitely come to check. Of course, Mu Yang has another way to find the Ice Emperor. Unlike the Snow Emperor who was born and raised, the Ice Emperor has a tribe, and the Ice Jade Scorpion is one of the dominant tribes in the far north. Ordinary Ice Jade Scorpions may not know where the Ice Emperor's nest is, but among the Ice Jade Scorpion tribe, there must be high-aged Ice Jade Scorpions who know where the Ice Emperor is, or have special ways to contact the Ice Emperor. Following the clues, for Mu Yang who has mastered the secret art of soul stealing, it is very simple. I hope our luck will be better. The far north is not a place for people to stay, especially after going deep into it. Shui Binger said with a little helplessness. As an ice-type soul master, Shui Binger does not dislike the ice and snow environment, and even likes it very much. However, as a normal person, Shui Binger resists the harsh environment of the far north. After all, the far north is not only about ice and snow, but also about blizzards that cover the sky and the sun. Moreover, ice attribute soul masters are only more resistant to cold than other soul masters, which does not mean that they are immune to cold. In the past, there were no ice attribute soul masters with insufficient strength who froze to death in the far north. Even if Shui Binger is strong enough, the cold brought by the environment will not pose a great threat to her, but the discomfort is definitely unavoidable. The next day, the core area of the far north. The biting cold wind mixed with countless palm-sized snowflakes whistled above this piece of ice and snow, but in this blizzard, two figures flying in the air appeared. Mu Yang and his partner were unlucky. The weather was bad and a blizzard started early in the morning. Although the weather was bad, it did not stop the two. Not to mention that it was just a blizzard, even if it was raining knives from the sky, it could not stop Mu Yang from looking for the Ice Emperor. Flying in the blizzard, Mu Yang released his mental power and kept an eye on the situation nearby. Suddenly, Mu Yang frowned and looked towards the northwest with surprise. In his mental perception, a strong soul beast aura came from more than 20 miles northwest. Although the aura emitted by this soul beast was far from the level of the two ice and snow emperors, it was much stronger than the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python he had seen. If nothing unexpected happened, the age of this soul beast was far more than 100,000 years, and it was probably 200,000 years of cultivation. End of this chapter. 353 Chapter 352 Titan Snow Demon King. 353. Is it the Titan Snow Demon King, or another background board? Mu Yang couldn't help but guess secretly. A cultivation level of about 200,000 years is not low. The only ones that match his understanding are the Titan Snow Demon King, who is one of the three kings of the far north together with the Ice and Snow Emperors, and the background board soul beast that fell under the heavenly tribulation but was not introduced in the original works of later generations. After thinking about it, Mu Yang took Shui Binger and flew northwest. No matter whether this beast is the Titan Snow Demon King or not, as long as he shows weakness to the enemy and fights with it, after the movement is heard, it will most likely attract the Ice and Snow Emperors. And considering that the Ice Emperor is more active than the Snow Emperor, and does not show too strong strength, it is very likely that only the Ice Emperor will come, unless the Ice Emperor is not in the core area of the far north at this time. If so, then he can complete the plan more smoothly. Soon, a giant figure shrouded in a blizzard appeared in the sight of Mu Yang and the others. This figure was 100 meters tall, covered with white hair all over the body, and looked somewhat similar to a white-haired monkey. From a distance, it looked like a giant. As expected by Mu Yang, this giant figure with a strong aura was one of the three kings of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King, who appeared in the original novel in the later generations. Hiss, such a big head. Is it 100 meters tall? Looking at the giant figure with a terrifying aura in the distance, Shui Binger couldn't help but smack her lips. It seems to be about the same. It recognizes the second largest soul beast on land. I'm afraid no soul beast dares to claim the first. Even though he was mentally prepared, Mu Yang was still shocked by the size of the Titan Snow Demon King. It's not that he hasn't seen huge soul beasts before, such as the sky blue bull python, which is no less than 100 meters long. But you have to know that the Titan Snow Demon King is a humanoid beast. From a distance, it looks like a 100-meter giant. The shocking feeling it gives people is far beyond the slender and spicy strip-shaped azure bull python. By the way, does the ancient ice god have such a strong taste? Recalling the origin of the Titan Snow Demon King in his mind, Mu Yang couldn't help but think with a bad taste. If he remembered correctly, the Titan Snow Demon King's race is the Titan Snow Demon, the descendant left after the ancient ice god visited the Titan giant. Although the Titan Snow Demon King, which is as high as 100 meters, is a special case in the Titan Snow Demon clan. The size of ordinary Titan Snow Demons is far less than this, but the Titan Blood Demon is 10 meters tall when it is born, and it is more than 50 meters after adulthood. The size of ordinary individuals in the clan is so big, it can be seen that the size of the Titan Giant who was visited must not be small. I just don't know whether it's because the ancient ice god has too strong taste, or is it because the ancient ice god is also a big guy. Mu Yang, this big guy should be more than 100,000 years old, why don't you use its spirit ring? Shui Binger suggested to Mu Yang after looking at the Titan Snow Demon King in the distance. This Titan Snow Demon is about 200,000 years old. It's a little low, so forget it. Mu Yang shook his head. It's true that the spirit ring of the Titan Snow Demon King is quite suitable for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Spirit, but the age is a little low. It was okay in the past, but now it is not in Mu Yang's eyes. The 200,000-year-old spirit ring has no appeal to Mu Yang, and hunting a spirit beast over 100,000 years old will definitely explode a spirit bone. Regardless of hunting or sacrificing, the Titan Snow Demon King will only explode the torso spirit bone that Mu Yang lacks at this time. But Mu Yang has already reserved the soul bones of the torso for Bingdi. Because Bingdi is of a higher age, after collecting the torso soul bones, the improvement in physical fitness will be greater, and then he can add a higher year God-given 9th soul ring when he advances to the titled Douluo of the food system. Comparing the two, Bingdi is better than Titan Snow Demon King, so Mu Yang will naturally not abandon Bingdi's soul rings and soul bones and use Titan Snow Demon King's soul rings and soul bones. As for giving it to Shui Binger, it is not necessary for the time being. The God-given soul ring is better than the Titan Snow Demon King's soul ring. Shui Binger, who still has a God-given soul ring in her hand, will definitely add the God-given 9th soul ring to advance to the titled Douluo. The Titan Snow Demon King's soul bone can be of great use, after all, Shui Binger is also short of torso soul bones now. But if you hunt Titan Snow Demon King just for the soul bone, it will undoubtedly be too wasteful. After all, it is a 200,000-year soul ring, which cannot be wasted. Therefore, Mu Yang planned to let the Titan Snow Demon King go for the time being and see if the Snow Emperor could give him a surprise later. If the Snow Emperor could produce a torso soul bone after dealing with the Snow Emperor, then the extra Ice Snow Girl torso soul bone would be given to Shui Binger. If the soul bone produced by the Snow Emperor was not a torso bone, then the Titan Snow Demon King would be in trouble. No. Suddenly, Mu Yang realized that his previous plan was wrong. With Shui Binger's physical fitness, if she could cultivate to the 90th level Quasi title Douluo, and if she could advance to the 9-ring title Douluo with the God-given soul ring, the age of the 9th soul ring would probably not exceed 500,000 years. But if the Snow Emperor was controlled to sacrifice, then the age of Shui Binger's 9th soul ring would be at least 600,000 years. And if she sacrificed to Shui Binger, the Snow Emperor would definitely produce the torso soul bone she lacked. On the contrary, if he controls the Snow Emperor to sacrifice to himself and serve as the 7th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, his soul bone position will be full by then, and the soul bone that the Snow Emperor explodes may not necessarily be the torso soul bone. And most importantly, the God-given soul ring can only form one soul skill most of the time, and the 7th soul skill is fixed to the martial soul true body, so this feature of the God-given soul ring has no effect. And if nothing unexpected happens, the Snow Emperor's soul ring can bring Binger 2 soul skills. From this point of view alone, the Snow Emperor's soul ring is better than the God-given soul ring. Glancing at Shui Binger beside him, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang had a plan in mind. He decided to give Shui Binger the Snow Emperor's soul ring and soul bone after he had the God-level combat power, and he would use the extra God-given soul ring in Shui Binger's hand. Roar! Just then, the Titan Snow Demon King in the distance roared, and a pair of blue eyes that were one size larger than a lantern stared at Mu Yang and the others. Needless to say, the human soul masters who could appear in the far north were all here to hunt souls. Although the Titan Snow Demon King was unable to see through the specifics of Mu Yang and the others' level, but also noticed that the two had a good aura, and naturally thought that the two came to the far north to hunt high-year soul beasts, or even 100,000-year soul beasts to advance to the 9-ring titled Douluo. As one of the kings of the far north, Titan Snow Demon King would not have any good feelings towards human soul masters who dared to come to the far north to hunt souls, and their goal was to hunt high-year soul beasts, or even 100,000-year soul beasts. End of this chapter. 354 Chapter 353 Irreconcilable. 354. Evil human bastards, go to hell. Titan Snow Demon King raised his head and shouted angrily, and a circle of surging white light surged out of his body. The power of the field of ice attribute covered hundreds of meters in radius, and then he stepped out his thighs like a pillar of heaven and rushed straight towards Mu Yang in the distance. Evil human bastards. Mu Yang, who was scolded by people and beasts, immediately turned black. It is not without reason that humans and beasts cannot coexist. Throughout the original work, from Xiaowu's perspective, the vast majority of soul masters in the soul master world are indeed evil. After all, there are not a few soul beasts that die under the soul master's knife every year. But the good and evil of soul masters cannot be judged only from Xiaowu's own experience and what she has seen and heard. There are evil people who kill wantonly, but they are definitely not all of them. What's more, it is said that humans are good at fighting among themselves, but in fact, soul beasts are better at fighting among themselves. At least, except for a very small number of extremely evil soul masters, humans will not regard individuals who are also human as food to fill their hunger. It's not that the moral bottom line of Douluo people is higher than that of earthlings, but except for deserts and snowfields, blue-silver grass grows everywhere. Even if they are hungry, as long as there is grass to chew, they will not eat people. Mu Yang admitted that a large number of soul beasts die at the hands of soul masters every year on the mainland, but more soul beasts die at the hands of soul beasts with stronger individual strength. For example, before Xiaowu transformed, had she never eaten blue-silver grass? Her rabbit mother is alive, so those blue-silver grasses of low age are not soul beasts, and are not lives? Of course, this rabbit is forgetful. She only cares about those around her, and doesn't care about others. Otherwise, she would not recognize Lu Erlong, who once slaughtered a soul beast forest with blood because of the pain of a broken heart, as her godmother. In addition, the reason why soul masters and soul beasts are naturally hostile is that in addition to the soul masters needing to hunt soul beasts to add soul rings to advance, it also has a lot to do with what the soul beast group did to the human group in ancient times. In ancient times, the human soul master system had not yet developed and grown, the number of soul masters was small, and the overall strength was weak. At that time, humans were at the bottom of the food chain on the mainland. Unfortunately, a large number of humans became blood food for soul beasts, and humans even faced the danger of extinction several times. Nowadays, human beings are growing stronger. Facing the great racial hatred of the past, and hunting soul beasts has considerable benefits. How can we not attack soul beasts? With the development of the power of human soul masters, soul beasts are constantly hunted by soul masters, which has attracted the hostility of soul beast masters. And the hostility of soul beast masters to soul masters does not distinguish between individuals. In their eyes, no matter who you are, no matter which force you come from, and no matter whether you have slaughtered soul beasts, as long as you are a soul master, or even as long as you are a human, even if you have no soul power cultivation, you are their enemy. If the soul master group is not strong enough, facing the hostility of soul beast masters, you can only hold it in. After all, without strength, you can't even fight back. But the problem is that with the development of the times, the strength of the soul master group is increasing day by day. Since you are hostile to me, and you need to advance in hunting souls, you will naturally show your butcher knife. There are soul masters who are constantly dying at the hands of soul beasts, and soul beasts who are constantly dying at the hands of soul masters. As time goes by, hatred is deepening, and it has gradually evolved into the current situation where humans and beasts cannot coexist. It can be said that the reason why Kyungsunji persecuted Tang Hao in the past was not only to covet the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, nor was it just to suppress the Haoshan sect, but also out of racial disputes. Because Kyungsunji's identity is not ordinary, he is the contemporary pope of the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall is the most powerful and influential soul master organization in the mainland soul master world. And from an overall perspective, Kyungsunji, who was the Pope of the Spirit Hall at that time, was the representative of human soul masters. Even if Tang Hao was not a disciple of the Haoshan sect, Kyungsunji would not allow transformed soul beasts to gain a foothold in the human soul master world. Similarly, the Spirit Hall would not allow Tang San, who has half soul beast blood, to grow into a strong man in the human soul master world, especially since Tang San was not a member of the Spirit Hall, but one of their opponents, a direct disciple of the Haoshan sect. Humble bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has." Facing the barking of the Titan Snow Demon King, Mu Yang scolded him unceremoniously. Mu Yang, who had made up his mind, was not going to blow up the Titan Snow Demon King directly, but was ready to break one of its arms to teach it a lesson. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, the dignity of the strong cannot be challenged. If you are unfortunately a weak person, you must be prepared to be slaughtered. Mu Yang, who was an earthling in his previous life, adapted quickly to this point, because he is no longer a weak person who can be slaughtered, but has become a strong person who can slaughter others. Mu Yang, who is the Horse King? How many eyes does he have? At this time, Shui Binger next to him asked with a little curiosity. Mu Yang, Glazing at her unhappily, Mu Yang took out a blue jade ascending dragon ginseng with the blessing of the martial soul true body, the aura instantly surged. Then, the ice phoenix flame shadow martial soul possessed him, and 5 bright red soul rings bloomed. It is worth noting that among these 5 bright red soul rings, the 3rd, 4th and 5th soul rings all have 3 golden lines. Then, the surging blue and white light surged, and the ice flame domain and the killing god domain condensed one after another. It was just to deal with the Titan Snow Demon King who was about 200,000 years old, so there was no need for the martial soul fusion skills. With the spirit gold battle armor on his body, and a blue jade rising dragon ginseng that increased all attributes by 80%, coupled with many 100,000 year soul bone skills and the soul ring skills of the ice flame holy shadow martial soul, it was enough to beat the Titan Blood Demon King. What? The Titan Snow Demon King, who rushed from a distance, saw the 5 soul rings blooming on Mu Yang, and his eyes widened immediately, with a look of disbelief on his face. As one of the kings of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King's knowledge is far beyond that of ordinary soul beasts, and he is not unaware of the meaning of the red soul ring with golden lines. There is no doubt that this human soul master with only 5 soul rings is a rare twin soul master among the soul master group. After all, a small 5-ring soul king would not dare to appear in the core area of the far north, let alone have such an unimaginable soul ring configuration. It is indeed beyond imagination, at least the Titan Snow Demon King was shocked. It has never seen a soul master with such a high soul ring configuration. The first and second soul rings of 100,000 years are fine, it has never been to the Stardo Great Forest, and it is not clear about the situation there, but there are many 100,000 year soul beasts in the far north. As long as you have patience and are strong enough, it is not impossible to find 2 100,000 year soul beasts. But all of them have 3 golden lines attached. 355 Chapter 354 You chase me and I flee. 355. 3 golden lines, that is the symbol of 300,000 years of cultivation, which means that the human soul master in front of him hunted 3 beasts that are 300,000 years old. It is simply unbelievable. You know, as one of the kings of the far north, its age is only 200,000 years old. Run! Run quickly! The faster the better. This is the first thought of the Titan Snow Demon King after he came back to his senses from the shock, and he did so. The Titan Snow Demon King, who was rushing forward, plowed a long and huge mark on the snow, and then, before he could stand completely, he turned around and ran away at a faster speed than before. You must be kidding. This evil human bastard whose martial soul is still lacking 4 soul rings has killed at least 200,000 year soul beasts and 3 300,000 year beasts. Now that he has been caught by him, if he doesn't run away quickly, wouldn't he be giving his soul rings and soul bones to the other party? Run? Can you run away? Mu Yang curled his lips, and as the second soul ring flashed, a strong blue flame appeared around his body. Second soul skill, Amplification Flame. The power of ice flame is increased by 200%. Ang. Then, the 5th soul ring flashed, and the ice flame transformation soul skill was activated. With the sound of the thunderous dragon roar, the surging soul power surged, and a lifelike ice blue dragon with a body length of 100 meters rose into the sky. The dragon's tail bowed and it pounced on the fleeing Titan Snow Demon King from midair at an extremely fast speed. 3rd soul skill, Ice Flame Arrows. Then, the 3rd soul ring flashed, and 108 ice flame arrows suddenly condensed in front of Mu Yang, and then turned into dense ice blue streams of light and shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dense sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a burst of ice blue light streaked through the air, passing over the ice flame dragon that was chasing after it, like a hypersonic air-to-ground missile, accurately hitting the huge Titan Snow Demon King. Boom 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 boom. Under the blizzard, the dense ice flame arrows turned into countless ice blue flames on the back of the Titan Snow Demon King and exploded. The Titan Snow Demon's tough fur failed to block Mu Yang's 300,000-year-strong attack soul skill. In an instant, dozens of large and small flesh pits were blown out on the broad back, deep enough to see the bones. A large amount of bright red blood spurted out from the broken blood vessels, dyeing the dense white hair of the Titan Snow Demon King red. What's more deadly is that these ice flame arrows did not completely dissipate after they exploded, but turned into countless tiny ice flames, attached to the body of the Titan Snow Demon King and constantly burned his body. Especially those ice flames that fell on the wounds, while burning the muscles and bones of the Titan Snow Demon King, they also penetrated into his body with icy cold that seemed to freeze everything. Roar! The intense pain and the biting cold swept through his body, and the Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help but roared. At the same time, the ice flame dragon galloping in the air opened its dragon mouth, and a stream of ice flames emitting biting cold air spewed down, trying to cover the huge body of the Titan Snow Demon King. But at this moment, the surging ice soul power wave burst out from the Titan Snow Demon King, and the ice flame attached to his back was all repelled. Even the ice flame dragon breath spewed out by the ice flame dragon in the air behind him was dispersed by the sudden burst of soul power, turning into countless tiny ice blue flames falling. Then, accompanied by a flash of ice blue light, the wound on the Titan Snow Demon King's back was seen to wriggle and rapidly develop. At this rate, it won't take long to recover. Instantly bursting out repelling control soul skills, healing soul skills. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, but didn't care too much. The Titan Snow Demon King is at least a 200,000-year-old beast with extraordinary strength. With his current strength, unless it is a spiritual means, it is not to the point where it can be done in 3 or 2 moves. And his purpose is not to defeat or kill the Titan Snow Demon King, but to use it to lure out the Ice Emperor. Even if the Titan Snow Demon King cannot withstand his attack, Mu Yang will let him go. Roar! The deafening roar reappeared, and the Titan Snow Demon King's right arm flashed a burst of ice blue light while running away. Then he turned around and punched the ice flame dragon that was chasing him in the air behind him. Suddenly, a huge fist shadow like a blue diamond burst out in the blizzard. However, before the fist shadow hit the ice flame dragon, the Titan Snow Demon King turned around and changed direction, and continued to run away. Just looking at Mu Yang's previous move of ice flame arrow, the Titan Snow Demon King knew that he could not be the opponent of this human strongman. Stopping to fight, or running away in a panic without choosing a direction, that would only be a dead end. The most urgent task is to find powerful reinforcements. Not to mention leaving this extremely evil human warrior and another soul master in this ice and snow world, at least he has to rely on help to save his life. At this moment, the Titan Snow Demon King was secretly glad that this place was in the core area of the far north. When facing the powerful human enemy, the 2 kings living in the center of the core area would definitely lend a hand, otherwise he would really be in trouble today. The huge fist shadow came, and Mu Yang didn't need to take the initiative to control it. The ice flame dragon in the air swung its tail, turned around, and flexibly avoided the giant fist of the Titan Snow Demon, and then rushed towards the Titan Snow Demon King again. Compared with the secret version of the ice flame creature, the soul skill version of the ice flame transformation has an obvious advantage. In addition to the fact that the soul ring age is very high, the strength of the ice flame creature after the mimicry is greatly improved, and the combat instinct is also very important. Like the secret version of the ice flame dragon, all the attack, defense, and displacement need to be controlled by Mu Yang, the caster, through mental power. But the soul skill version of the ice flame dragon is different. No matter what form the simulated ice flame creature is in, it has a strong fighting instinct. And the simulated ice flame creature not only has fighting instinct, but also can be controlled by mental power when Mu Yang feels it is necessary. It is equivalent to the soul skill version of the ice flame creature having an intelligent mode and can actively turn on the artificial mode. There were roars of beasts and dragons, the Titan Snow Demon King fled in front, the ice flame dragon chased behind, and Mu Yang and Shui Binger flew far behind the ice flame dragon. Under Mu Yang's deliberate release, the 2 sides chased and fled for more than a quarter of an hour. On the surface, although the Titan Snow Demon King was beaten badly by the ice flame dragon, and his snow-white hair was burned by the ice flame fire, he actually did not suffer any serious damage. Although the Titan Snow Demon King was somewhat puzzled by this, he was also happy about it. Anyway, the longer it dragged on, the closer it would be to the residence of the other 2 kings, and the fighting on its side had already spread. If the two kings could sense it, they would definitely come to help it. End of this chapter. 356 Chapter 355 The Ice Emperor appears. 356. Suddenly, a strong breath broke into Mu Yang's spiritual perception range. Soon, a layer of emerald light spread from the northern sky. The sky, which was whistling in the cold wind and blizzard, instantly turned into a crystal clear emerald green, as if the sky suddenly turned into a huge emerald gem. Seeing this, the Titan Snow Demon King, who was beaten to a pulp by the Ice Flame Dragon, was overjoyed. Reinforcements, here we are. Although the king who came was not the strongest in the far north, he had cultivated for more than 300,000 years and was much stronger than it. What's more, if this king was still no match for this evil human bastard, the strongest king would take action. However, it was not only the Titan Snow Demon King who showed joy, but Mu Yang as well. With the emerald green light and such a scene, who else could it be but the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor among the two Ice and Snow Emperors? Bing-er. Without hesitation, Mu Yang turned his head to look at Shui Bing-er, and a layer of illusory ice blue flames ignited around her body. Understood. Shui Bing-er was possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and as the 8 soul rings, 6 black and 2 red, bloomed, her body also emitted a brilliant ice blue glow. The next moment, the martial soul fusion skill was activated, and the 6 black and 7 red soul rings of the 2 martial souls, a total of 13 soul rings, gathered together. The dazzling ice blue light bloomed, and the figures of the two disappeared in the air. Instead, there was an Ice Phoenix flame shadow with flying hair and wearing ice blue phoenix armor. When the Ice Emperor appeared in the later generations, his age was close to 400,000 years old, but the age of the Ice Emperor should not be completely improved by hard work. In Mu Yang's perception, the current age of the Ice Emperor is estimated to be more than 300,000 years, which is still a long way from 400,000 years. To deal with the Ice Emperor, Mu Yang is enough by himself, and there is no need to activate the martial soul fusion skill. But the Snow Emperor is a factor that Mu Yang has to consider. If the Snow Emperor secretly attacks, he has many life-saving trump cards and quick reactions. It is impossible for him to be killed in one move by the Snow Emperor, but Shui Bing-er, who is much weaker in strength, is not necessarily the case. To be safe, it is better to enter the state of martial soul fusion. With the strength of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, this potential risk can be avoided well. Human, you are so brave. Just then, an angry lowly voice came from all directions. When the voice sounded, accompanied by a terrifying sound wave, the snow on the snowfield rose 3 meters high almost instantly, like a sudden wave of spray, and even the blizzard that was roaring down from the sky was stilled. However, Mu Yang didn't care about the anger of the Ice Emperor. There were often ice spirit masters on the continent who came to the far north to hunt souls, and it was inevitable that the other party was hostile to human spirit masters. He didn't have the idea of talking nonsense and changing the Ice Emperor's attitude towards humans. He just turned his attention to the fast attack from the north of the snowfield. The emerald green figure came. In terms of strength, the Ice Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor is far superior to the Titan Snow Demon King, but in terms of size, the Ice Emperor is much smaller than the Titan Snow Demon King, and is even smaller than the Titan Snow Demon King's palm. Looking around, this is a scorpion that is only about 1.5 meters long, but extremely beautiful. The Ice Emperor's body mainly has 2 colors, one is like an ice crystal diamond, and the other is emerald green. Its body has 4 layers superimposed at the front, each layer is more than half a foot long, and the head grows on the front layer, silver white. The yellow mouth parts flashed with a faint cold light. The 4 layers of superimposed front body and 6 slender and powerful legs were all covered with a special layer of protrusions, which were hexagonal, like diamond-like protrusions, emitting a dazzling luster. The 2 huge front claws were more than 1 meter long, and the front claws were also covered with the strange hexagonal diamond protrusions. Only the large clamps in the front were the same as the mouth parts, which were silver white with a mirror-like luster. A pair of eyes that looked like transparent yellow crystals were also hexagonal, and the crystal yellow light flashed, which actually gave people a feeling of sparkling precious light. Unlike the multi-jointed long tails of ordinary scorpions, the scorpion tail of the Ice Emperor has only 5 joints, each of which is crystal green, as if full of the luster of life. The 5 joints of the scorpion tail are of the same color. The joint closest to the upper body is the widest, and it becomes narrower as it goes back. At the last joint, the tail hook with diamond particles is raised high, and the ice crystal-colored hook tip at the front end flashes with endless sharpness. This is a fierce beast as dazzling as a gem. At first glance, it looks like a work of art that is ingeniously crafted. Human, leave the far north, otherwise, die. Staring at the ice phoenix flame shadow standing in the air, the Ice Emperor said coldly, her words were full of threats. At the beginning, before Mu Yang and the others launched the martial soul fusion technique, the Ice Emperor planned to kill the two daring human soul masters who came to the core area of the far north to attack the Titan Snow Demon King. Although she had no great relationship with the Titan Snow Demon King, they were in the same ferocious beast camp after all, and this guy was also the Snow Emperor's licking dog, so he could barely be driven by her. There is a saying that you have to look at the owner when you beat the dog, and the Ice Emperor was naturally very unhappy that her own dog was about to be slaughtered. However, when Mu Yang and the others launched the martial soul fusion technique, the Ice Emperor was left with only solemnity in his heart. Looking at this aura, I may not be able to win. To be safe, the Ice Emperor planned to shout back Mu Yang and the others and drive them out of the far north, so as to avoid you have to fall down yourself. Anyway, Titan Snow Demon King is not dead, right? Well, considering that Titan Snow Demon King was not killed, and considering that the strength of your martial soul fusion skill is not much worse than that of this Emperor, self-praise, this Emperor will be generous and let you go. As for the two of them not retreating, it doesn't matter. Although the martial soul fusion aura of these two people is very strong, her Ice Emperor is not a vegetarian. Even if she can't win, it should be enough to contain them. When the Snow Emperor arrives, it will be beyond the control of these two. Ice Emperor is very confident in the strength of the Snow Emperor. Unless the one who comes is a demigod-level soul master who is only half a step away from the realm of God, otherwise in this extreme north, the Snow Emperor is a symbol of invincibility. Even if the two Ice and Snow Emperors join forces, the human demigods may not be able to get away with it. Ice Emperor, you and I will join forces to kill them. When he heard that the Ice Emperor was going to let Mu Yang and the other two go, the Titan Snow Demon King, who had been beaten by the Ice Flame Dragon before, became anxious and said hurriedly, "Let these two go? How can this be possible? If they are let go, then wouldn't the frustration I suffered before be in vain? Another thing is that there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. What if these two people don't change their bad habits and come to the far north to target it next time?" The Titan Snow Demon King doesn't think that fate will always favor him. The next time he faces Mu Yang and the other two, the Ice Emperor will still appear in time to save him. End of this chapter. 357 Chapter 356 Capturing the Ice Emperor. 357. As for the fact that it and the Ice Emperor cannot defeat Mu Yang and the others even if they join forces, it and the Ice Emperor may not be opponents. After all, Mu Yang alone could suppress it before. Now that it has activated the martial soul fusion technique, its strength will definitely increase dramatically. Even with the help of the Ice Emperor, it will most likely lose more than win. But it doesn't matter. Just because it and the Ice Emperor are not opponents doesn't mean that the Snow Emperor is not the enemy's opponent. You know, in the far north, its Snow Emperor goddess is invincible. Even if the enemy has a martial soul fusion technique, it won't work. Kill them. The Ice Emperor glared at the Titan Snow Demon King who had no self-awareness. Do you think I don't want to kill my opponent? Isn't there any chance of winning? If I can win for sure, do you think I will be so easy to talk to? It is true that she can grow into one of the kings of the far north, and her mentality is like that of a human girl, but she already knew what it meant to eat as much as your strength allows. This big fool had no self-awareness at all. No wonder her beloved Snow Emperor didn't even look at it. You only grow older but not smarter. Titan Snow Demon King, you should be thankful that with your age and cultivation, you are not worthy of my attention. Mu Yang said disdainfully, and then took advantage of the full attribute enhancement effect of the blue jade Shenglong Ginseng to use a soul-stealing secret technique on the Ice Emperor. Suddenly, a vast spiritual force surged out, instantly crossing a distance of hundreds of meters and sinking into the Ice Emperor's sea of consciousness. Instantly, the Ice Emperor felt a terrifying spiritual force descending, and a pair of yellow diamond-like eyes showed a look of horror. Snow Emperor, help! Realizing that something was wrong, the Ice Emperor was about to call for help from the Snow Emperor, but it was too late. Before she could finish her words, she had already lost the spiritual confrontation and became Mu Yang's temporary spiritual slave. The next moment, Mu Yang activated the Ice Flame Spear secret technique, and the endless killing aura in the Killing God domain that bloomed around him gathered. The killing ice flame spear condensed in his hand, and then he threw it fiercely at the Titan Snow Demon King, who was extremely angry after hearing Mu Yang's disdainful words. Not good. The Titan Snow Demon King was immediately frightened to death when he realized the overwhelming killing intent and terrifying power of the killing ice flame spear that was bursting out, and hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and turned into an ice-blue stream of light that passed through the air. The killing ice flame spear carrying the overwhelming killing intent passed by the Titan Snow Demon King. However, just as the Titan Snow Demon King showed a look of relief, he felt a cold light coming from behind him. Puff! Without waiting for the Titan Snow Demon King to react, the killing ice flame spear turned its spearhead and accurately hit its right upper arm. The sharp spear tip pierced through the tough fur and muscles, and two bright red blood flowers bloomed in front and behind. Roar! The whole body shook, the right arm was numb, and the Titan Snow Demon King was furious as he felt the sharp edge of the killing ice flame spear piercing through his right arm. If the killing ice flame spear that attacked from behind was not aimed at his right arm, but at his head, wouldn't he have to beat GG directly? After all, although it has a healing innate soul skill, it can only have a healing effect. Once it suffers a fatal blow, the healing soul skill that cannot have the effect of immortality is useless. But this is not the end. If it is just to poke a hole, that is not Mu Yang's purpose. For the Titan Snow Demon King, having his right arm penetrated was just a minor injury, and he would soon be able to recover with the help of healing soul skills. Explode! Mu Yang shouted, and the killing ice flame spear stuck on the Titan Snow Demon King's right arm exploded. Bang! Accompanied by the violent soul power fluctuations, the blue light flashed, and the monstrous killing intent was vented, and the flesh and blood on the Titan Blood Demon King's right upper arm was instantly blown away. The flesh and blood fur on the forearm were still there, but on the Titan Snow Demon King's upper arm, especially the flesh and blood fur near the point where the killing ice flame spear penetrated before, all of them were splashed in the air as bloody and fleshy fragments, leaving only the white bones with blood stains. Roar, roar, roar! The next moment, the intense pain swept through the whole body. Even though the Titan Snow Demon King was a 200,000-year-old beast, he still fell to the snowfield in pain and hugged his right shoulder and wailed. Let's go! After giving a lesson, he no longer cared about the Titan Snow Demon King. The Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow stretched out its wings of ice flames behind it, and flew to the front of the Ice Emperor, who had turned into a green-skirted lily. Mu Yang picked her up, and then flapped his wings to fly towards the southern sky, leaving the far north. Unlike ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts, fierce beasts with a year of more than 200,000 years can transform into human form without retraining, and still maintain their powerful strength. At most, their strength in human form is not as good as their original state. Of course, transformation is not transformation. Human-shaped fierce beasts are essentially still the bodies of soul beasts, which are different from real transformed soul beasts. And the real transformed soul beasts are almost the same as soul masters. Even after entering the stage of transformation, transformed soul beasts will be no different from humans. How dare you! Stop! At this moment, a cold roar came from the sky, and a terrifying spiritual power descended. The entire gloomy sky turned into an ice-blue color, and even the blizzard falling from the sky solidified at this moment. Needless to say, the true master of the far north is coming. Before, the Snow Queen had not taken Mu Yang and the others seriously. Although the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's aura was not weak, in the eyes of the Snow Queen, it was not much stronger than the Ice Queen. Plus, the Ice Queen also had the Titan Snow Demon King as an assist. Even if she couldn't beat this martial soul fusion skill, she wouldn't be defeated too badly. With her in charge, the Ice Queen and the Titan Snow Demon King wouldn't be in danger of life. But I didn't expect that the opponent actually had such a trump card. He directly captured the Ice Queen with unknown spiritual means, and severely injured the Titan Snow Demon King with a secret technique. This made the Snow Queen unable to sit still. The Titan Snow Demon King was fine, anyway, this guy didn't die. But Bingdi is different. Bingdi is her best friend. Although this best friend is a little bit frivolous and actually lusts for her body, the relationship is still deep. Swaity can't sit idly by and watch Bingdi transform into the soul ring and soul bone of a human soul master. Mu Yang naturally heard Swaity's order, but he had no intention of stopping. As the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow flew through the air at high speed, he said to Shui Binger, "Binger, Ice Flame Phoenix." The next second, Shui Binger, who had been prepared, took over the leadership of the martial soul fusion skill. As the ice blue light bloomed, the form of the martial soul fusion skill changed, and the human form, the ice phoenix flame shadow in the form of a beast, turned into the ice flame phoenix in the form of a beast, and evacuated the far north at a faster speed. Compared to the ice phoenix flame shadow, the ice flame phoenix, which has wings and a more aerodynamic body, will undoubtedly fly faster. Plus, the Snow Emperor has not yet arrived at the battlefield, and it is impossible to catch up with the ice flame phoenix. End of this chapter. 358 Chapter 357 Ice Emperor Sacrifice. 358. Soon after the ice flame phoenix took the ice emperor away, a cold figure flew from the northern sky at a high speed, passing over the original battlefield. The Snow Emperor did not stop. After all, although the Titan Snow Demon King had a broken arm, he was not in danger of life, while the Ice Emperor was facing life-threatening danger at this time. What's more, the position of the Ice Emperor in her heart is far from that of the Titan Snow Demon King, who is a fool. However, as time went by, the Snow Emperor's face became more and more gloomy. In this snow-covered far north, where the gods could not see, Shwedi believed that she was invincible. Even if the opponent was strong, she was sure to win. But if we simply compare the flying speed, the opponent's martial soul fusion skill that looked like an ice phoenix was much faster than hers. More than an hour later, the breath of the opponent and Bing Di disappeared within the range of spiritual perception, and Shwedi's face completely sank. Despicable human, I will definitely find you. Staring at the southern sky for a while, Shwedi's face changed for a while, then she gritted her teeth and resolutely decided to continue the pursuit. She and Bing Di were like sisters. As a sister, even if she failed to save Bing Di, she would avenge Bing Di. On the other side, after getting rid of Shwedi's pursuit, the ice flame phoenix slightly changed direction, flew for more than half an hour again, and landed in a wasteland outside the far north with Bing Di. Not to mention, in the past, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er simply could not maintain the state of martial soul fusion for nearly 2 hours, unless they kept chewing the red jade soul restoring ginseng that was made in advance. After all, martial soul fusion consumes a lot of soul power. Even if there is no fierce battle, it is just a simple long-term flying in the air, which is not what Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er could do in the past. But now is different from the past. There is a soul core that automatically absorbs the vitality of the outside world to quickly restore soul power, and Mu Yang has condensed a yin and yang complementary double soul core. If it is just flying, or the battle intensity is not high, the two can almost be regarded as unlimited soul power. Then, the familiar sacrifice began again. A dazzling red light suddenly spread from the eyebrows of the Ice Emperor, whose consciousness was controlled, and turned into a circle of red halo with golden light that instantly spread on the wasteland. Everything near the wasteland was rendered bloody wherever the red light passed. Not long after, accompanied by the terrifying energy release, the red blood flame with golden light ignited from the Ice Emperor. The blood flame burned more and more vigorously, gradually turning from red to dark red, and the petite body of the Ice Emperor gradually faded during this transformation, like a red crystal that was becoming more and more transparent. Soon, all the red expanded into a huge ring with 3 golden lines that slowly shrank, surrounding the sacrificed Ice Emperor and Mu Yang, who was subjected to the sacrifice. After a long time, as the Ice Emperor's body faded, the surging blood flame ring suddenly shrank back, and in an instant, a series of explosions broke out around Mu Yang's body. And just as the Ice Emperor's figure disappeared, the shrinking blood flame ring bloomed with brilliant brilliance, and then turned into the 6th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. At the same time, a beam of red light suddenly shone on Mu Yang's chest, and a green sternum light flashed and disappeared. The next moment, although Mu Yang's soul power level did not break the limit of level 90, his momentum soared again. Thanks to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, which had once again gained a 6th soul ring with a very high H, and the missing torso soul bones were also filled, the 6 soul bone positions in the body were full, and Mu Yang felt that his physique had once again ushered in a significant improvement. Looking at the 6 soul rings of red, 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 and red that bloomed from the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, especially the 4 red soul rings that all had 3 golden patterns, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Comparing his own 3rd, 4th, and 5th self-condensed soul rings, which were 300,000 years old, it was not difficult for Mu Yang to find that his previous judgment was not wrong. Although the age of the Ice Emperor exceeded 300,000 years, it was not much, and it was estimated to be around 320,000 years. How is it? How many years of the God-given ninth soul ring can be added later? After the sacrifice, Shui Binger stepped forward and asked. 1,000,000 years or 990,000 years is impossible, but 600,000 years should be no problem. After estimating, Mu Yang said. The improvement in the ability to bear soul rings this time was mainly brought by the torso soul bone that Ice Emperor exploded. Although the Ice Emperor soul ring of about 320,000 years can also bring a lot of physical function improvement, compared with the burden formed by the soul ring itself, the improvement in the ability to bear soul rings brought by the soul ring is not obvious. Even if the torso soul bone factor is not considered, after he obtained the Ice Emperor soul ring, his own margin for the ability to bear soul rings is reduced. And most importantly, after obtaining the soul ring and soul bone of Ice Emperor, the total amount of soul power in his body has skyrocketed, but due to the lack of the ninth soul ring, he has not advanced to the 9 ring titled Douluo, and this quantitative change has not yet been transformed into a qualitative change. In other words, before he advances to the 9 ring titled Douluo, he cannot improve his physical strength through the Sun Body Refining Bodybuilding unique skill. However, there is good news. Compared with before, Mu Yang no longer has to worry about leaving a surplus of soul rings. When he attaches the God-given soul ring to advance to the food type titled Douluo, he can play extreme operations and condense the God-given soul ring of the largest age that he can bear. Because after advancing to the 9 ring titled Douluo, relying on the soul power accumulation of the self-condensed 5th soul ring that exceeds level 90, as well as the soul power increase brought by the Ice Emperor soul ring soul bone and the God-given 9th soul ring, his soul power level will surely usher in a surge, and there is a huge room for improvement in the subsequent Sun Body Refining for physical strengthening. In this way, even if he uses up all the soul rings when attaching the God-given 9th soul ring to advance to the food type titled Douluo, he can still condense the 7th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow with a very high age. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be a leap from a quasi-title Douluo of level 90 to a high-level title Douluo. When the 7th Divine Soul Ring is added to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, it may be possible to explore the maximum age limit of the Divine Soul Ring. Afterwards, Mu Yang collected the Ice Emperor who lost his life breath after the sacrifice and turned into an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion that was not much bigger than a palm, and tested the 2 newly acquired 6th Soul skills and 2 Trunk Soul Bone skills. Unlike the self-condensed Soul Ring with only 1 Soul Ring skill and most Divine Soul Rings, the Ice Emperor Soul Ring is a normal Soul Ring of more than 100,000 years, and the Soul skills formed by the Soul Ring are not 1, but 2. After some attempts, Mu Yang has figured out the specific effects of the 4 new skills brought to him by the Ice Emperor. End of this chapter. 359 Chapter 358 Witness the birth of a food type title Douluo. 359. 7th Soul Skill, Ice Flame Claw. A melee soul skill. After activating the soul skill, a layer of diamond-like ice blue particles will cover the hands and forearms, making them extremely hard and possessing extremely strong physical attack and defense capabilities. Another 7th Soul Skill, Ice Flame Body Protection. Defense Soul Skill. After activating the Soul Skill, a layer of blue ice crystals will quickly condense on the surface of the body to protect the whole body, with extremely high defense capabilities. The combination of 2 7th Soul Skills of more than 300,000 years allows Mu Yang to be a frontline warrior while being a long-range mage. One of the 2 Soul Bone skills of the Ice Emperor Trunk Bone, Ever Freeze Domain. This is a domain Soul Bone skill, and the effect tends to be control. After it is released, the domain is filled with terrifying cold currents, which can instantly freeze the opponents within the domain. Another Soul Bone skill, Ice Emperor's Wrath, a strong attack Soul Bone skill. The effect is to hit the opponent with extreme ice, and it comes with super freezing ability. It can be said that the 4 skills attached to the Ice Emperor Soul Ring and Soul Bone have enriched Mu Yang's means of dealing with enemies. After testing his skills, Mu Yang did not stay in the wasteland for long, and returned to the academy with Shui Binger. What he had to do next was to return to the academy, add the God-given Soul Ring to become the first food type titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world, and then practice Sun Body Refining to improve his physical strength as much as possible. After adding the 7th Soul Ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, he went to the Slaughter City to continue the Shura God test. And when Mu Yang and Shui Binger returned to the Elemental Holy Academy, the Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world did not know for the time being that the strongest king in the far north had already stepped into the human world, vowing to find the real murderer who kidnapped Bing Di and avenge her good sister who was very likely to have met with an accident. Xuede did not know the origins of Mu Yang and the other two who kidnapped Bing Di, but she knew that a soul master with Mu Yang's strength must not be an unknown existence in the soul master world. Go to the human world, according to the characteristics of the two forms of martial soul fusion skills, find a few more high-level soul masters with decent strength to inquire. Xuede firmly believes that she can definitely find out the origins of Mu Yang and the others. And unlike ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts and fierce beasts, Xuede looks no different from a soul master even without transformation. After all, it is common for soul masters to have some beast characteristics due to their martial souls. As long as she restrains her own aura and does not let others know that she has no martial soul and soul rings, other human soul masters will only think that she is an ice-attributed strongman with unknown origins. As for the soul masters she found not cooperating, in this regard, Xuede is not worried. Even if she loses the geographical advantage of the extreme north, her strength is still at the top of the continent. Under her extreme ice and snow, there are absolutely few soul masters in the human soul master world who dare not cooperate with her. That night, Mu Yang and the others rushed back to the Holy Academy of Elements. The next morning, all the masters of the Elemental Academy gathered on the top of a secondary peak far away from the main campus of the Academy to watch Mu Yang advance to the 9-ring titled Douluo and witness the birth of the first food type titled Douluo in the history of the mainland Soul Master world. Boom! The ice flame holy shadow martial spirit possessed his body, and 6 bright red soul rings bloomed. With a slight sound, the God-given soul ring that appeared above Mu Yang's head, like a golden glass bead, shattered, and a thick golden mist poured down and enveloped Mu Yang's body. At the same time, the surging ice blue and white light surged, and Mu Yang released the ice flame domain and the killing god domain. With the appearance of the two domains, the golden mist covering Mu Yang suddenly became thicker, and expanded instantly, including all the domains he released. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang's soul power circulated, and the golden and crystal-colored light around him appeared. The spiritual gold battle armor and the external soul bone, crystal scale armor were fused, and then the head, torso, left and right arms, and left and right thighs all emitted a faint halo. Through the stimulation of soul power, the 7 soul bones, including the crystal scale armor, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the ice blue emperor torso bone, the left arm bone of the sky blue bull python, the right arm bone of the titan giant ape, the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit, and the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor, all played their roles, shortening the test time of the God-given soul ring as much as possible. Showing a strong foundation right from the start and shortening the test time of the God-given soul ring, it is helpful for condensing a higher year God-given soul ring. It's like an athlete lifting weights. When the weight of the barbell remains unchanged, the shorter the lifting time, the more effort is saved. Soon, the rich golden mist that poured down after the God-given soul ring was broken turned into circles of fine golden threads, as if it was weaving, constantly shuttling around Mu Yang's body. Along with the shuttling of these golden threads, Mu Yang's face began to show subtle fluctuations, and the soul power in his body that had been tempered and sublimated by the yin-yang complementary dual soul core was released without reservation. After a while, the golden threads that kept shuttling around Mu Yang began to gather together and turned into 9 golden rings. These golden rings began to expand continuously, and then quickly contracted, hitting Mu Yang's body again and again, over and over again. Under the impact of the 9 golden rings, Mu Yang's skin gradually oozed red blood, and as the number of collisions continued to increase, the injuries on his body began to become more and more serious. However, whenever the injuries accumulated to a certain extent, Mu Yang's right leg would emit a blue-gold light full of life. As this blue-gold light flowed through his body, under this majestic vitality, all the accumulated injuries on Mu Yang's body immediately disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the blood that oozed from the surface of his body, the previous injuries seemed to be just illusions. Time passed slowly, and another half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Gradually, Mu Yang felt that the huge pressure brought by the God-given soul ring had reached his limit. Without hesitation, Mu Yang no longer thought about higher years and directly decided. The next moment, the 9 golden halos surrounding his body merged into one, and turned into a huge blood-colored halo emitting a light golden halo, which appeared around Mu Yang. Then, as if the age of the God-given soul ring condensed by Mu Yang was too high, and the energy contained in it was insufficient, the huge blood-colored halo emitting a light golden halo produced a huge suction force. Under the effect of this huge suction force, the vitality filled in the surrounding heaven and earth quickly gathered, forming a huge cloud of vitality above Mu Yang's head, and then all of it was funnel-shaped and sank into the blood-colored halo. I just don't know how old this God-given ninth soul ring is. While waiting for the gathering of heaven and earth vitality to charge the God-given soul ring, Mu Yang thought to himself. End of this chapter. 360 Chapter 359 7 Golden Lines. 360. Another hour passed, and after swallowing a large amount of heaven and earth energy, the huge blood-colored halo emitting a light golden halo finally absorbed enough energy and shrunk into a bright red soul ring. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, the ninth God-given soul ring of the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng that came into Mu Yang's eyes actually had 7 golden lines. One golden line represents 100,000 years of age, and 7 golden lines represent that this God-given soul ring is at least 700,000 years old. 7 golden lines? Tisk, the age of this soul ring alone is 3 times that of my 9 soul rings combined. Seeing that the 9th God-given soul ring condensed by Mu Yang actually had 7 golden lines, Feng Zhen, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but smacked his lips. His spirit ring configuration was not excessive. The 9th spirit ring was 90,000 years old, the 8th spirit ring was 70,000 years old, the 7th spirit ring was 40,000 years old, the 6th spirit ring was 20,000 years old, and the 5th spirit ring was 10,000 years old. The total age of the 9 spirit rings was only about 240,000 years. Compared with Mu Yang's 9th spirit ring, which was at least 700,000 years old, there was no comparison at all. This kid has so many evil things. Let alone this 700,000 year spirit ring, even if he gets a spirit ring with a higher age tomorrow, I won't be surprised. Huo Lai, who was next to Feng Zhen, said with a smile. It's not that Huo Lai was emotionally stable, but that he was used to it. What's more, shortly after Mu Yang awakened his martial spirit, didn't he know that Mu Yang, who had won the favor of the great existence, was destined to be extraordinary in the future? Mu Ziyu also smiled. The Spirit Hall has been making big moves recently. Now that Xiao Yang has advanced to the titled Douluo, it seems that the academy can rest easy. Before Mu Yang advanced to the titled Douluo, the strength of the Ice Flame Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow could enter the Peerless Realm. Now that they have achieved the titled Douluo, and their levels must not be the initial 9 rings, once they activate the Spirit Fusion technique, their strength will definitely exceed their imagination. By then, even if there are many strong men in the Spirit Hall, and there is also the Sky Invincible Qian Daoliu sitting in charge, the Elemental Holy Academy will definitely not be afraid. Shui Yunyu smiled and reminded, don't forget that Xiao Yang still has the inheritance of the god. Yes, 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 we can still witness the birth of the legendary god in the future. On the other side, just as Mu Yang added the god-given soul ring to advance to the 9-ring titled Douluo, a cold figure in a white dress came to the main city of the northern province, Zhenbei City. Walking into the city, Shuedi ignored the slightly crowded people on the street flow. After sending out spiritual power to explore, he went straight to the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. For no other reason, in Shuedi's spiritual perception, the only 8-ring level soul master in the entire Zhenbei city was in the city lord's mansion at this time. The thief who kidnapped Bing Di was extremely powerful. I think he is not an unknown person in the soul master world. If you ask the soul Douluo in the city lord's mansion, you will probably be able to get some information. Outside the gate of the city lord's mansion, there stood a team of more than 10 guards wearing silver-grey armor, with white feathers on the top of their helmets, and holding bright silver spears. The city lord's mansion is an important place, please stop. Seeing a cold woman in a white dress walking straight towards the city lord's mansion, the captain of the guard team stepped forward to stop her. To guard the door for the city lord, you must have a keen eye. You must know who you can afford to offend and who you can control, who you can't afford to offend and must not offend. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely be no strangers allowed to approach, violators will be killed. But as a second-ring Great Soul Master, the guard captain sensed a dangerous aura from Shuedi. In addition, Shuedi had a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament. She was either a strong man or a strong canary. He would never dare to offend her. He glanced coldly at the guard captain who came forward to stop him, and a terrifying soul power aura bloomed from Shuedi. Instantly, under the shock of this terrifying soul power aura, the guard captain closest to Shuedi took several steps back and then fell flat on his face. Come out! With a slight movement between his lips, Shuedi's cold voice was transmitted to the city lord's mansion, and into the ears of a middle-aged man who had just been shocked by the sudden rise of a powerful aura. Not long after, the middle-aged man hurried to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Wu Huan. May I ask what Your Majesty's title is? The Lord of Zhenbei City and Governor of Baidi Province, Duke of Zhenbei Wu Huan bowed to Shuedi and then asked respectfully. It is true that Wu Huan is a rich man, but he is not a useless person who just eats and waits for death. He has already become an 8-ring soul Douluo when he is just over 50 years old. He is a master in the whole continent. But in front of Shuedi, he dare not be negligent or disrespectful. Because in Wu Huan's perception, the cold white dress woman in front of him gave him a stronger feeling than the sword Douluo Chen Xin he had seen in the past. I ask, you answer. Snow Di said indifferently. Yes, yes, Your Majesty, please ask. Hearing Shuedi's tone, Wu Huan knew that this lady was a difficult one to serve, and hurriedly responded. The next second, Shuedi waved her white hand, and soul power surged out, outlining 2 illusory 3-dimensional images in front of her. One is an ice phoenix burning with ice blue flames, and the other is a human figure with flying hair and phoenix-patterned armor. Although the details are not handled well, some are blurry and a little brief. After all, Shuedi has only seen them once, but there is a 70% similarity. Using soul power to outline the 2 martial soul fusion forms of Mu Yang and Shui Binger, Shuedi asked in a deep voice, this is the appearance of the 2 martial soul fusion skills of 2 soul masters, a man and a woman. Tell me who they are. May I ask Your Majesty, how strong are these 2 people? Wu Huan had no impression of the first ice phoenix, but although Wu Huan had not seen the second ice phoenix flame shadow with his own eyes, he had heard of similar martial soul fusion skills, but he did not dare to confirm it directly. If it were someone else, he might not be able to associate it with Mu Yang and Shui Binger, but Wu Huan was different. He was the governor of the northern province, and he was not too familiar with Mu Yang, the face of the Elemental Holy Academy in the territory. Of course, the familiarity here does not mean how good the friendship between the 2 sides is, but Wu Huan, one of the old nobles of the Tiandu Empire, has collected a lot of information about Mu Yang, a potential enemy of the empire. Shuedi said, I don't know what the soul power level of these 2 is, but their martial soul fusion skills are at least at the level of high-level titled Douluo. At least at the level of high-level titled Douluo? Yes, it's confirmed. Except for Mu Yang and Shui Binger, there is absolutely no other soul master in the mainland soul master world whose martial soul fusion skills look like this and have such strength. Immediately, Wu Huan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, if nothing unexpected happens, the man and woman you are looking for are Mu Yang and Shui Binger from the Element Academy. End of this chapter. 361 Chapter 360 The Unkind Visitor. 361. At this moment, Wu Huan felt a little gloating. The woman in white dress in front of him looked very powerful and most of them did not have good intentions. If she could cause trouble for the Element Academy, it would be great. After all, 1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. If possible, Wu Huan, as the local emperor of the northern province, would like to see the Element Academy fall hard. Element Academy? How is its power compared to the Spirit Hall? Tell me in detail. Although Shuedi was confident in her own strength, she was not blindly arrogant. She knew that there were always people and heavens beyond people. It was very necessary to find out the approximate strength of the Element Academy. The reason why she knew about the Spirit Hall was because the Spirit Hall had a long history and had always been the dominant force in the human spirit master world. Especially, the founder of the Spirit Hall was the angel god who ascended to the throne 20,000 years ago. The vast and sacred pressure that came from the human world at that time made her still remember it vividly. Your Majesty, the Holy Academy of Elements. Without hesitation, Wu Huan told all the information he knew about the Holy Academy of Elements. This lady clearly wanted to find fault, so he naturally told her everything he knew. As for the fact that His Majesty failed to find fault, and the Elemental Holy Academy found out that the news was leaked from his mouth? It doesn't matter, anyway, he is not the one who died, and as one of the most powerful nobles in the Heaven Do Empire, as long as the Elemental Holy Academy does not make it clear that it wants to go against the Heaven Do Empire, he will not have to worry about his life. A figure in a white skirt passed through the air and went towards the Elemental Holy Academy at a high speed. Titled Douluo. Thinking about the information of the Elemental Holy Academy, the Snow Emperor thought to herself. Although she has not yet fought with Mu Yang and the others' martial soul fusion skills, she knows that their strength is definitely not weak, and is not much worse than her own. If Mu Yang and the others have 4 powerful titled Douluo to help them, she may not be a match for them. Fortunately, from Wuhuan, she learned that it had not been long since the 4 Huili of the Elemental Holy Academy became titled Douluo, and some of them even became titled Douluo in recent years. In addition, none of them had a 100,000 year spirit ring, and their spirit power level must be below the 95th level titled Douluo. Snow Empress did not take such an opponent seriously. Quantitative change can indeed lead to qualitative change, but if the quality of the factors that lead to quantitative change is too low, even if qualitative change occurs, it is often not good enough. Under her extreme ice and snow, a low-level titled Douluo can only be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. What's more, the strength of Mu Yang and the others lies in their martial soul fusion skills, and martial soul fusion skills consume a lot of spirit power, so they cannot fight a protracted battle of equal strength. She is determined to avenge the Ice Empress. 2 hours later, according to the direction Wuhuan told her, Snow Empress flew to the territory of Linbing City. The Elemental Holy Academy was dozens of miles north of Linbing City. However, as soon as she entered the territory of Linbing City, Xue Di, who flew from the west, noticed the powerful soul power fluctuations coming from the northeast nearly 100 miles away. Over there, is it the Elemental Holy Academy? Such a powerful energy fluctuation, could it be that someone is adding a soul ring of super high H? Realizing that this was not a soul power fluctuation caused by the battle between strong men, Xue Di was stunned, and then her eyes were full of murderous intent, and she flew towards the northeast at a faster speed. The super high age soul ring made Xue Di think of her good friend Bing Di at the first time, and then she thought that the culprit Mu Yang was probably adding and refining Bing Di's soul ring. Can this be tolerated? This cannot be tolerated. At this moment, Xue Di's murderous intent reached its peak, and she vowed to cut Mu Yang, who killed Bing Di, into pieces. In fact, Xue Di was wrong. Mu Yang was indeed adding soul rings at this moment, but the soul rings added were not Bing Di's soul rings, but God-given soul rings, and Bing Di had died yesterday. It's just that because Mu Yang was far away from the Snow Emperor and controlled the Ice Emperor to sacrifice, even though the noise was very loud when the Ice Emperor sacrificed, the Snow Emperor, who was far away, still failed to notice it. On the top of the mountain, Huo Lai and others were chatting while waiting for Mu Yang to become the first food type titled Douluo in the history of the mainland Soul Master world. Suddenly, Huo Lai frowned and looked at the sky in the southwest. What's wrong? Mu Ziu beside him asked after noticing Huo Lai's abnormality. A strong man is coming. Huo Lai said in a deep voice. After thinking for a moment, Huo Lai turned his head and looked at everyone. The person who came has a strange aura and is very powerful, most of them are above me. Xiao Yang is at a critical moment now. In order to avoid accidents, Ziu, Yanyu, Feng Zhen, you go with me. 4 members of the Education Committee, Xiao Wu, Wushuan, Xiao Tian, Yu and Bing stay here to guard Xiao Yang. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The next moment, bright golden light shone from the 12 people except Shui Yu, and everyone manifested the spirit gold battle armor, even Shui Yu, who was not at the 7th ring, wore the spirit forging level Narcissus battle armor. Then, Huo Lai and the other 4 greeted the uninvited guest coming from the southwest, and the remaining 9 guarded beside Mu Yang, concentrating on alert. More than 20 miles away from the top of the mountain where Mu Yang was, a cold and murderous figure in a white dress appeared in the sight of Huo Lai and the other 4 standing in the air. Who are you? After taking a look at the flying Snow Emperor, Huo Lai asked first. Are you from the Elemental Holy Academy? Seeing Huo Lai and the other 4 blocking the way, Snow Emperor also frowned. This is different from the information Wu Huan said before. If the 4 people in front of them are the 4 titled Douluo of the Elemental Holy Academy mentioned by Wu Huan, then it can be said that it is not too long to advance to the 9th ring. In her perception, the titled Douluo who spoke was at least level 97, or even stronger, and none of the remaining 3 had auras below level 95. The only accurate information was the attributes of the 4 people: 1 fire and earth dual system, 1 fire system, 1 ice system, and 1 wind system. Yes, I am the Dean of the Elemental Holy Academy, title, Tyrannosaurus. Huo Lai nodded, and then Mu Ziu and the other 2 also reported their titles. Get out of the way, otherwise, die. Snow Empress said coldly with narrowed eyes. If it were 4 titled Douluos of other attributes with high levels, Snow Empress would still have to worry about whether she would be outnumbered, but she was not afraid of fire and ice systems. The transformation of the extreme ice attribute, ultimate ice and snow, she can restrain all non-ultimate ice spirit masters and spirit beasts, and the ice-type title Douluo among the four is half disabled. And ice and fire restrain each other, and her strength is above the opponent's fire-type title Douluo, which is also disabled. In addition, the opponent's strongest Huo Lai has the attributes of fire and earth, so she can suppress the opponent to a certain extent. That is to say, during the battle, the strongest of the four opponents was suppressed to a certain extent, the two in the middle were half disabled, and the only one with intact strength was the wind-type title Douluo with the weakest breath. This wave seems to be 1 against 4, and the level of the opponents is not low, but in fact she is a sure win. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of my elemental holy academy? Huo Lai's face is not very good. To be honest, Huo Lai can't figure out when his own elemental holy academy provoked such a powerful enemy. And most importantly, he has no impression of such a strong man. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is making trouble again, sending out hidden strong men to test the strength of the academy? End of this chapter. 362 Chapter 361 Emperor Palm, Emperor Sword, Emperor Hantian, Part 1. 362. Go to hell. The Snow Queen had no intention of talking nonsense with Huo Lai and the other four. As the terrifying cold air filled the air, accompanied by the falling of fine snowflakes, she raised her hand and struck Huo Lai and the other four with an icy palm. The Snow Queen knew that although her extreme ice and snow power suppressed ice spirit masters and restrained fire spirit masters who were weaker than her, the opponents were not weaklings and could not have an absolute suppression and restraint effect. For example, the strong attack spirit skills of the 8th and 9th years were still a certain threat to her. What's more, the Snow Queen also sensed that the four titled Douluo in front of her were not all the high-end combat power of the Elemental Holy Academy. In the distance, beside Mu Yang, who was adding the 9th soul ring to advance, there were several soul masters wearing bright golden armor. Although they had not yet released their martial souls and soul rings, from the aura of soul power emanating from them, they were all titled Douluo who had just entered the 9th ring. There is a saying that goes, ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers. Even though her own extreme ice and snow could restrain most of the other masters, Xuedi did not dare to be careless. Obviously, Xuedi regarded the four teaching committee members with all-round enhancement brought by the Spirit Gold battle armor as titled Douluo of the 9th ring. But it was not wrong to think so. Except for not having the 9th soul ring and the 9th soul skill, the four teaching committee members wearing the Spirit Gold battle armor were not inferior to ordinary titled Douluo who had just entered the 9th ring. In addition, and most importantly, Xuedi understood that she could not delay any longer and had to get rid of Mu Yang or Shui Bing'er as soon as possible. It was not that Xuedi had not seen the martial soul fusion skills of Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er in one or two forms. Before this, the power of the two people's martial soul fusion skills should not be underestimated. Although Xuedi boasted that she could win, she didn't win too much. If Mu Yang successfully advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo, then his martial soul fusion skills would surge again, and he might fall down. Be careful. Lava Tyrannosaurus, possess. 7th soul skill, Lava Tyrannosaurus real body. The moment Xuedi made a move, Huo Lai, who had been prepared, shouted loudly, and the wings of the battle armor behind him vibrated, and his body quickly moved more than 10 meters sideways, and then the martial soul possessed the body, the 7th soul ring flashed, and the martial soul real body was directly activated. At the same time, Mu Ziu and the other two who avoided Xuedi's palm were not slow, and also activated the martial soul real body. 7th soul skill, the true body of the Hokage. 7th soul skill, the true body of the ice bird. 7th soul skill, the true body of the hurricane pterosaur. The aura of the unknown white-dressed woman in front of them was very strong, even Huo Lai was inferior to her. Facing such a strong enemy, the three dared not be careless at all. Humph! Seeing this, Xuedi snorted coldly, and the extreme ice and snow power was activated, and the terrifying ice and snow aura spread out. The ice and snow aura spread, and Feng Zhen was not affected much, but just felt a biting cold. But Huo Lai and the other two were different. The first to bear the brunt was Shui Yanyu of the ice system. At the moment when Xuedi's extreme ice and snow power spread, Shui Yanyu, who was in the state of the true body of the ice bird, suddenly withered by more than 60%. And Mu Ziu of the fire system, the aura also withered by 40% to 50% under the attribute restraint of the extreme ice and snow power. Even Huo Lai, who was a dual element of fire and earth, had his momentum greatly reduced by 30% because his Lava Tyrannosaurus martial soul also had fire attributes. Attribute restraint. Huo Lai could not help but say in shock when he realized that his strength was severely suppressed by the biting cold. In fact, Huo Lai did not know that thanks to his wearing of the spirit gold battle armor, the gap between him and the Snow Emperor was narrowed. In addition, it was still a sunny day today and it did not snow, otherwise the restraint effect would be even stronger. If he was placed in the icy and snowy environment of the far north, it would be unknown whether he could exert 30% or 40% of his strength under the restriction of the Snow Emperor's extreme ice and snow. Emperor Hantian Snow Dance shining in the sun. Emperor Palm Great Cold without snow. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, and a circle of ice blue light surged out, covering the ice and snow field with a radius of hundreds of meters. After the power of the field, the Snow Emperor also activated his own hidden skills. The mighty power of ice and snow surged, and with the Snow Emperor's palm strike, a giant ice crystal palm like the Tathagata palm went towards Muziu, who was under the restraint of the attribute and had a weak breath. The speed of the giant ice crystal palm was extremely fast. Just as Muziu came back to her senses from the shock, she saw the giant ice crystal palm rapidly enlarged in her sight. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and a terrifying cold air burst out. After a series of subtle crackling sounds, the huge Hokage's real body in mid-air, which had no time to dodge, was shattered under the bombardment of the ice crystal giant palm. Then a figure spitting blood fell downwards in the red soul fragments. The Emperor's palm of the three absolutes of the Snow Emperor, Great Cold without snow, directly blew up Muziu's Hokage's real body with one palm. If it were another fierce beast of more than 600,000 years old, it would not be so easy to blow up Muziu's martial soul real body with the spirit gold battle armor. At least Muziu in the martial soul real body state could not withstand even one move. After all, with the increase of the spirit gold battle armor, Muziu, who is a titled Douluo at the level of 93 in soul power, is still stronger than an ordinary titled Douluo at the level of 95, and is not much worse than a titled Douluo at the level of 96. But the Snow Emperor is different. Ice and fire restrain each other. Whoever is stronger can restrain the other. Under the restraint of her extreme ice and snow, Muziu's strength was severely weakened. In addition, the Great Cold and Snowless is one of the Snow Emperor's tricks, so the real body of the Hokage was blown up by a palm. Fortunately, Muziu wore the Spirit Gold battle armor, and the Soul Forging level 3 character battle armor itself has a strong defensive power. Otherwise, Muziu would not only be forced to blow up the real body of the martial soul, but also suffer from the backlash of the martial soul. It is very likely that she would be taken away directly by a palm. However, even so, Muziu was not feeling well at this time. The real body of the martial soul was broken, and under the backlash of the martial soul, there was no need to think about recovering strength without 10 days and half a month of cultivation. Quick, take the silver jade immortal ginseng. Seeing that Muziu's martial soul real body was blown up by the opponent, Huo Lai was shocked and angry. He hurriedly took out the silver jade immortal ginseng from the storage soul guide and took it, and then sent a voice message to Shui Yunyu and Feng Zhen to remind them. As a life-saving item that can be preserved forever, Mu Yang naturally would not forget to make the silver jade immortal ginseng in his spare time, and he would not forget to let Huo Lai and others store a few in the storage soul guide. Secret technique, Earth Dragon. After taking a silver jade immortal ginseng, his life was temporarily guaranteed, and Huo Lai immediately activated the secret technique. The opponent's ice and snow power is extremely powerful, suppressing the ice power and restraining the fire power. Fortunately, he himself is a titled Douluo of both fire and earth. The fire power is restrained, but the earth power is not restrained. End of this chapter. 363 Chapter 362 Emperor Palm, Emperor Sword, Emperor Hantian, Part 2. 363 Aang. A surge of earth-type soul power surged, and a dragon roared. A yellowish earth dragon flew up from behind Huo Lai, rushed down, stretched out its claws to pick up the seriously injured Muziu, and then swung its tail and flew towards Mu Yang. Huo Lai didn't dare to bet that the other party wouldn't finish off Muziu, who was seriously injured. To be safe, it was better to let the earth dragon take Muziu away from the battlefield. Although Huo Lai was more accustomed to using fire-type secret arts in the past, he could use it normally if the attribute was changed to earth. Moreover, the Lava Tyrannosaurus was a dual-type martial soul of fire and earth, and there was no distinction between primary and secondary. Apart from the proficiency of using secret arts of different attributes, the specific power of earth-type secret arts was not inferior to that of fire-type secret arts, and it was better at defense. In other words, the martial soul true body can greatly improve strength. Otherwise, if Huolai directly dispersed the martial soul true body and put away the lava Tyrannosaurus martial soul, and only used the earth-based secret technique, the extremely strong ice and snow power of the Snow Emperor would not be able to weaken him. Ang! Ang! The next moment, 2 more dragon roars sounded, and it was Shui Yunyu and Feng Zhen who also activated the Extreme Ice Dragon and the Cold Wind Dragon secret technique. However, although Shui Yunyu's strength is stronger than Feng Zhen, due to the suppression of the extreme ice and snow of the Snow Emperor, the power of the Extreme Ice Dragon is much worse than that of the Cold Wind Dragon. Emperor Sword Ice Extreme Unparalleled. After smashing Muziu's Hokage true body with a palm, the Snow Emperor did not chase Muziu, who was rescued by the Earth Dragon. The extreme ice and snow power was activated, and a huge ice crystal sword emitting terrifying cold air condensed in front of him, and then shot out at Shui Yunyu at a high speed. 6th Soul Skill, Extreme Ice Wings. 8th Soul Skill, Tornado Storm. 8th Soul Skill, Breath of Lava. The 10-foot-long ice blue feathers, the terrifying wind blade tornado, the hot lava breath, the cold current breath of the extreme ice dragon and the dense wind blades spewed by the stern wind dragon, fell on the terrifying ice crystal giant sword that was shot towards Shui Yunyu one after another. But the dense big moves that fell on the ice crystal giant sword seemed to be just fancy acrobatics, and the ice crystal giant sword was only weakened a little. Seeing that the unstoppable ice crystal giant sword with the effect of mental locking was about to come, Shui Yunyu, who had no way to avoid it, decisively cancelled the martial soul true body, and the huge ice bird in the air dissipated and turned into a human figure again. Shui Yunyu knew that her martial soul true body could not block this sword. If the spirit body is broken, it will definitely be attacked by the spirit, and the attack is a soul level injury, and the silver jade immortal ginseng is ineffective against soul level injuries. But it is different after the spirit body is cancelled. Even if she is killed instantly by the ice crystal giant sword, the damage she suffers is also a physical injury. For physical injuries, as long as the effect duration does not exceed half an hour of the silver jade immortal ginseng, the purple jade Xianhuang ginseng lasts, and the effect duration is doubled, and there is still soul power in the body, and the attack intensity that the body withstands is also below the god level, then she is an unkillable existence. Puff! As soon as the ice bird's true body was cancelled, the ice crystal giant sword attacked and hit Shui Yunyu's chest directly. The terrifying cold air burst out, and Shui Yunyu was the moment you turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture, it was shattered into large and small ice sculpture fragments. The next moment, the scattered ice sculpture fragments gave off a silver glow, and the silver glow flowed, and Shui Yunyu's body reunited and recovered. Except that some of her soul power was consumed, Shui Yunyu's body was exactly the same as before, as if the terrifying ice crystal giant sword had never appeared. What? Seeing that Shui Yunyu, who had turned into ice sculpture fragments a second ago, was resurrected, Shui Di was shocked. Is this an immortal body? I don't believe you can't kill it. Emperor Palm, great cold without snow. After being shocked, Shui Di's eyes flashed fiercely, and another huge ice crystal palm was slapped out. At this moment, the advantages of soul beasts over human soul masters were fully demonstrated. In addition to the fact that most soul beasts are much stronger than soul masters of the same corresponding level, the interval between the use of big moves is also one of the great advantages of soul beasts. Like human soul masters, except for a few rare cases, they are restricted by the rigidity of soul rings and it is difficult to frequently use high-tier soul skills in a short period of time. Generally speaking, human soul masters want to frequently launch big moves unless this big move is a self-created unique skill with a high degree of flexibility. But soul beasts are different. The skills of soul beasts are similar to the self-created unique skills of soul masters. The restrictions are much lower than those of soul masters. As long as they understand deeply enough, it is not a problem to activate them several times in a short period of time. The terrifying ice crystal giant palm roared and Shui Yunyu became an ice sculpture again. However, when the familiar silver light appeared again, the ice sculpture fragments reunited, and Shui Yunyu was resurrected with full blood again. Damn it! Seeing that Shui Yunyu, who should have died, reunited her body again, Shui Di cursed secretly and avoided the attack. The extreme power of ice and snow was activated, activating the Emperor Sword Ice Extreme Wushuan, and another ice crystal giant sword condensed. However, this time, Shui Di turned his spearhead and no longer attacked Shui Yunyu, who possessed the immortal body, but controlled the condensed ice crystal giant sword to shoot out towards Feng Zhen. The same operation was repeated. When the ice crystal giant sword attacked, Feng Zhen decisively cancelled his martial soul body. With the martial soul body, his strength can certainly be improved a lot, but it is not strong enough to compete with the enemy. Instead of being severely injured by the opponent's martial soul body with 1 or 2 moves, it is better to rely on the immortal body effect brought by the silver jade immortal ginseng to withstand a few more big moves of the opponent. Bang! The ice crystal giant sword attacked, and Feng Zhen was chopped into ice crystal fragments. But in a flash, the silver light appeared, and Feng Zhen recovered as before, and he was a hero again. It can be said that this tactic is very rogue. However, the Snow Queen really had no way to deal with this rogue tactic. The Ice Snow Girl could be a control-type soul beast or a strong attack-type soul master, but she was not a spiritual soul beast. At least the Snow Queen did not master effective spiritual attack methods. Of course, the soul core is also a very important factor for this tactic to work. Energy is conserved. It takes soul power to reassemble the body, and the higher the degree of body fragmentation, the more soul power is needed to reassemble the body. Being crushed into pieces like Feng Zhen, he could not revive many times relying on the soul power in his body. But it is different with the soul core. The soul core can automatically absorb the external heaven and earth vitality and convert it into soul power to supply the soul master with rapid recovery, which largely makes up for the defect of the immortal body. For a while, Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen fell into a cycle of being killed instantly and then resurrected. However, the rogue tactics of the two people who didn't care about their lives, coupled with Huo Lai who switched to the Earth-type secret technique, were barely able to contain the Snow Queen. In order to break this deadlock, it depends on whether Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen, who have reunited their bodies again and again, have exhausted their soul power first and have no time to recover their soul cores, or whether it is Shui De who is unable to continue the high-frequency explosion first. End of this chapter. 364 Chapter 363 Reversal of the Battle, Part 1. 364. On the other side, just as Shui De used the Emperor Palm Great Cold without snow to blow up Mu Ziu's Hokage body, Mu Yang, who was adding the God-given soul ring to advance more than 20 miles away, guessed who this uninvited guest was. Mu Yang knew the strength of his aunt. Looking at the entire continent, there are definitely only a handful of strong people who can blow up her Hokage body with one move. In addition, the opponent's attribute is ice, and he has just done a big deal in the far north. If you say that this is not Shui De coming to seek revenge, Mu Yang will not believe it even if he is beaten to death. Why come at this time instead of earlier or later? You really know how to choose the time. Mu Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart. The Snow Emperor is more than 600,000 years old, with super strength, and also mastered the ultimate ice and snow. In the extreme north, Mu Yang didn't think he could beat the Snow Emperor. It was not enough to activate the martial soul fusion technique. At most, he could only save his life. However, in the outside world, especially with the help of a large number of masters in the academy, Mu Yang was not afraid at all, but this premise was that he could take action. If he hadn't added soul rings at this time, with the strength of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, combined with the masters in the academy, it would definitely be enough to repel the Snow Emperor. If he had already advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo, then with the expected strength of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow entering the threshold of the god level, let alone repelling the Snow Emperor, even capturing him alive would not be a problem. It's just that the Snow Emperor came too coincidentally. He was adding soul rings to advance at this time, and he couldn't fight, because of the inconvenience of movement. It also became a weakness that the masters of his own side had to save when attacked. Thinking for a moment, Mu Yang was distracted. While refining the energy of the god-given soul ring with all his strength, he took off the soul guide storage bracelet on his wrist, erased the soul power mark, and threw it to Shui Binger not far away, and said in a voice transmission, "Binger, the enemy who came is a powerful enemy who has mastered the ultimate ice and snow. He can suppress ice soul masters and restrain fire soul masters who are weaker than her. There are still a lot of soul power food in my bracelet. You ask Feng Yat, the education committee, to send it to the dean and others. The silver jade immortal ginseng can be preserved forever. Mu Yang has made a lot of it in the past. Huo Lai and others have 2 or 3 reserves in their storage soul guides as a life-saving trump card. But Huo Lai and others have no reserves of other soul power food in their storage soul guides. After all, other soul masters cannot fully exert the effect of the purple jade black yellow ginseng. After taking it, it can only double the effect of the next soul skill. In addition, he also needs to use the purple jade black yellow ginseng to make soul power food with doubled effect, so he did not give it to others. Other soul power foods are limited by the age of soul skills and cannot be preserved permanently. For soul power foods that cannot be preserved permanently, unless he clearly knows that he will face a strong enemy next, Mu Yang will not arrange them for Huo Lai and others in advance, so as not to waste his efforts. Even his own storage soul guide has no stock, and he will make them temporarily when he needs them. Fortunately, this time is different from the past. Before going to the extreme north to hunt souls, Mu Yang knew what kind of strong enemy he would face before leaving. He stored a lot of soul power foods made by soul skills below the 7th ring in the storage soul guide, and even the yellow jade detoxification ginseng with a relatively narrow range of action. Well, the yellow jade detoxification ginseng is used to deal with the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's true form is the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Since it is a scorpion, it is more or less poisonous. If you are stung by the Ice Emperor's scorpion tail, it must be very sour. Anyway, the production of the topaz anti-poison ginseng is not expensive, so it is better to be prepared. Of course, the most important thing is that because of the reward from the God test, the age of his soul rings is at least 10,000 years. Even the red jade soul restoring ginseng, which had the shortest shelf life and only 3 days, has been extended to less than 10 days after the soul ring age has been upgraded to 10,000 years. Now these soul power foods are still within the effective shelf life. It's just that the previous soul hunting plan went too smoothly, and these soul power ginsengs made in advance were not put to use. With the immortality brought by the silver jade immortal ginseng, as well as the blessing of various soul power ginsengs, plus the help of Feng Ye, the former vice president of the Divine Wind Academy and now one of the 4 major teaching committees of the Elemental Holy Academy, it is absolutely no problem for Huo Lai and the other 2 to contain the Snow Emperor. As long as Huo Lai and others can firmly restrain Xue Di, when he refines the soul ring energy and advances to the 9 ring titled Douluo, Xue Di will not be able to make any waves at all. After receiving the voice transmission, Shui Binger immediately took the soul guide storage bracelet thrown by Mu Yang, distributed a portion of the various soul power foods in it to everyone present, and handed the rest to Feng Ye, the education committee, so that Feng Ye, who was not suppressed and restrained by the extreme ice and snow, could go to support. At first, Xue Di did not care about Feng Ye who came to support. Although this person only had 8 soul rings, the soul power aura he exuded was enough to look very strange to a master who had just entered the 9 rings, but Xue Di did not take it seriously. It was just that he had just entered the 9 rings, which could not pose much threat to her. But when Feng Ye distributed various soul power foods to Huo Lai and the other 2, Xue Di felt a headache. It was really a headache, because Xue Di found that after Huo Lai and the other 2 took various soul power ginsengs, their strength increased dramatically, and the damage caused by her attacks on the 3 people was greatly reduced. Even when an attack fell on the 3 people, she had to face a very powerful mental shock. After eating the green jade thorn ginseng, it can condense the light of thorns and rebound 40% of the physical and energy attacks it received to the opponent in the form of mental shock. Blessed by the effect of the purple jade black yellow ginseng, the anti-injury ratio of the green jade thorn ginseng increased from 40% to 80%. Although the anti-injury was only pure mental shock, and the intensity was only 80% of the attack received, it was enough to make Xue Di extremely afraid. Fortunately, when Xue Di didn't know that there was an attack rebound at the beginning, she didn't use the Emperor Palm or the Emperor Sword. Otherwise, when she killed the opponent again, the mental shock with an intensity equivalent to 80% of the power of the Emperor Palm de Han Wuxiu or the Emperor Sword Bingji Wushuan was enough to cause her direct mental damage. With Feng Ye joining, or more precisely, Huo Lai and the other 2 having the blessing of various soul power ginsengs, the battle situation immediately reversed. The opponents were originally just indestructible human sandbags, but in a blink of an eye, they all became big hedgehogs that were difficult to deal with, and the restrained Xue Di felt difficult. It should be said that in Douluo continent, whether a soul master has powerful teammates to assist or not has a huge impact on the soul master's own strength. For example, Mu Yang, not to mention more, just a blue jade ascending dragon ginseng that can increase all attributes by 80% is enough to make soul masters below level 90 invincible at the same level, and make titled Douluo above level 90 challenge across levels. End of this chapter. 365 Chapter 364 Reversal of the Battle Situation, Part 2. 365. It is not that Xue Di has not thought about taking advantage of the situation, bypassing the 4 opponents in front of her, and going to kill Mu Yang who is refining soul rings to advance. But Huo Li and his 4 men relied on their immortality, and fought desperately, 1 close and 3 far away, not giving her the chance at all, and pinned her down tightly. Into the battlefield. Unable to go and kill Mu Yang, and Huo Li and the other 4 became hedgehogs, Xue Di was extremely frustrated. More importantly, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her to continue the stalemate. Once the battle dragged on until Mu Yang refined his soul ring and advanced to the 9 ring titled Douluo, facing Mu Yang's martial soul fusion skills that were even more powerful, she might not even have a chance to escape. In theory, it would be difficult for Xue Di to be firmly restrained by Huo Li and the other 4. After all, as the ice and snow girl who controls the ultimate ice and snow, Xue Di is not without control ability. On the contrary, Xue Di is good at attacking and also has strong control ability. If she freezes Huo Li and the other 4 with the ultimate ice and snow, wouldn't she be able to pass them and go to kill Mu Yang? It's easier said than done. Huo Li and the other 4 used their tactics very well. Although the 4 of them joined forces to restrain her, only 1 person came forward at the same time, and the remaining 3 restrained her from a distance. Every time she froze the person who came forward to fight in close combat, the remaining 3 would come forward one by one to contain her and attack the frozen teammates. If there was no silver jade undying ginseng, this tactic would definitely not work. After all, teammates are not consumables. Attacking frozen teammates is tantamount to stabbing in the back. But with silver jade undying ginseng, this tactic is feasible. Blowing up frozen teammates is not stabbing in the back, but the price to pay for removing the frozen state of teammates is just the soul power consumed when reuniting the body. The soul power consumed by reuniting the body can be automatically restored through the soul core, or by taking the red jade soul restoring ginseng made by Mu Yang. In addition, the 4 people took turns to come forward and control their own soul power consumption, which made it impossible for even a strong Snow Emperor to do anything. Damn it! After avoiding another wave of attacks from the 4 people of Huo Li, the Snow Emperor cursed inwardly. After another half an hour, Xue Di, who had been unable to break the deadlock, had the idea of retreating. It was not that Xue Di did not intend to take revenge, but she knew that she could not go beyond the restraint of the 4 people in front of her and kill Mu Yang by herself. Perhaps, I have to find a few helpers. Xue Di could not help but think to herself. Having made a decision in her heart, a sharp cold current broke out around Xue Di, and after freezing Feng Zhen who was only attacking but not defending, she looked at Huo Li and the other 2 in the distance with hatred, and then flew away to the northwest. Who, finally retreated. Looking at the back of Xue Di leaving in the sky in the distance, Huo Li could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and did not chase after her. To be honest, this battle was the most stressful battle in Huo Li's life. If there was a mistake in the coordination, the 4 of them might not be killed because they still had the effect of the silver jade immortal ginseng. After all, the opponent's target was not the 4 of them. But Mu Yang, who was adding spirit rings to advance to the 9 ring titled Douluo, who had little resistance at this time, was definitely surprised. Although he was not sure, the opponent was most likely coming for Mu Yang, otherwise he would not have let them give way before the fight started. But what Huo Li was puzzled about was when did Mu Yang provoke such a strong enemy? And a strong man with such strength had never left a name in the Spirit Master world. He didn't even have any impression of the opponent, and he hit it very well. The suppression of the extreme attribute is really terrifying. Fortunately, I have Xiaoang's silver jade immortal ginseng, otherwise I would not be a match for the opponent. Shui Yunyu said with an ugly face. In this battle, except for Mu Ziu, whose martial soul body was blown up at the beginning and had already evacuated the battlefield, she was the most frustrated. Under the suppression of the extreme ice and snow, her ice-type titled Douluo was directly suppressed by most of her strength. And this is when the spirit gold battle armor has increased her strength. It can be predicted that if there is no increase in the spirit gold battle armor, and she only has the strength of the original 92 level title Douluo, the attribute suppression effect she suffers will be even greater. Old Huo, such a strong enemy must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise if he attacks again one day and Xiao Yang and Bing'er are not in the academy, we are not his opponents. At this time, Feng Zhen said with a serious expression. Alas, I don't know where the other party came from. Huo Li is naturally aware of the threat of the other party, but the other party's origin is unknown. The continent is so big, where should the academy find him? The other party should be coming for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang probably knows the other party's origin, right? Shui Yunyu said a little uncertainly. Soon, Huo Li and the other 4 returned to the mountain where Mu Yang was. Ziu, are you okay? Seeing that his wife, who had woken up at this time, looked particularly pale, Huo Lai's heart tightened, and he hurried forward to ask. It's okay, nothing serious, I'll be able to recover in a few days. Mu Ziu waved her hand. Martial soul backlash is a trauma at the soul level. Mu Yang's soul power ginseng is not effective. If you want to recover, if it's other soul masters, they can only recover through long-term rest, and during this period, don't do it if you can, so as not to aggravate the injury after the martial soul is injured again. However, Mu Ziu doesn't need to rely solely on rest to recover. Tei in refining spirit, a unique skill dedicated to spiritual power, also has the effect of recovering soul trauma, and it will be restored in a few nights. Hearing this, Huo Lai felt relieved. That's good. You should take good care of yourself these days. Binger, have you and Xiao Yang provoked any powerful enemies recently? At this time, Shui Yanyu asked Shui Binger. You mean, the previous powerful enemy came from Mu Yang? Shui Binger was stunned and asked. Shui Yanyu nodded, although I can't be 100% sure, it is mostly so. Such a strong opponent, and it is also ice attribute. And, if I am not mistaken, the opponent should be the king of fierce beasts from the extreme north. After pondering for a moment, Shui Binger remembered the unknown fierce beast strongman who descended on the battlefield with spiritual power after kidnapped the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in the extreme north. After all, apart from this fierce beast strongman who had never met, she really couldn't think of when Mu Yang had provoked such a powerful ice attribute strongman. Fierce beast strongman? As soon as the words fell, Feng Zhen beside him widened his eyes, and then suddenly realized, no wonder the other party is so powerful, but she has not released her martial spirit and spirit ring. It turns out that the other party is not a human spirit master at all. End of this chapter. 366 Chapter 365 Jinyu Retrospection. 366. Time passed slowly, the sun was setting, and Mu Yang, who was refining the 9th soul ring bestowed by God, suddenly felt a surge of aura. His soul power level broke through the limit, breaking through several levels, and officially advanced to the 9 ring titled Douluo. The first food type titled Douluo in the history of the mainland soul master world was born. Level 96. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Mu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the 9th soul ring with 7 golden lines blooming on his body, and was secretly happy. As soon as he became a titled Douluo, his soul power entered the 96th level, which was absolutely unprecedented in the mainland soul master world. As early as when he condensed the 5th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow, Mu Yang realized that his soul power accumulation had exceeded the 90th level by a lot, but because the two martial souls were both lacking the 9th soul ring, this part of the soul power accumulation was not revealed. On this basis, he first obtained the 6th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow, which was more than 300,000 years old, and the same the torso soul bone of 100,000 years has condensed a 700,000-year-old God-given 9th soul ring. It is not surprising that his soul power level can enter the 96th level titled Douluo after advancement. If he did not have the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores, and the soul power in his body was tempered by the dual soul cores, the quality was far superior to that of the same level soul masters, and it would require more soul power accumulation to upgrade the level, otherwise it would not be impossible for him to directly rush to the 97th level titled Douluo. After all, after he cultivated to the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo, the combined age of the two soul rings he added was more than 1,000,000 years, not to mention that he also refined a torso soul bone of more than 300,000 years. Other soul masters cannot obtain such a huge soul power accumulation when they advance to the 9th ring titled Douluo. Unless someone is stubborn and can obviously become a titled Douluo, but does not add the 9th soul ring to advance, but instead practices hard for decades under the level limit of 90. Xiao Yang, if I am not mistaken, your soul power level should not be lower than mine? At this time, Huo Lai's surprised voice reached Mu Yang's ears. Hehe, after all, it's a spirit ring of such a high age. Mu Yang stood up and said with a smile. Looking at the soul master world of the mainland, among the soul masters he knew, the only 5 who had a higher soul power level than him were Qiande Liu, Bibi Dong, Jin Yu, Qing Luan, and Xiang Shi, as well as the half-crippled Tang Chen, and the only ones at the same level as him were Qian Jun, Zhang Mo, Chen Xin, and Huo Lai. Perhaps there are still soul masters on the mainland that he doesn't know about. After all, the original book rarely has chapters about the Xing Luo Empire, but it is certain that even if there are soul masters whose soul power level is not lower than his, or even higher than his, the number must be very small. And among these known strong men, even if Mu Yang does not use the martial soul fusion technique, he is confident that he can beat everyone except the semi-god level Qian Daoliu, the uncertain Bibi Dong and the half-crippled Tang Chen, whose strength should not be underestimated. Afterwards, everyone came forward to congratulate. It is a happy event worth celebrating for a soul master to achieve a titled Douluo, not to mention that Mu Yang achieved the first food-type titled Douluo in the history of the mainland soul master world. Suddenly, Mu Yang found that everyone was happy, but only his aunt had 2 eyes. "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Mu Zio with red eyes, Mu Yang couldn't help asking. "No, Aunt is happy. Although I expected this day to come after you awakened your innate full soul power, I didn't expect you to grow so fast." Wipe away the tears from her eyes, Mu Zio patted Mu Yang's shoulder and said with a face full of satisfaction. Her nephew is a titled Douluo who is not yet 18 years old, and he is also a strong titled Douluo. As an elder, Mu Zio is proud of him. "And, not only me, but everyone is growing very fast." As he said, Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan and Feng Xiaotian. Although the strength and cultivation speed of the 5 people are not as good as his twin martial spirits, compared with other soul masters of the same generation, the growth rate is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "That's right, Mom, you just wait for the day when I surpass you." Huo Wu patted her chest and said proudly, then turned to look at Mu Yang, urging, "Brother, let your sister see the power of the 700,000 year food type soul skills. Okay, let you open your eyes." Although my 9th soul ring still has only 1 soul skill, but it can be described as against the sky. After a pause, Mu Yang continued, "The 9th soul skill, Golden Jade Backtracking Ginseng, after eating it, you will gain the ability to go back in time once, record the current state, and within 24 hours after eating it, you can go back in time by active use or passive triggering, and return your state to the time of recording. This sounds a bit confusing, please explain it in detail." Huo Wu couldn't help but be confused. Mu Yang smiled and explained, "For example, if you take the Golden Jade Backtracking Ginseng now, you will have the ability to go back in time once in the next 24 hours. During this period, if you are seriously injured by the enemy, you can actively use the ability to go back in time to instantly restore your state to the time when you took the Golden Jade Backtracking Ginseng. As for the passive trigger, this is also easy to understand. For example, if you, Huo Wu, are killed within 24 hours after taking it, the ability to go back in time will automatically take effect, revive you on the spot, and the state after resurrection will be the state when you took the Golden Jade Backtracking Ginseng. PSST, you were beaten to death." Huo Wu glared at Mu Yang in dissatisfaction. "Haha, just an analogy." Mu Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Instantly return to the prime state, and even resurrect after death. Sure enough, in terms of incredible soul skills, it has to be you auxiliary soul masters." After careful consideration, Shui Yunyu couldn't help but exclaimed. "In terms of combat ability, auxiliary soul masters are not as good as fighting soul masters, and even most auxiliary soul masters' soul skills are mediocre, but there will always be a very small number of auxiliary geniuses and even monsters in the world, who possess all kinds of incredible soul skills." Shui Yunyu still remembers that in the classics of Tian Shui Academy in the past, it was recorded that there was an 8-ring food-type soul Douluo with a mutated soul in the Wuhan Hall hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Wuhan Hall relied on the heaven-defying soul power food made by this food-type soul Douluo through the 8th soul skill, which could help soul masters break through bottlenecks. The number of 7-ring soul saints and even 8-ring soul Douluos under his command has increased exponentially, which has established the absolute dominance of the Spirit Hall in the Spirit Master world for hundreds of years. If it were not for his own lack of talent, this food-type soul Douluo would not have achieved the realm of 9-ring titled Douluo until his death. This soul power food could not help the soul master break through the bottleneck of the 89th level peak. And the mutant spirits may not be able to be passed on stably. In addition, Tang Chen of the Haoshan sect has emerged in the past 100 years, shaking the absolute dominance of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the Spirit Empire would have appeared long ago and even unified the entire continent. End of this chapter. 367 Chapter 366 Snow Emperor's Revenge Plan. 367. Indeed, whether it is a combat soul master or a control type soul master, no matter how strong they are, it is nothing more than a stronger soul skill and a longer control time. The 8th and 9th soul skills of auxiliary and food soul masters often have incredible effects, such as Xiaoang's Silver Jade Immortal Ginseng and Golden Jade Backtracking Ginseng, which are absolutely worthy of the word against the sky. Huo Lai said with emotion. With the 7th ring as the boundary, the soul skills of auxiliary and food soul masters below the 7th ring will basically not exceed the imagination of ordinary people. But the soul skills above the 7th ring are basically more against the sky. There may be various restrictions, but as long as they are used well, it is not difficult to completely reverse the situation in a battle. And the most important thing is that compared with other high-level auxiliary and food soul masters, Mu Yang's soul ring age is high enough, and the soul food produced by the 8th and 9th soul skills can be preserved permanently. As long as they are stored in advance, they do not need to be hastily produced during the battle. After everyone was amazed, Huo Lai's face became serious and mentioned the previous attack of the strong enemy. Xiao Yang, how are you going to deal with the fierce beast who attacked before? Huo Lai asked Mu Yang in a deep voice. The far north can be said to be one of the few soul master forbidden areas on the continent. Due to the restrictions of the environment and the small number of ice soul masters who go there to hunt souls, there are many soul beasts of 100,000 or more in the far north. The fierce beast that attacked earlier was the strongest fierce beast king in the far north. Her race was the Ice and Snow Girl, named Snow Emperor. She has cultivated for more than 600,000 years and has mastered the ultimate ice and snow. She is very powerful. Before, Binger and I went to the far north to hunt souls and killed an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion named Ice Emperor that was more than 300,000 years old. The Snow Emperor should have come to avenge Bing Emperor. With my current strength, it is natural for me to take down the Snow Emperor by joining forces with Binger to launch the martial soul fusion technique. However, I can't solve the Snow Emperor for the time being. I plan to leave her to Binger to serve as Binger's 9th soul ring in the future. As he spoke, Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger. Use her soul ring to advance to titled Douluo. Shui Binger raised her eyebrows. Mu Yang said, I originally wanted to act as the 7th soul ring of Binjian Shengying, but then I changed my mind. Since the 7th soul skill is fixed as the martial soul true body, I might as well use the God-given soul ring in your hand and leave the Snow Emperor to you. In this way, I can get a 7th soul skill with a higher age. Compared to absorbing the God-given soul ring to advance to titled Douluo, if you absorb the Snow Emperor soul ring, not only will the 9th soul ring be older, but the soul skill can basically form too, and it can also 100% explode the torso soul bone you need. That's good, you think about it yourself, but you two must not leave the academy recently, otherwise if the other party comes to our door, we can't stop them. After a moment's hesitation, Huo Lai nodded. Well, I won't leave the academy for the time being. Mu Yang nodded and said. Although the goal of the next stage is to continue the Shura God exam, Mu Yang will not go to the killing city for the time being before passing the Sun body refining to raise his physical fitness to the critical point corresponding to the soul power and attaching the 7th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. After all, the reputation of Land Invincible Tang Chen is too loud, and Mu Yang will naturally not refuse to make more preparations. On the other hand, the retreating Xuede did not return directly to the far north, but turned to the Stardo Great Forest because of the rogue tactics of Huo Lai and others. Xuede knew that Mu Yang's martial soul fusion skills were not much worse than hers. After advancing to the 9 rings titled Douluo, she alone would probably not be an opponent. If she wanted to take revenge, she had to find a few helpers. There are so many masters in the Elemental Holy Academy. There will inevitably be strong people in the Soul Master world of the mainland who are at odds with the Elemental Holy Academy. After all, the rise of the strong will inevitably change the original pattern and occupy the interests that originally belonged to other strong people. But there is no doubt that Xuede has no intention of looking for human strong people to cooperate. Because those who are qualified to be her helpers are definitely the few strong people in the human Soul Master world. Once such strong people know that she is a fierce beast and not a human Soul Master, then the helper she finds will become an enemy who covets her soul bone. Snow De has no faith in the character of human strong people. In other words, even if she wants to find a helper, she will only find fierce beast strong people in the same soul beast camp. The Ice Emperor died, and the Titan Snow Demon King was severely injured and not healed, and his cultivation level was low. It can be said that except for herself, there is no fierce beast in the far north with decent strength. Beast Masters. Fortunately, in addition to the far north, there are also many fierce beast masters in the Xingda Great Forest, which is the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent. Especially the leader, the golden-eyed black dragon King Dityen, is the strongest in the soul beast world of the continent. Even she can only compete with him with the help of the geographical advantage in the far north. 2 days later, the core area of the Xingda Great Forest. After searching in the Xingda Great Forest, she still could not detect the breath of any fierce beasts. Xuede could not help but frowned. Where did the fierce beasts in the Xingda Great Forest go? Although Xuede had not been to the Xingda Great Forest for tens of thousands of years, she expected that even if the heavenly tribulation was difficult to overcome, there should be many fierce beasts in the Xingda Great Forest. Could it be that they were hunted by human masters? Xuede could not help but secretly thinking to herself. However, soon, Xuede dismissed this idea. After all, apart from the twin martial soul masters, how many people in the human soul master world can bear the beast spirit ring? What's more, Dityen's strength is unrivaled in the world, and he can be called the strongest under the gods. Who in the human soul master world has the strength to hunt beasts in the Douluo Great Forest? After pondering for a moment, Xuede released her own momentum, and the terrifying soul power aura instantly spread over 100 miles. Xuede was sure that the many beasts in the Douluo Great Forest had not disappeared, and it was very likely that they were hiding. Since she couldn't find them for a while, she would let them find her. And not long after Xuede released her own momentum, in a lake nearly 100 miles away from her, a burly figure with flying black hair broke through the water and flew towards Xuede at a high speed. Before Xuede waited for long, a burly figure with a deep aura appeared in the sky in the distance. King of the Far North, what's the matter with coming to the Douluo Great Forest? Emperor Tian asked Snow Emperor in a deep voice. Black dragons are tyrannical, and Emperor Tian is an extremely proud black dragon, but he is still very polite to the powerful Snow Emperor. After all, if he wants to revitalize the Soul Beast clan, Snow Emperor, as the strongest king of the Far North, is undoubtedly his target for winning over. End of this chapter. 368 Chapter 367 Emperor Tian's Shock. 368. Emperor Tian, do you know that you are in big trouble? Looking at the strongest beast king of the Douluo Great Forest in front of him, golden-eyed black dragon king Emperor Tian, Snow Emperor did not directly ask Emperor Tian and other beasts to help her revenge, but instead lit a firecracker. Hearing this, Emperor Tian was stunned, and his face immediately darkened. A big disaster is coming? Are you kidding? With his invincible strength in the world, how can there be a big disaster? It can't be that the gods of the God realm are so bored that they want to wipe out their soul beast clan, right? Only the Snow Queen is not an ordinary soul beast, otherwise Dityen would have to teach her a lesson. What do you mean? Dityen asked with his hands folded across his chest. Dityen knew that as the strongest king of the Far North, the Snow Queen would definitely not do anything without a purpose. Since the Snow Queen came to the Douluo Great Forest in person and said so, something must have happened that he didn't know. In the past, even if human soul masters had the strength, they would not pay attention to us. After all, no soul master can bear soul rings with an age of more than 200,000 years. Paying attention to us is not worth the loss. But now it is different. A twin martial soul master who can be called heaven-defying was born in the human soul master world. I saw it with my own eyes before. His second martial soul has attached the first and second soul rings of 100,000 years, and the third, fourth, and fifth soul rings of 300,000 years. If we don't eradicate it, we beasts will be in danger. The Snow Queen said with a serious face. 3 soul rings of 300,000 years. Emperor Tian's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Emperor Tian did not take the 100,000-year soul beast seriously. Before it could survive the heavenly tribulation and become a beast of 200,000 years or more, Emperor Tian would not regard the 100,000-year soul beast as his true friend. But the beast was different. It was an important force for his future revitalization of the soul beast clan. It was fine if it fell under the heavenly tribulation, but it was unbearable to be hunted by human soul masters. What's more, it was not just one beast that was hunted, but 3 beasts of 300,000 years were hunted. But soon, Emperor Tian realized that it was probably the Snow Queen who was scaring him. You know, there are only the Douluo Great Forest and the Far North on the continent. The beasts in the Douluo Great Forest are still there. These 3 beasts of 300,000 years that were hunted can't all be from the Far North, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although the number of 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest is smaller than that in the far north due to the ice silkworm battle hundreds of years ago, the far north is still inferior to the Douluo Great Forest in terms of the number of fierce beasts. Emperor Tian does not believe that in addition to the Snow Emperor in front of him, there are 300,000-year-old fierce beasts in the far north, and they were all hunted by human soul masters. I don't know where the other party's fierce beast soul rings came from, but I am not exaggerating. Just a few days ago, the other party came to my far north and kidnapped the Ice Emperor with a martial soul fusion technique and a spiritual secret technique. When I wanted to avenge the Ice Emperor and went to the human world to find him, I didn't expect that there were many strong people in the other party's force, so I failed. Speaking of the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor's eyes flashed with unconcealable sadness. Ice Emperor. Hearing this, Emperor Tian frowned. Tian had naturally heard of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor in the far north, but he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a human soul master. What do you want? Join hands with the fierce beasts of my Xingda Great Forest and go to the human world to eradicate it. Tian said in a deep voice. Snow Empress nodded, yes. Not only does the opponent have twin martial souls, but he also masters the martial soul fusion technique, and his second martial soul is still short of several soul rings. If he is not eradicated as soon as possible, it will definitely be a disaster for our fierce beasts in the future. Snow Empress was not afraid that Tian would not agree. After all, as far as she knew, Tian had no good feelings for human soul masters who hunted soul beasts. If it were any other human strongman, Tian might not agree. But since the opponent not only has the strength to hunt fierce beasts, but also has a huge motivation to hunt fierce beasts, Tian must be unable to sit still. After pondering for a moment, Tian asked, there are many forces of soul masters in the human world. What is the specific strength of the human soul master you mentioned? What force is he from? As expected by Xuedi, Tian really couldn't sit still. After all, even if he didn't consider other beasts, he had to consider Baiji and Zig. However, if the other party was from the Spirit Hall, then the matter would be a bit tricky. As far as he knew, Douluo, the great worshipper of the Spirit Hall of this generation, was quite powerful and ranked at the top of the world. If the battlefield was placed in the Douluo Great Forest, Tian would be confident of defeating Douluo, but if he fought in the Spirit City, he would probably not be the opponent of Douluo who could mobilize the power of angels. When the other party came to my far north to abduct the Ice Emperor, he had not yet advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo, but his martial soul fusion skills were not weak, only below me. Now that he has entered the 9-ring level, he should be slightly better than me. As for the power, it is not strong or weak. It is a new power called the Elemental Holy Academy. If it were not for the fact that his first martial soul is a food-type martial soul that can produce various soul power foods with extraordinary effects, I alone can defeat all the masters of the Elemental Holy Academy except him. The Snow Emperor did not hide anything and directly told Tian all the information he knew. What? You said that person just advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo. Tian widened his eyes. He never expected that when the other party went to the far north to abduct the Ice Emperor, he was only an 8-ring soul Douluo. A twin martial soul master at the level of 8-ring soul Douluo can actually attach 300,000-year-old beast soul rings? You are fooling me. Yes. I see a golden red sword seal emitting a faint divine power between his eyebrows. He should be the successor to the throne of a certain god in the god realm. Xuedi nodded and told Tian that Mu Yang was the successor to the throne. In Xuedi's opinion, Tian, who claimed to be the king of soul beasts on the continent, must be hostile to the gods in the god realm. The fact that the other party has the identity of the successor to the throne will definitely make Tian's murderous intent even stronger. The successor to the throne. Hearing this, Tian frowned deeply, his face uncertain. What Xuedi didn't know was that her words were like a basin of ice water poured on Tian's head, which immediately cooled down the boiling murderous intent in Tian's heart. The other party is actually the successor to the throne? This is a tricky matter. If you want to say what Tian is most worried about, it is not his own life, but the safety of his master, the Silver Dragon King. Emperor Tian knows that if he wants to revitalize the Soul Beast clan, the biggest enemy is not the Soul Masters of the Soul Master world, but the gods of the God Realm. Once the gods of the God Realm take action, if there is no strong person who can compete with them, no matter how good the situation is, it will be completely reversed. It is related to the great cause of the Soul Beast clan. The Lord Silver Dragon King, who is now recuperating in the alien space at the bottom of the Lake of Life and on whom the Soul Beast clan pins its hopes, must not make any mistakes. End of this chapter. 369 Chapter 368 Emperor Tian, you will regret it. 369. After Mu Yang, as mentioned by the Snow Queen, activated his martial soul fusion skill, he became very powerful, but Tian was not afraid. Because Tian was confident in his own strength, no matter how evil the opponent was, as long as he failed to become a god at level 100, he was confident that he could defeat any opponent. But when the Snow Queen told him that the opponent was the successor to the throne of the God Realm God, Tian was convinced. After all, the Snow Queen said that before the opponent entered the 9 rings titled Douluo, the strength of the martial soul fusion skill was only lower than hers. Now that the soul power level has entered the 9 rings, the strength has been greatly improved, and the strength of his martial soul fusion skill is probably better than hers. With such strength, the opponent may not be his opponent, but if he really goes to the door, once the opponent sees the situation and runs away, or a God Realm God secretly intervenes, and he fails to completely eliminate it, then the series of consequences triggered will be unimaginable. Put yourself in his shoes. If a powerful enemy comes to you and you are no match for him, and you choose to run away, if you find a place to hide and practice, and wait until you ascend to the throne of God, won't you take revenge fiercely? What if the other party seeks revenge on him after ascending to the throne of God, finds the alien space at the bottom of the Lake of Life, and discovers the master who is sleeping and recuperating? Wouldn't that mean you are disregarding the safety of the master? Tian has strong confidence in the strength of the master, the Silver Dragon King, and firmly believes that the new god who has just ascended to the throne of God will definitely not be the master's opponent, even if the master is seriously injured. But the noise of the God War is huge. Once the God War breaks out on Douluo Star, the eyes of the gods in the God Realm will inevitably be attracted. At that time, the whereabouts of the master will be exposed, which means that the last hope of the Soul Beast clan will be destroyed. Therefore, Tian followed his heart. Suddenly, Emperor Tian asked Snow Emperor, what is the attribute of the other party's second martial soul? It is an ice-attributed humanoid martial soul. Although she didn't understand why Emperor Tian asked this, Snow Emperor still told the truth. Ice-attributed humanoid martial soul. Got it. Emperor Tian looked puzzled, hesitated for a moment, and said slightly euphemistically, Snow Emperor, this matter is of great importance. I think it is better to take a long-term view. Emperor Tian felt that for the safety of the master and the great cause of the Soul Beast clan, it was not impossible to let the other party go. In addition, after learning that the other party was the heir to the throne of God, Emperor Tian also understood where the other party's 300,000-year-old ferocious beast soul rings came from. If nothing unexpected happened, it was not a fierce beast soul ring, but a god-given soul ring given by the gods behind it. As long as the Soul Master's soul ring tolerance is high enough, it is normal to condense a 200,000-year-old soul ring with golden lines through the god-given soul ring. The reason why the other party went to the extreme north to abduct the Ice Emperor was because the Ice Emperor's spirit ring just happened to have a high degree of fit with his own ice-type martial spirit. There are no ice-attributed beasts in the Xingda Great Forest. As long as you don't provoke the other party, they shouldn't come to your door, right? Tian comforted himself from the heart. Tian, what do you mean by this? Shweta narrowed her eyes. From what she said, you, Tian, are not going to take action. The identity of the successor to the throne of God, can make you so afraid? Shweta, the other party is the successor to the throne of God. I have concerns and reasons for not taking action. I hope you can understand. After a long silence, Tian spoke. You, Tian, I misjudged you. It turns out that you are just a coward. Shweta said angrily. Understand? Understand shit. You, Tian, claim to be the king of soul beasts on the continent, but I didn't expect that you dare not even eliminate the enemy of the ferocious beasts. You are simply unworthy of the title of the strongest soul beast on the continent. I have my own difficulties, Shweta. Within 100,000 years, you will definitely understand what I did today. Facing Shweta's disappointed eyes, Tian said calmly. The progress of the master's injury recovery is relatively optimistic. It is believed that he will be healed within 100,000 years. For the safety of the master and the great cause of the Soul Beast clan, he can only choose to be steady and forbearing. Ditian, you will regret it. The ignorant Shuedi did not have the overall view of Ditian. She said hatefully and turned around and flew away from the Xingda Great Forest. Since Ditian clearly did not help her, she was not a beast that would cling to her. Sure enough, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. When facing difficulties, the best reliance is still one's own strength. As for the lack of one's own strength, that's worth it. The hope of breaking through the 700,000 year mark in the future is slim. Shuedi feels that the death she used to fear does not seem to scare her so much. There seems to be no big difference between dying under the heavenly tribulation and dying at the hands of human soul beasts. Regret. Snow Emperor, I am the king of soul beasts on the continent. I am responsible for the soul beast clan. When the master recovers, my soul beast clan will return to the top of Douluo star. Looking at the back of Snow Emperor leaving, Ditian thought to himself. Snow Emperor, Ditian, you will regret it. Ditian, Snow Emperor, I am the king of soul beasts on the continent. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. During this period, in addition to practicing sun body refining every time the sun is in the sky, the rest of Mu Yang's energy is basically spent on deducing the secret method to increase the age of soul bones. 2 months have passed. Although the secret method to increase the age of soul bones has not yet been released, the progress of practicing sun body refining has already caught up with the critical point corresponding to soul power. And most importantly, more than half a month ago, he had already practiced sun body refining to the critical point corresponding to his own level 96 soul power. He then asked Shui Binger for the God-given soul ring, and condensed the God-given 7th soul ring for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. Since the soul power level reaches the level 96 titled Douluo after advancing to the 9th ring, the improvement space of sun body refining is huge. In addition, the soul power in the body has been tempered by the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores, and the quality is extremely high, which has indirectly improved the soul power corresponding critical point of sun body refining. His physical fitness has been qualitatively improved compared to the previous level 90. As expected by Mu Yang, the 7th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow he condensed has set a new high in age. The color of the soul ring is almost pure gold, reaching more than 900,000 years, to be precise, 999,999 years, which verifies the upper limit of the age of the God-given soul ring. 7th soul skill, Ice Flame Holy Shadow True Body. Soul skills below the 7th ring have no cooldown, and the effects of all soul skills are increased by 150%. Perhaps because of the high age of the soul skill, the Ice Flame Holy Shadow True Body will not fall into a weak state after using it, and the increase in the soul skill effect is much higher than that of the Purple Jade Mysterious Yellow Ginseng, reaching an increase ratio of 150%. Even the duration of the effect has been increased from half an hour of an ordinary martial soul true body to 1 hour. The 7th soul ring of up to 999,999 years has increased Mu Yang's soul power level from 96th level titled Douluo to 98th level titled Douluo, and most of the soul power accumulation at this level has been completed, and it is not far from the level of 99th level Peerless Douluo. After more than half a month of practice, sun body refining has already been cultivated to the critical point of soul power again. In addition, the Snow Emperor who retreated at the beginning does not seem to have the idea of coming again, so Mu Yang plans to take Shui Binger to the Slaughter City to continue the Shura God test. With the martial soul fusion skill of God level strength in hand, Mu Yang is no longer afraid of any opponent below the God level, let alone the half-crippled Tang Chen. It's just that Mu Yang had just left the Elemental Holy Academy with Shui Binger not long before he encountered a troublesome matter. Of course, the present is different from the past. Although it is a trouble, it is only a minor trouble. End of this chapter. 370 Chapter 369 The Strongest Shield on the Continent. 370. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to appear in front of me? Standing in mid-air, signaling Shui Binger beside him to retreat, Mu Yang said to the uninvited guest who appeared in the distance ahead. Despicable human, go to hell. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. The Snow Emperor didn't say much nonsense, the extreme power of ice and snow was running, and the huge ice crystal Emperor Sword suddenly condensed, and then shot straight at Mu Yang. Since the revenge was rejected by Ditian, the Snow Emperor had a resolute intention in his heart. The Snow Emperor knew that if he attacked the Elemental Holy Academy, Mu Yang would definitely retaliate in the future. Besides, it is very likely that she has been targeted by Mu Yang, whose second martial soul lacks a high-year soul ring. If she hides back to the far north, it will be a slow death, and sooner or later she will be found and killed by Mu Yang. Moreover, she must avenge the Ice Emperor, otherwise she will not be at peace. Therefore, the Snow Emperor did not return to the far north, but came to the Elemental Holy Academy again, ambushed outside the academy, and waited for the best opportunity for revenge. The Snow Emperor admitted that Mu Yang's martial soul fusion skill was strong, but no matter how strong the martial soul fusion skill was, it had to have a chance to activate it, right? If she was lucky and met Mu Yang, who was not with the masters of the Elemental Holy Academy and did not give him the opportunity to activate the martial soul fusion skill, the Snow Emperor felt that she was not without the possibility of killing Mu Yang. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. After squatting outside the Elemental Holy Academy for 2 months, the Snow Emperor finally waited for the perfect opportunity. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Mu Yang, who had just advanced to the 9th ring and had no time to activate the martial soul fusion skill. Soul Bone Skill, Crystal Guardian. Facing the incoming Ice Crystal Emperor sword, Mu Yang curled his lips, a crystal-colored glow flashed, and the attached soul bone, crystal scale armor materialized. With the surge of soul power, a spherical transparent crystal light shield covering the whole body was condensed around his body. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang took out a green ginseng from the soul guide storage bracelet and swallowed it, and a layer of black light appeared around his body again. Boom! The next moment, the Ice Crystal Emperor sword fell, and the ice blue glow suddenly appeared, and a violent soul power fluctuation was transmitted. Emperor Palm Great Cold Hum. After the Emperor sword was slashed out, the Snow Emperor, who was afraid that he could not kill Mu Yang with one sword, activated the Emperor Palm Great Cold without snow again, but the Ice Crystal Emperor Palm had not yet completely condensed into shape, and a terrifying mental shock descended on the sea of consciousness. Under this terrifying mental shock, the Snow Emperor's face suddenly turned pale, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices, suffering a serious mental trauma. Ka! At this time, a sound like glass breaking sounded, followed by ice crystal fragments flying everywhere. The Snow Queen, who was enduring the severe pain in her head, saw that after the Emperor's sword fell, Mu Yang, who was frozen in the ice, broke out of the ice, and his aura was not disordered, as if Mu Yang did not suffer any injuries under her Emperor's sword. The Snow Queen was right. After being hit by the Emperor's sword Ice Extreme Wushuan, Mu Yang did not suffer any injuries. Instead, she herself suffered a mental shock equivalent to 80% of the power of this sword, with the support of the purple jade black and yellow ginseng, rebounded by the green jade thorn ginseng. The power of the Emperor's sword Ice Extreme Wushuan is unquestionable, and the Snow Queen is not a fierce beast that is good at mental power. Even if it only rebounded 80% of the strength of the mental shock, it also caused a lot of mental trauma to the Snow Queen. As for why Mu Yang was safe and sound under the attack of the Emperor's sword Ice Extreme Wushuan, this is due to the external soul bone, crystal scale. After Kai's soul power level entered the 9th ring, the age of the soul bone changed qualitatively, and the second soul bone skill appeared. The age of the external soul bone can increase with the soul master's soul power level. After Mu Yang advanced to the 9th ring titled Douluo, the age of the crystal scale armor's external soul bone increased to 100,000 years, and the scale armor style changed from the original lack of head protection to full body armor that protects the whole body. Soul bones of 100,000 years and above generally come with 2 soul bone skills, and the crystal scale armor's external soul bone is no exception. After the age reaches 100,000 years, the original soul bone skill, crystal body, the damage-free ratio for physical and energy attacks increased from the initial 30% to 60%. The newly appeared soul bone skill, Crystal Guardian, is a purely defensive soul bone skill. The specific effect is to condense a spherical crystal transparent shield that protects the whole body. In addition to being unable to defend against spiritual means, Crystal Guardian has extremely strong physical and energy defense. Of course, this is not the point. If the Crystal Guard soul bone skill is only 100,000 years old, even if the defense effect is excellent, it will probably not be able to perfectly block the Emperor's sword of the Snow Emperor, Ice Extreme Wushuan. But the point is that although Mu Yang has just advanced to the titled Douluo, his soul power level is not the 91st level titled Douluo who has just entered the 9 rings, but the 98th level titled Douluo. The age of the external soul bone increases with the level of the soul master. When a soul master enters the 9 rings titled Douluo, the age of the external soul bone is more than 100,000 years old, and when the soul master becomes a god at the 100th level, the external soul bone will also transform into a god-level soul bone. At present, Mu Yang's soul power level is the 98th level titled Douluo, and the age of the crystal scale armor external soul bone is not 100,000 years, but more than 800,000 years. There is no doubt that the crystal scale armor external soul bone has become the second oldest soul bone in the mainland soul master world. As for the first, that was Bibi Dong's external soul bone, the six-winged purple light wing, which was at least 900,000 years old. The defensive soul bone skill with a history of more than 800,000 years was the strongest shield on the continent. With Mu Yang's 98th level yin-yang dual soul core titled Douluo as the foundation, how could it be chopped off by the sword of the Snow Emperor who was more than 600,000 years old? If nothing unexpected happened, in addition to the mental means that could not be defended, in order to break the defense of the crystal guarding soul bone skill, either the attack power reached the god level, or the special attack soul skill that could ignore the defense to attack, otherwise even the King of Heaven could not break it. How is it possible? Looking at Mu Yang, who broke through the ice in crystal armor and looked unharmed, the Snow Emperor said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You think it is impossible, but your imagination is limited by your weak strength. Mu Yang said in a flat tone. Is the Snow Emperor weak? This is of course an exaggeration by Mu Yang. Even without the strength bonus brought by the ice and snow in the far north, few people in the mainland Soul Master world can be the opponent of the Snow Emperor. At least in Mu Yang's cognition, among the strong Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world during this period, only the semi-god level Douluo can beat the Snow Emperor in the outside world. Even the second worshipper Jin Yu, who has reached the peak of level 98 in the Wuhan Worship Hall, is a little bit worse. But everything is afraid of comparison. Before advancing to the 9-ring titled Douluo, Mu Yang had to take a detour when he saw the Snow Emperor, and even if he and Shui Binger joined forces to launch the Wuhan fusion technique, they would probably not be able to beat him. But now he has achieved the 98th level titled Douluo, and it is just a piece of cake for him to control the Snow Emperor who has been in power for more than 600,000 years. After all, the gap between the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo and the 98th level titled Douluo is far greater than the gap between Mu Yang and the Snow Emperor at the beginning. Mu Yang's plain but disdainful words made Shui Di lose his spirit instantly. After a while, Shui Di's pale face showed dejection, and he said, "Human, you won, can you tell me your name?" Elemental Holy Academy, Mu Yang, title, Ice Flame. Mu Yang said lightly. Although the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul has not yet been fully developed, it still lacks. 371 Chapter 370 Transaction 371. Mu Yang. What a Ice Flame Douluo. After saying that, Shui Di closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. As the strongest king in the far north, Shui Di did not lack the courage to face death, nor did he disdain to make meaningless struggles. After a long time, without noticing that there was an attack on her, Shui Di opened her eyes again and looked at Mu Yang in front of her. How about a deal? Het. Shui Di did not speak, but sneered. The person in front of her killed her good sister Bingdi. Even if she let her go this time, Shui Di would not make a deal with her mortal enemy. You and I originally had no hatred. Since you did not bring irreparable losses to me and the academy, I can give you and Bingdi a happy ending. Looking at Shui Binger, Mu Yang said. What? Originally, Shui Di did not care about the so-called deal mentioned by Mu Yang, but after Mu Yang mentioned Bingdi, Shui Di could not help but care. It is not so easy for a 100,000-year soul beast and fierce beast to completely die. If you are willing to sacrifice to Binger in the future and help her advance to the 9-ring titled Douluo, I promise you here that when Binger and I ascend to the throne of God, we will resurrect you and Bingdi. Mu Yang said to Shui Di. In the original work, the Sky Blue Bull Python Daming and the Titan Giant Ape Erming were sacrificed to Tang San, but in the later life of the original work, Daming and Erming were both Tang San is resurrected. Although Mu Yang is not clear about the resurrection mechanism and the prerequisites for the time being, it is undoubted that after becoming a god, a soul master can resurrect the soul beast that becomes his own martial soul ring. Mu Yang can detect that in the 7th soul ring, Titan Giant Ape soul ring, of the Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, the 1st, Soft Bone Rabbit soul ring, the 2nd, Sky Blue Bull Python soul ring, and the 6th soul ring, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion soul ring, of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul, the left leg bone of the Soft Bone Rabbit, the right arm bone of the Titan Giant Ape, the left arm bone of the Sky Blue Bull Python, and the torso bone of the Ice Blue Emperor, there are soul fragments. And relatively speaking, the soul fragments of the Titan giant ape Erming are relatively incomplete, while the soul fragments of Xiao Wu, Sky Blue Bull Python Daming and Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion Bingdi who died in sacrifice are relatively complete. Especially Bingdi, from a spiritual perspective, looks like a complete soul body full of cracks. As for why there are no soul fragments of soul beasts in other soul rings and soul bones except for the God-given soul rings and self-condensed soul rings, which are impossible to contain soul fragments of soul beasts. Mu Yang estimated that this is because the soul beasts corresponding to these soul rings and soul bones are not old enough, and the toughness of their souls is far less than that of soul beasts of 100,000 years and above, and they have long been completely extinct. As for the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, although it is also 100,000 years old, Ayan did not die when he was sacrificed, but turned into a grass seed and was reborn, so there were no soul fragments left in the soul bone. Perhaps the reason why soul masters can revive their own soul ring beasts after becoming gods is because their souls have not completely disappeared, and there are still their soul fragments left in the soul rings and soul bones? Although this theory has not been verified in practice, Mu Yang estimated that it is almost the same, and it does not prevent him from making a promise to Xue Di. Are you serious? Xue Di asked in disbelief. First, he was surprised that after becoming a god, a soul master could revive a soul beast that had been transformed into a soul ring and soul bone. Second, he was surprised that the despicable Mu Yang would be so kind. You can't help but believe it. Before I advanced to the titled Douluo, I could control the consciousness of the Ice Emperor with the secret art of spirit. Now I have become a titled Douluo at level 98, and it is easy for me to control your consciousness. Mu Yang said calmly. The reason why he proposed this deal to the Snow Emperor was not because the soul-stealing secret art could not control the Snow Emperor, but mainly because there was no hatred between the two sides in the past. The current contradiction and hatred was just because he used the Ice Emperor as his soul ring and soul bone. If the Ice Emperor could be resurrected, then the hatred between him and the Snow Emperor would not exist. In addition, and the most important point, Xue Bing'er is still far from the quasi-titled Douluo at level 90. If nothing unexpected happens, the Snow Emperor will not be needed in a short time. If during this period, the desperate Snow Queen, holding the thought of better to die in glory than live in disgrace, directly committed suicide, then her soul ring and soul bone would not be obtained by Xue Bing'er. Looking at the silent Snow Queen, Mu Yang said, now Bing'er's soul power level is only 83 level soul Douluo. You have plenty of time to consider. I hope that next time Bing'er and I go to the far north, you can give me an accurate answer. Mu Yang didn't care whether the Snow Queen agreed or not. As long as he could stabilize the Snow Queen before Xue Bing'er broke through the 90-level quasi-title Douluo, it would be enough. Even if the Snow Queen refused at that time, it would be fine. If soft tactics didn't work, then use hard tactics. Of course, if the Snow Queen agreed, he would not break his promise. Although he was not a good person, he was not so bad that he could ooze pus. The Snow Queen left and returned to the far north with a complicated mood. Looking at the desolate back of the Snow Queen when she left, Xue Bing'er couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Mu Yang, do you think our world is too unfriendly to soul beasts? Xue Bing'er said to Mu Yang. What do you mean? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Soul beasts grow so slowly. After a long time, they finally escaped the predation of other soul beasts and the hunting of soul masters, and cultivated into a 100,000-year soul beast. As a result, they will have to face the calamity of life and death in the future. There are also soul masters like us who are eyeing the soul rings and soul bones of fierce beasts. I feel that it is difficult for soul beasts to survive. Xue Bing'er sighed. Hearing this, Mu Yang comforted him. Bing'er, what you said is not unreasonable, but from the perspective of lifespan, shouldn't we soul masters envy soul beasts? If a soul master fails to become a god at level 100, even if he is a level 99 peerless Douluo, he will eventually turn into dirt. On the other hand, if soul beasts are not hunted, it is easy for them to live for tens of thousands of years. Besides, Bing'er, you don't have to think so. The current era background is that soul beasts are hunted by soul masters, but in ancient times, the soul master world was weak. When the soul beasts were weak, we humans were the blood food of the soul beasts. God has a good turn of events. It is our turn to become the overlord of the continent. The soul beasts are hunted in large numbers. That is retribution. All we have to do is to stick to our bottom line and not slaughter them at will. Soul beasts can explode soul rings and soul bones after death, and soul masters also need additional soul rings to advance. The worldview is game-like. Mu Yang has every reason to suspect that this is because a big boss in the god realm is unhappy with the soul beasts and has changed the rules of the Douluo star world. After all, the soul beast clan is the henchman under the dragon god, and the dragon god is the former common enemy of the gods in the god realm. It is normal for the god realm to suppress the soul beast clan. End of this chapter. 372 Chapter 371 Battle with the King of Killing, Part 1. 372. The next morning, a figure crossed the passage and entered the killing land. City of Slaughter. Looking at the black city in front of him, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This is his third time to come to the City of Slaughter. The first time he came to the City of Slaughter, he won 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Killing Field, passed the Hell Road, and obtained the Killing God domain. The second time he came, he started the Shura God test, laid the foundation for becoming a god, and even eliminated Tang Hao and the potential enemy Tang San. This third time to the City of Slaughter, it's time to completely end the biggest obstacle on the way to the Supreme Shura God. King of Slaughter, get out! Glancing at the law enforcement team of the City of Slaughter who were facing a great enemy, Mu Yang's aura bloomed, and he shouted loudly while his soul power was running. In an instant, Mu Yang's voice was amplified by soul power and spread throughout the City of Slaughter. If you don't want to be cannon fodder, stay away. Mu Yang waved his hand at the members of the law enforcement team and said. Although the King of Slaughter has not been killed yet, Mu Yang has already regarded the Slaughter City as his own property. If conditions permit, he does not want the law enforcement team to be cannon fodder in vain. After all, the order in the Slaughter City will still need the law enforcement team to maintain it. Hearing this, the team leader who led a group of law enforcement team members to guard the entrance of the passage hesitated, looking at the aggressive Mu Yang. Look at this posture, the ghost demon killer god is here to settle accounts with the King of Slaughter. To say that the law enforcement team is loyal to the King of Slaughter is absolutely a joke. What's the point of playing with a monthly salary of a few hundred gold soul coins? But retreating in the face of battle is a taboo. What awaits them will definitely not be good. If they don't retreat, their own lives will be in jeopardy. The ghost demon killer god may not necessarily be the opponent of the King of Slaughter, but it is definitely easy to sweep them. Of course, it is not ruled out that the King of Slaughter will use them as cannon fodder to test the strength of the ghost demon killer god. Suddenly, the captain's eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. He immediately shouted, "Law enforcement team, listen to my order. Follow me to the outside world to block the exit. Don't let the fallen villains in the city escape, causing the lives of the people on the continent to be destroyed." Hiss, it's even possible? Shocked, the law enforcement team members looked at their captain with admiration. Sure enough, there is a reason why the captain is better than them. Then, under the leadership of the wise captain, the law enforcement team members crossed the passage and went to the outside entrance to guard. Also guarding the entrance, but the situation of the inner and outer entrances is very different. The demon killer challenges the King of Slaughter, and they who are guarding the inner entrance will have to bite the bullet. But if they guard the outer entrance, as long as the King of Slaughter does not appear in person to order them to join the battle, they can refuse to join the battlefield on the pretext of preventing the fallen villains from escaping from the Slaughter City. No matter who wins or loses, the blame will not be put on them. Tisk, he is still very smart. Looking at the wise captain, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. Kill the King of Killing and become the new King of Killing. The Killing City is his. Mu Yang will naturally not put the battlefield in the Killing City. After all, the destructive power of the battle between the strong is extremely great. It is also a troublesome thing to rebuild the Killing City after the war. It is better to put the battlefield outside. And his original intention was just to let the law enforcement team stay away and not to interfere in his battle with the King of Killing, so as not to become cannon fodder. But he didn't expect that this captain was so wise that he led the team directly to the entrance and exit of the outside world. Of course, they are just small characters, and Mu Yang didn't take it to heart. If they really become cannon fodder in the future, it can only be considered bad luck. Faced with provocation, the King of Killing, who has the supreme status in the Killing City, will naturally not ignore it. Soon, a blood-red figure with a pale face and a scarlet cloak emanating cold killing intent came flying at high speed. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the demon killer god of the Killing City. I just don't know where the ice envoy is now. The King of Killing carefully explored Shui Binger's traces as his mental power spread out. There is no doubt that when Mu Yang started the Shura God test, the two sides were destined to become enemies. Although Mu Yang and Shui Binger were only juniors, the King of Killing did not mean to despise them at all. After all, Tang Hao, one of the killing gods of the time, fell into the hands of the two people's martial soul fusion skills, and he could not help but be afraid. Dirty bat, don't look at me. I'm alone. I have started the 5th Shura test. Do you dare to fight me? Mu Yang mocked and challenged. Hearing this, the King of Slaughter was stunned and couldn't help but sigh, you are indeed a genius. It's a pity that being an enemy of me will be the biggest mistake of your life, and you will pay the price with your life. After speaking, the King of Slaughter's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the huge blood-colored bat wings behind him stretched out, his arms turned into claws, and turned into a blood shadow, and his figure rushed towards Mu Yang at a very fast speed. The Shura High Priest Shang in the secret realm said that it must not attack the God Tester before the 5th test, otherwise the priest who has entered the God level will kill it personally. But now that Mu Yang's God test has reached the 5th test, the King of Slaughter naturally has no previous scruples. What's more, it is afraid of the martial soul fusion technique launched by Mu Yang and Shui Binger together, not Mu Yang alone. The old generation is not moral and plays a sneak attack. Mu Yang chuckled, tapped his feet lightly, and used the immortal steps. Only a shadow was left on the spot, and his real body moved sideways for more than 10 meters, avoiding the sneak attack of the King of Killing. The advantage of the tongue. After a small attempt, the King of Killing did not get discouraged. The cold and evil aura bloomed, and a thick blood-colored mist appeared around his body. Killing Domain. Recognizing that the blood-colored mist was the power of the Killing Domain, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. This thing is very effective against ordinary soul masters. As long as there is no Killing God Domain, or a domain that can resist the suppression effect of other domains, ordinary soul masters will not be able to use soul ring skills when they are within the scope of the Killing Domain, and their strength will be greatly limited. But this thing has basically no effect on him. With the Killing God Domain, he can still use soul ring skills in the Killing Domain. At most, the Killing God Domain will be restrained by the Killing Domain and cannot play the effect of weakening the opponent's strength. Of course, even without the God of Killing Domain, Mu Yang would not be afraid. After all, his biggest trump card is not the soul ring skill, but the martial soul fusion skill, which is not within the scope of the Killing Domain. However, Mu Yang was not prepared to tangle with the King of Killing. A brilliant golden light flashed on his body, and the spirit gold battle armor materialized. The wings of the battle armor behind him fluttered, and he turned around and quickly disappeared into the passage to leave the Killing City. End of this chapter. 373 Chapter 372 Fighting the King of Killing, Part 2. 373. Run away. Seeing Mu Yang run away without saying a word, the King of Killing, shrouded in blood mist, frowned. Since Mu Yang dared to challenge it, he must have come prepared. If nothing unexpected happened, Shui Binger was probably ambushing outside. When it caught up, it would definitely be greeted by the martial soul fusion skill of the two. After all, Mu Yang would definitely not abandon such a powerful trump card as the martial soul fusion skill. After thinking for a moment, the King of Slaughter gritted his teeth and finally chased after him. The King of Slaughter knew that no matter whether there was an ambush outside, he had to kill Mu Yang as soon as possible, otherwise if he continued to let him grow, his hope of winning would become increasingly slim. More than 20 miles out of the city of Slaughter, Mu Yang landed on a barren mountain. How is it? Did the King of Slaughter catch up? Shui Binger, wearing a spirit gold battle armor and possessed by the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, asked. The plan went well. Mu Yang nodded. He could sense that the King of Slaughter had caught up and would arrive soon. Then, Mu Yang took out 5 soul ginsengs from the soul guide storage bracelet. 1 purple jade Xianhuang ginseng, 2 silver jade immortal ginsengs, and 2 gold jade backtracking ginsengs. After giving one of the silver jade immortal ginseng and the gold jade backtracking ginseng to Shui Binger, Mu Yang took the remaining 3 soul ginsengs. Before coming, Mu Yang had already tested it. The two's martial soul fusion skills, whether it was the beast-shaped Ice Flame Phoenix or the human-shaped Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, had entered the God level. The blue jade Shenglong ginseng with the martial soul's true body can increase all attributes by 80%, but the upper limit of the increase is only below the God level, and it cannot improve the strength of the God level martial soul fusion skills. Therefore, Mu Yang and the others did not take it. In view of the fact that once Tang Chen's consciousness returns, it is equivalent to completing the 8th test of Shura and gaining the recognition of Shura sword. The Shura sword is a super artifact. Although it cannot exert its due power in Tang Chen's hands, its attack power is absolutely terrifying. Taking the silver jade immortal ginseng and the golden jade retrospective ginseng with extremely strong life-saving effects can have a greater tolerance rate. As for the purple jade Xianhuang ginseng. 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Transformation. Ang. The 5th soul ring around Mu Yang shone, and with the surging soul power, a dragon roar suddenly appeared, and a lifelike, 100-meter long, terrifying ice blue dragon soared into the sky. Because the martial soul fusion technique requires the participation of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, the other soul skills of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul cannot be used in the martial soul fusion state, and even the effect of the amplification soul skills will be cancelled after entering the martial soul fusion state. However, Ice Flame Transformation is a special summoning soul skill, and it does not affect its use in the martial soul fusion state. In the case of non-Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul, the effect of the purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng is the same as when it is handed over to others, which is to enhance the effect of the next soul skill by 100%. The purpose of Mu Yang taking the purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng at the moment is to enhance the power of the 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Transformation. After summoning the Ice Flame Dragon, Mu Yang's body ignited a layer of illusory ice flames, and he turned to look at Shui Bing'er. No need to say more, Shui Bing'er, who had already had a tacit understanding, also bloomed a brilliant ice blue glow. The next moment, the two figures merged, and the black, red, and gold patterned soul rings of the two martial souls gathered. As the brilliant ice blue light bloomed, the two figures disappeared from the spot, replaced by a humanoid martial soul fusion skill with flying long hair and wearing ice blue phoenix armor, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Feeling the power that could break the space with just a raise of his hands and feet, Mu Yang, who dominated the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, nodded with satisfaction. The 3 realms of the god of killing, Ice Flame and Ice Phoenix surged out, and his figure flew into the air, standing beside the Ice Flame Dragon, looking far away in the direction of the city of slaughter. Soon, a blood-colored figure emitting a cold and evil aura flew in the air and stood in the air 100 meters away from the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The youngster is really insidious. Seeing that he was facing the martial soul fusion skills of Mu Yang and the others, the King of Slaughter could not help but curse. At this moment, the King of Slaughter seemed to be in a very heavy mood. If the perception is correct, the aura emitted by Mu Yang and his 2 martial soul fusion skills seems to have become much stronger than the last time they killed Tang Hao. Insidious? Evil beast, come and die. Mu Yang, who claims to be sunny and handsome, shouted loudly, and with a change of mind, he controlled the Ice Flame Dragon beside him to pounce on the King of Killing. At the same time, as the Ice Flame soul power surged around him, dozens of ice flame arrows suddenly condensed, and then turned into a dense ice blue streamer and shot out towards the King of Killing. Humph! With a cold snort, the blood-colored bat wings behind him fluttered, and the King of Killing avoided the Ice Flame Dragon breath spewed out by the Ice Flame Dragon, turned into a blood shadow and quickly moved forward, wanting to fight with the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in close combat. But at this moment, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, who had been restraining his breath, released all his momentum, and the terrifying soul power pressure enveloped the King of Killing. What? The terrifying soul power pressure swept over, and the King of Slaughter, whose body was delayed, was immediately horrified. Before, he was not able to perceive it clearly, and he only thought that Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er had made new breakthroughs in strength, but he never expected that their strength would increase so much. This level of pressure is definitely the 3rd strongest he has ever faced in his life. Second only to the divine power pressure of Rakshasa Divine Mind and Shura High Priest Shang, it is very likely that he has entered the 100-level level. Puff puff puff. A burst of ice blue light passed through the air, and the King of Slaughter failed to dodge completely. Dozens of sharp ice flame arrows pierced through the killing field and pierced into his body, blooming dense scarlet blood flowers. Explode! Seeing this, Mu Yang shouted secretly, and the dozens of ice flame arrows stuck in the body of the King of Slaughter exploded. A burst of blue light flashed, and blood gushed out of the parts of the King of Slaughter that were hit by the ice flame arrow. The ice flame fire that splashed after the ice flame arrow broke also attached to the King of Slaughter. From a distance, he looked like an ice blue fireman. Ah! The intense pain and the biting cold air produced by the burning of the ice flame fire swept over his body, and the King of Slaughter could not help but wail. But it was not over yet. The ice flame dragon flew over, and the fan-shaped ice flame dragon breath swept down. The ice blue flame instantly engulfed the body of the King of Slaughter. For the vast majority of Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world, the King of Slaughter is very powerful. Just based on the killing field that restricts Soul Masters from using soul skills, he is enough to be called a top powerhouse in the titled Douluo. But for the god-level martial soul fusion skill of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, the King of Slaughter is nothing at all. The strength of the two can be said to be a world of difference. After all, if the King of Slaughter is really powerful, why would he have to be afraid of a mere Tang Hao in the past? End of this chapter. 374 Chapter 373 Tang Chen, The Invincible Land, died. Part 1. 374. The ice flame burned fiercely, and under the erosion of the biting cold, the King of Slaughter was frozen. However, Mu Yang did not stop there. While controlling the ice flame dragon to continue to spit out the ice flame, a 10-foot-long ice flame spear condensed in his hand. The endless killing intent in the killing god domain was infused, and the killing ice flame spear quickly condensed into shape. The next second, under Mu Yang's mental control, the condensed killing ice flame spear carried a monstrous killing intent and turned into an ice blue streamer and shot out. Swoosh! Instantly, the killing ice flame spear shot out and accurately hit the frozen right arm of the killing king. Bang! A low explosion sounded. Under the special attack formed by the ice flame secret art combined with the power of the domain, the right arm of the killing king, which was frozen by the ice flame fire, and a small part of the right shoulder, directly turned into countless fine ice crystal powder and exploded. A killing ice flame spear pierced the right arm of the killing king. Another ice flame spear condensed in the hand of the ice phoenix flame shadow, ready to continue sharpening and cripple the limbs of the killing king. If the limbs of the killing king were crippled, even if Tang Chen's consciousness returned and he took control of his body again, what kind of storm could he stir up? The reason why Mu Yang wanted to cripple the limbs of the killing king first instead of taking his life directly was mainly because he could not give it a fatal blow before crippling its limbs. Facing an irresistible fatal blow, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King would certainly hold the idea of even if I die, I will drag someone down with me, and directly release the restrictions on Tang Chen. At that time, Mu Yang's opponent would change from the trashy king of killing to the demigod-level Tang Chen. Moreover, the strength of Tang Chen, the demigod, is not comparable to Jiandaoliu and Bo Sixi, the two parallel demigods who have been promoted through the god's examination. In the past, when Tang Chen had not yet started the Shura god examination, his strength was comparable to that of Jiandaoliu and the others. Now that Tang Chen's Shura god examination is in the 8th test, his strength is definitely better than before. Even if the strength of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow has reached the god level, Mu Yang dare not be too careless. After all, the Great Samurai Hammer is indeed strong. Once Tang Chen plays the ring explosion, his actual combat power will definitely reach the god level. Now, what Mu Yang has to do is to take advantage of the fact that the bronze player, Blood Red Nine-Headed Bat, has stolen the account and logged into the king account named Land Invincible to damage the king account as much as possible. Then, when the king player, Tang Chen, logs in again, he can take the head at the lowest cost. But at this moment, something strange happened. Looking through the blazing ice flame, Mu Yang saw a layer of red glow on the body of the King of Slaughter in the ice. As the red glow appeared, the pale face of the King of Slaughter was replaced by an unhealthy flush, and the pair of blood-colored bat wings behind him shattered bit by bit, and his blood-colored long hair and blood-colored eyes all turned black. What attracted Mu Yang's attention the most was that a golden red sword seal with inexplicable majesty appeared at the center of the eyebrows of the King of Slaughter, which was exactly the same as the sword seal that appeared at the center of his eyebrows after he opened the Shura God test. At this moment, Mu Yang could clearly feel that after the change of the King of Slaughter, the aura emanating from his body was constantly rising, and in a short moment, it had reached the peak below the god level. Bang! The next moment, the King of Slaughter broke through the ice. His whole body was full of momentum, and all the ice flames attached to his body were shaken away. Tang Chen. Seeing Tang Chen revive, Mu Yang's expression became solemn. As soon as he regained control of his body, Tang Chen, who was emitting an evil aura, flashed a black light in his left hand, and the black Haoshan hammer appeared, and 9 soul rings of black, 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 red, and red bloomed. Then, the 7th soul ring flashed, and the huge Haoshan true body suddenly condensed amid the surging black light. You lowly insect, you dare to destroy my body, it's simply unforgivable. Tang Chen, who was emitting an evil aura, shouted loudly, and the black light giant hammer in the hands of the Haoshan true body smashed directly towards the ice phoenix flame shadow. Seeing this, the ice phoenix flame shadow moved sideways in the air and avoided this powerful hammer. Looking at Tang Chen, who was full of evil aura, Mu Yang was a little puzzled. This was a little different from what he had expected before. Although Tang Chen had been parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King for many years, and after he became the King of Slaughter, he could not live without blood, but the problem was that Tang Chen had already regained his body. As the successor to the throne of Shura, how could his aura be so evil? You know, although Shura God is not a good god, he is not on the path of evil, but on the path of pure killing. Although he is not a good person, he is definitely not evil. What he has is just cold and pure murderous aura. Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a key point. In the original work, the reason why Tang Chen's consciousness was able to return was because Tang San stimulated the light of the sea god through the sea god trident and purified the evil aura in the body of the King of Slaughter, so that Tang Chen could get rid of the parasitism of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King while finding his true nature from the sinking, completing the 8th test of Shura and gaining the recognition of the Shura sword. But at the moment, he did not purify the evil spirit of the King of Slaughter. Although Tang Chen got rid of the parasitism of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and regained control of his body, Tang Chen still could not get rid of the black hand of the Rakshasa god and had not yet found his true nature from the evil. In other words, the Tang Chen in front of him was not the Tang Chen he expected, but Tang Chen's evil thoughts? The difference between the two is like Jianrongxiu compared to dark Jianrongxiu. Humph, without the Shura sword, relying on the great Zamura hammer alone, even if you are invincible on land, it is not enough. After figuring out the key point, Mu Yang was more confident in taking Tang Chen's head. Bloodthirsty evildoer, if you are allowed to escape, it will lead to the destruction of all living beings. For the sake of the hundreds of millions of people on the continent, I, Mu Yang, will burn you to ashes today. After Mu Yang, who seized the moral high ground, finished speaking, his mind turned, and the killing ice flame spear in his hand turned into an ice blue stream of light, shooting towards Tang Chen who was sinking into evil. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the ice blue stream of light fell on the chest of the evil Tang Chen Haoshan's true body in the air at a speed faster than thunder. Boom! The blue light suddenly appeared, the murderous intent bloomed, and accompanied by a violent roar, Mu Yang saw that the evil Tang Chen's Haoshan true body was covered with cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. And the countless small ice flames formed after the killing ice flame spear exploded also attached to the Haoshan true body. Tang Chen was indeed worthy of the title of the Invincible on land. Even though he had not found his true nature, he was still quite capable. Although the killing ice flame spear was extremely powerful, it failed to blow up the Haoshan true body of the evil Tang Chen. End of this chapter. 375 Chapter 374 The Invincible Tang Chen on Land, died. Part 2. 375. You lowly insect, go to hell. Big Samura Hammer. Almost having his martial soul body blown up by one move, the evil Tang Chen was furious. The 9 soul rings around him suddenly flashed, and then all of them sank into the Haoshan hammer martial soul in his hand. With the emergence of magic patterns, in an instant, the Haoshan hammer in the hands of the evil Tang Chen turned into a 100-meter blood-colored giant hammer, whistling and smashing down towards the ice phoenix flame shadow. Hum! With a cold snort, Mu Yang threw out another condensed killing ice flame spear, facing the falling blood-colored giant hammer. Although the momentum of this hammer was strong, it was only a big Samura hammer, and it did not have the power of exploding rings. Mu Yang, who was in the state of divine martial soul fusion skills, would not be afraid. Boom! As soon as the spear and hammer collided, a violent roar broke out. Under this powerful hammer, the killing ice flame spear was shattered and turned into fine ice flames. But Tang Chen did not get an advantage. Although the killing ice flame spear carrying a monstrous killing intent was smashed, the blood-colored giant hammer was also covered with fine cracks. There was even a big pit on the hammer head of the blood-colored giant hammer that was poked by the killing ice flame spear. Hoo! At this time, the ice flame dragon rushed over, spewing out a breath of ice flame dragon breath, pouring all over the evil Tang Chen's Haoshan true body. Damn! It! Break it! The ice blue flame burned fiercely, and the biting cold penetrated into the body through Haoshan's true body. Feeling that his blood was about to be frozen, the evil Tang Chen was furious. He raised his only remaining left arm and smashed the ice flame dragon with a hammer. Mu Yang would not let Tang Chen succeed. While condensing the killing ice flame spear again, he controlled the ice flame dragon to swing its tail, avoided the hammer, and started a roaming fight. Using one's own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow threw the killing Ice Flame Spear remotely, supplemented by the Ice Flame Dragon's melee roaming fight to contain. That's right, Mu Yang bullied Tang Chen, who lacked long-range attack means. Coincidentally, when he killed Tang Hao, Mu Yang also used a similar shameless tactic. And what's more coincidental is that the place where Tang Hao fell was nearby. In Mu Yang's opinion, Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu are not mentioned for the time being. The reason why Secret Chamber Douluo Qian Sunji was beaten by Tang Hao was purely because Qian Sunji played up his weaknesses and avoided his strengths, asking for trouble. The Great Sumi Hammer's ring explosion secret can greatly improve strength, but the side effects are very obvious. Once the duration of the ring explosion is over, the user will fall into a weak state. As long as there is no huge gap in level, the speed of the Six-Winged Angel Martial Spirit Master is much faster than the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Spirit Master. Relying on their own speed advantage to maintain a safe distance, not fighting hard, when the Hammer King has exceeded the duration of the ring explosion, can't they easily take the head? This tactic certainly seems a bit shameless, and in the eyes of others, there is also a suspicion of unfair victory, but it is better than being a joke of generation after generation of Hammer King hammering angels, right? Despicable insect, fight me to the death if you dare. Seeing Mu Yang running away, evil Tang Chen was furious. I used my ultimate move, and you ran away? You are a scum among soul masters, a coward. Hehe, I hope you still have the courage to say this to me after the ring explosion time. Mu Yang chuckled and was not angered by evil Tang Chen. He entered the god level with his martial soul fusion skills, and evil Tang Chen entered the god level with the secret of the Great Zamura Hammer ring explosion. With the same god-level combat power, Mu Yang boasted that Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was not the one who was simply beaten. Not to mention, there should be a 50-50 chance. But since there is a way to defeat the opponent more easily and without risk, why should he go forward and fight hard? If he wins, it will be a thankless job and a small loss; if he loses, it will be a big loss. He will not fight hard because it is a loss either way. He possesses a pair of soul cores that complement each other, and Shui Binger also possesses a soul core. The soul power of both of them can be automatically restored, and the recovery speed is very impressive, enough to make up for the consumption required to maintain the state of martial soul fusion skills. In non-high-intensity battles, he can always maintain the existence of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. On the other hand, how long can evil Tang Chen maintain this state? Once he falls into a weak period, the only thing waiting for evil Tang Chen is death. As for the current evil Tang Chen directly exiting the ring explosion state? If so, due to the short time of the ring explosion, the side effects after the ring explosion are not great. But the soul ring has exploded and cannot be restored in a short time. Evil Tang Chen cannot explode it a second time, and he can't even use the Great Zamura Hammer. Evil Tang Chen's strongest trump card has been used up. With the strength of the god-level Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, why worry about not being able to control it? It can be said that from the moment evil Tang Chen exploded the ring, the outcome of this battle has been doomed. Although the evil Tang Chen had a bad character, he was not a complete fool. After knowing that he could not hit the retreating Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow in the ring exploding state, he decisively ended the ring exploding state. But at this time, the evil Tang Chen was in a losing position and there was no way back. In fact, Tang Chen's physical condition was worse than Mu Yang expected. After being parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King for many years, Tang Chen's body was seriously depleted. If it were not for the strong foundation of a demigod, Tang Chen would have died long ago. Before getting rid of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's parasitism, the evil Tang Chen was also hit by Mu Yang's killing ice flame spear, which blew up his right arm and a small part of his right shoulder. His physical condition was not much better than that of Tang Hao, who was seriously injured at the time. Even if he did not take the initiative to exit the ring exploding state, he could not hold on for long. As soon as the evil Tang Chen exited the ring exploding state, Mu Yang, who was in a state of enemy advances, I retreat, enemy retreats, I advance, immediately followed suit, continuing to control the ice flame dragon to lead the charge, while he himself threw out the killing ice flame spear one after another from a distance. More than 10 rounds passed, and a killing ice flame spear blew up the evil Tang Chen's Hao that was on the verge of breaking. Tianzhen body, and then the ice flame dragon swooped down, accompanied by the sound of breaking into the flesh, and the bright red blood flowers bloomed, and the sharp dragon claws pierced Tang Chen's heart directly. After a while, Tang Chen, who suffered a fatal injury, completely lost his breath. The ancestor of Haoshan sect, Tang Chen, the invincible on the land, died. End of this chapter. 376 Chapter 375 The fifth test that was completed in excess. 376. Time moved forward slightly. Just when the blood-red nine-headed Bat King knew that he had no way out, holding the idea of dying together, he released the restrictions on Tang Chen and let his evil thoughts return. In the majestic blood-colored temple in the God realm, a tall figure sitting on the throne in the temple opened his eyes. The fifth test was completed so quickly. The tall figure muttered, and his eyes crossed the space and fell on the Douluo continent. Has this little guy grown up so fast? Looking at the god-level ice phoenix flame shadow launched by Mu Yang and Shui Binger, Shura God was surprised. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of Shura God's mouth, and he slightly increased the difficulty of the god test for Mu Yang. Since the young man is a little too good, let's add more burdens to the young man. Looking at Tang Chen, who had lost his breath and fell to the ground from midair, Mu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Haoshan sect had long been destroyed, and now even Tang Chen was killed by him personally. The former world's #1 sect has finally become a historical dust. The ice flame wings behind him fluttered, and the ice phoenix flame shadow fell from the sky. After dispersing the martial soul fusion technique, Mu Yang was about to step forward to collect the soul bones that exploded after Tang Chen's death, but he suddenly saw a red light on Tang Chen's body. The next moment, a blood-colored light ball emerged from Tang Chen's body. Then, the blood-colored light ball twisted and turned into a blood-colored giant sword with a length of more than 2 meters. The slender and broad sword body was densely covered with dark gold magic patterns. The blood-red longsword was full of extremely sharp killing aura. Although it was just quietly suspended there and did not show any power, it still gave people a feeling of a peerless weapon. What is this? Shui Binger couldn't help asking when she noticed the strong killing aura emanating from the blood-colored giant sword. Sword of Shura. Mu Yang recognized what it was at the first time. In the original work, the content of Tang Chen's 8th test was to obtain the recognition of the Sword of Shura. After completing the 8th test, he directly took control of the Sword of Shura. Then it made sense that the Sword of Shura had always been in Tang Chen's body. Now that the examinee was dead, the test ended automatically, and it was reasonable for the Sword of Shura to leave Tang Chen. After looking at the Sword of Shura, Mu Yang prepared to step forward and take this super artifact into his pocket. If it was another god's artifact, Mu Yang would not dare to act rashly. After all, unless the god is dead, every artifact has an owner, and he dare not take it for himself, but the Shura sword is fine. As the super artifact of the Shura God King, the Shura sword will never harm him, the heir to the throne and the next owner, right? However, just when Mu Yang's arm was about to touch the Shura sword, a buzzing sound sounded, and a soft repulsive force surged from the Shura sword, bouncing Mu Yang's outstretched thief hand away. Then, the Shura sword rose out of thin air, accompanied by a red sword light, and a dark crack appeared in the air. Then the Shura sword turned into a blood-colored stream of light and sank into the dark crack. Looking at the space crack in the air that was disappearing quickly, Mu Yang's face turned black. What an impolite sword! He left without saying hello. Shaking his head, Mu Yang stopped thinking about it and stepped forward to collect the 5 soul bones that Tang Chen had exploded. The 5 soul bones were full of light. Although there was no top-grade soul bone of 100,000 years, judging from the soul power fluctuations they emitted, the age of these 5 soul bones was no less than 50,000 years. It was a pity that there was no right arm soul bone. It was not that Tang Chen's soul bones were not fully equipped. As one of the strongest people on the continent during his lifetime, Tang Chen's 6 soul bone positions were naturally full. It was just that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's strength had entered the god level. When he used the killing Ice Flame Spear to pierce Tang Chen's right arm, he also pierced his right arm soul bone. The attack of a god-level strongman might not be able to easily blast the soul bones of a high-year beast, but the soul bones below 100,000 years were far less tough, so it was normal to be blasted by an attack with the power of a god. After collecting the spoils, Mu Yang lit Tang Chen's body with an ice flame and burned it into a handful of white ash. Only then did he have time to check the progress of his divine test. When Tang Chen's evil thoughts returned, his Shura fifth test had already been completed, but he was fighting at the time and had no time to check. When his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, Mu Yang saw a line of words appearing on the light screen of the fifth test, the fifth test of the Shura 9 tests, eliminate the evil beast, completed. Reward, Shura God's affinity increased by 15%, killed the king of killing who fell into evil, exceeded the target. Additional reward, a God-given soul ring. The next moment, a golden red stream of light surged out from the sword seal at Mu Yang's brow, and turned into a light curtain in front of him. Then the light curtain shattered and turned into golden red light again. Instantly, Mu Yang felt that his body had undergone some subtle changes again. The first test increased the affinity of Shura God by 5%, the second and third tests increased by 10%, the fourth and fifth tests increased by 15%, and now that the fifth test has been completed, the affinity of Shura God has accumulated to 55%. Excluding the last ninth test, there are still the sixth and seventh tests to come. After the eighth and third assessments are completed, if nothing unexpected happens, the accumulated affinity will exceed 100%. After all, the higher the assessment progress, the more affinity will be obtained after the assessment is completed. When his consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, Mu Yang saw a red light falling from the sky and floating in front of him. When the red light faded, a golden bead was revealed. Seeing this, Mu Yang put away the God-given soul ring with a fiery face, and turned to look at Shui Binger with excitement. Over fulfilling the assessment task, an extra God-given soul ring was obtained, but I don't know if Shui Binger can get an extra God-given soul ring as a reward. If both of them get the extra God-given soul ring, then he doesn't need to worry about the 8th and 9th soul rings of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul in the future, and can directly condense 2999,999-year-old God-given soul rings. Mu Yang was not disappointed. When the divine test light screen appeared in front of Shui Binger, it immediately shattered and turned into golden red light and sank into the center of her brows. At the same time, Shui Binger's soul power surged, and a red light fell from the sky. When the red light dissipated, what appeared in front of Shui Binger was also a divine soul ring in the shape of a golden bead. Hehe, Lord Shura said that I had exceeded the assessment task, and the original reward of increasing soul power by 1 level has now become a soul power increase of 2 levels, and a divine soul ring is also rewarded. Said, Shui Binger handed the divine soul ring that appeared in front of her to Mu Yang. Her 9th soul ring had already had a predetermined target, so naturally she didn't need a divine soul ring. Then I won't be polite. Mu Yang happily accepted the divine soul ring. End of this chapter. 377 Chapter 376 Shura's 6th test. 377. Afterwards, Mu Yang checked the contents of Shura's 6th test. Shura's 6th test, invincible in the world, defeat the invincible Jian Daoliu in the sky and the invincible Bo Sixi in the ocean, time limit, unlimited. Defeat Jian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. After checking the content of the 6th test, Mu Yang's face darkened. Although these two demigods became demigods with the help of the top 8 tests, this does not affect the strength of Jian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. After all, even if they are fake demigods, they are still demigods, right? Of course, if the two were simply demigods, with the strength of the god-level Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Mu Yang would not be without the confidence of winning. But the problem is that Jian Daoliu and Bo Sixi's identities are not ordinary. They are not ordinary demigods, but the high priests of the angel god and the sea god, who can mobilize the angel power and the sea god power to a certain extent. Facing the demigod-level high priest who mobilizes the power of the gods, even if he has the god-level martial soul fusion skills, Mu Yang dare not say that he is sure of winning. I hope these two old seniors can understand the young people and not be too harsh. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. My 6th test mission is to help you defeat 2 strong men. I know the sky invincible Jian Daoliu, but who is this ocean invincible Bo Sixi? At this time, Shui Binger, who had already checked the content of the 6 tests, asked Mu Yang. In the vast ocean far away from the mainland, there is a force called Sea God Island. The Sea God Island has been passed down for 20,000 years. Everyone on the island believes in the Sea God Bo Sedong. It is a holy place for sea soul masters, and the ocean invincible Bo Sixi is the current Sea God High Priest of Sea God Island. If the geographical factors are not taken into account, the strength of this Sea God Priest is similar to that of the Spirit Hall's great worshipper Jian Daoliu. She is the strongest female soul master among the known strong men in the world. Mu Yang said briefly. What about the geographical advantage? Since Poseidon is known as the Invincible in the ocean, and the sea god island is overseas, it should be very difficult to defeat her in the ocean environment, right? Shui Binger asked after blinking. Well, this will be solved when the time comes. Anyway, there is no time limit for the 6th test. Mu Yang said embarrassedly. There is no doubt that among the 3 invincibles, Poseidon is indeed the most difficult one to deal with. Qian Daoliu said that he is invincible in the sky, but in fact, the sky environment will not increase Qian Daoliu's strength. Even if he has the advantages of the sky and the terrain, Qian Daoliu can only better play his own flight and speed advantages. Similarly, Tang Chen, who is known as the Invincible on land but is not an Earth-type Soul Master, cannot obtain the strength increase brought by the land environment. But Poseidon, who has the sea god martial spirit, is different. She can mobilize the power of the sea for her own use, and the sea environment can truly increase her strength. Therefore, it is more difficult to defeat Bo Sixi in the ocean environment than to defeat Qian Daoliu in the sky environment. Of course, there is no absolute certainty of defeating Bo Sixi, that is only at present. Both he and Shui Binger have huge room for improvement in strength. There is no absolute certainty at the moment, but it does not mean that there will be no absolute certainty in the future. In addition, there is no time limit for the assessment task, so Mu Yang does not need to worry. What should I say next? Return to the academy to make up the soul ring. Shui Binger asked. The assessment of the 6th test is difficult, so improve your strength. It just so happens that Mu Yang has obtained 2 more God-given soul rings. Complete the 8th and 9th soul rings of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Spirit, and the strength of the Martial Spirit fusion skill will surely be able to reach a higher level. Mu Yang shook his head and said, no hurry, the King of Slaughter has been killed by us, and the Slaughter City will definitely be in chaos. And the Slaughter City, a scum treatment center, must operate stably. After I arrange the Slaughter City, I will go to the next level. As the successor of the god of Azura, after killing the previous King of Slaughter, he will naturally succeed as the new King of Slaughter. However, given the poor environment of the City of Slaughter, staying there for a long time will definitely make you depressed, so Mu Yang does not plan to stay in the City of Slaughter for a long time. When Mu Yang and the others came to the entrance of the City of Slaughter, the entrance was already full of black-armored warriors and a group of law enforcement team members. There is no way, for the City of Slaughter, the outcome of this battle is crucial. If the winner is the King of Slaughter, then everything will remain the same in the City of Slaughter. But if the winner is the Ghost Demon Killer God, then the pattern of the City of Slaughter will be rewritten. Since its establishment, there has been a rule in the City of Slaughter that all the people in the City of Slaughter who are used in the field of the God of Slaughter, the God of Killing, has the opportunity to compete for the position of the King of Killing. And the way to take office is to defeat and kill the current King of Killing. If the old king dies and the new king ascends the throne, what if the new king doesn't like them? What's more, they have heard of the bad character of this demon god of killing. Even forcing others to go to the killing field of hell to give their heads can be done. Who knows if the demon god of killing will do something more excessive after succeeding the king of killing? My 2 lords of killing, I don't know the king of killing. At this time, the captain of the law enforcement team, Yan Mo, stepped forward a few steps and asked Mu Yang and the others respectfully. As the captain of the law enforcement team, Yan Mo is undoubtedly the highest-ranking person in the killing city below the king of killing. As the leader of the people present, he had to bite the bullet and stand up to face Mu Yang, the great demon king. Dead. Mu Yang said calmly. Dead. Hearing this, the pupils of Yan Mo shrank, and then he immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and shouted, Captain of the law enforcement team Yan Mo, meet the great King of Slaughter. Well, the action was very smooth, obviously well prepared. Meet the great King of Slaughter. It was obvious that more than Yan Mo was well prepared. As soon as Yan Mo's voice fell, the members of the law enforcement team and the black-armored warriors knelt on the ground to welcome the new king to the throne. As for the old king, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The dead King of Slaughter is no longer the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. Seeing this, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, get up. Yan Mo, in addition to the necessary guards, gather the members of the law enforcement team in front of the temple. Yes. Yan Mo received the order. Afterwards, Mu Yang waved his hand and took Shui Binger into the Slaughter City, heading straight to the temple where the divine test was first opened. For Douluo continent, the Slaughter City, a scum treatment center, is indispensable. The reason why evil soul masters are rampant in the continent in the future is not only because the Wuhan Hall, which is responsible for combating evil soul masters, no longer exists, but also has a lot to do with the destruction of the Slaughter City. But the environment in the Slaughter City is dark and disgusting, and Mu Yang is not going to stay there for long in the future. In this way, in order to avoid the Slaughter City from encountering difficult emergencies, it is very necessary to leave a trump card that can deal with any crisis. I just don't know if the High Priest in the Secret Realm will give him, the heir to the throne, a face? End of this chapter. 378 Chapter 377 Spirit Ascension Method. 378. 3 days later, everything was arranged properly, and Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er left the Slaughter City and returned to the academy. Using the sword seal of the Azura sword at the center of the eyebrows as a guide, the power of the Azura statue in the temple was stimulated, and all members of the law enforcement team were given the right to use soul skills in the Slaughter City. With a 9-ring titled Douluo, 7 8-ring soul Douluos, more than 27 ring soul saints and hundreds of 6-ring soul emperors in the law enforcement team, it was enough to maintain the order of the Slaughter City. And Mu Yang did not make any backup plans. He entrusted the High Priest Shang in the Shura secret realm to calm down the situation when the Slaughter City encountered an emergency. With a god-level strongman to calm down, Mu Yang was not worried that there would be any accidents in the Slaughter City, unless the one who came was also a god-level strongman. But how dare a god-level strongman act recklessly in the Slaughter City? The reason why the Shura boss could tolerate the Rakshasa god's attack on Tang Chen was mainly because it was part of Tang Chen's divine test. If other god-level strongmen dared to come to the Slaughter City to cause trouble, they would probably be directly judged by Shura from the sky. After returning to the academy, Mu Yang was not in a hurry to challenge Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. After all, these two demigods were only half a step away from becoming a 100-level god, and were at the peak below the god level. With a random amplification soul skill, their strength could temporarily enter the god level, not weaker than the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, and not comparable to the half-crippled evil thoughts Tang Chen. In addition, there was still a lot of room for improvement in his own strength, and there was no time limit for the assessment, so Mu Yang was not in a hurry. He planned to complete the assessment after completing the 8th and 9th soul rings of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow and condensing the 3rd soul core. But however, it is estimated that it will not be possible to complete the 8th and 9th soul rings in the near future. Among the many soul rings that the two martial spirits already have, there are many with extremely high ages. With his current physical fitness, it is not enough to condense the 999,999-year-old Ice Flame Holy Shadow 8th soul ring again, let alone the 9th soul ring. Now directly condensing the Ice Flame Holy Shadow 8th soul ring with the God-given soul ring would definitely be a loss. In the case of being unable to improve the soul power level, in order to change this dilemma, he needs to condense the 3rd soul core to improve his physical fitness. The quality of the internal soul power, and then improve the physical quality by improving the critical point of the practice of sun body refining. Or deduce the secret method to improve the age of soul bones, so that the physical quality will improve with the age of soul bones. The former is not very hopeful. His soul power level has just soared from the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo to the 98th level titled Douluo in just a few months. The level of soul power control has inevitably dropped sharply. In addition, the advantage of mental power far higher than soul power is no longer there. The difficulty of condensing the 3rd soul core of yin and yang complementation can be imagined. There is absolutely no hope in the near future. On the contrary, the latter can be expected, because Mu Yang can feel that it will not be long before the secret method of improving the age of soul bones that he has been looking forward to will be released. Of course, it is just an expectation. After all, even if the secret method of improving the age of soul bones is released, it takes a process to improve the age of soul bones through the secret method, and both aspects need to go hand in hand. Therefore, after returning to the academy, in addition to deducing the secret method, Mu Yang spent almost all his time on improving the level of soul power control. Time flies, and more than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Late at night, on the balcony, Mu Yang was bathing in the moonlight and was activating the secret method of deducing his innate ability. Suddenly, the mental fluctuations emanating from Mu Yang calmed down. He opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The secret method of increasing the age of soul bones has finally come out. What surprised Mu Yang was that the secret method of increasing the age of soul bones was also applicable to increasing the age of soul rings. There was no difference between the two. That is to say, he no longer needed to deduce the secret method of increasing the age of soul rings separately. Let's call it Soul Ascension Method. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang gave this secret method that can increase the age of soul rings and soul bones a name. The name Soul Ascension Method was taken from the Soul Ascension platform in later generations, where one could increase the age of soul rings by killing soul beasts. Then, Mu Yang couldn't wait to operate the Soul Ascension Method. In an instant, the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth quickly gathered and sank into Mu Yang's body, then turned into a special spiritual power and flowed to his head. After the Spirit Ascension Method was published, Mu Yang prioritized the age of the soul bones over the soul rings. After all, the increase in the age of the soul rings would increase his burden on the soul rings bearing capacity, which would not be conducive to the earlier condensation of the 8th and 9th divine soul rings of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. On the contrary, if the age of the soul bones is prioritized, the physical fitness will be improved, which will be conducive to the earlier condensation of the 8th and 9th divine soul rings. And the external soul bones can increase their age as the level increases, without the need to deliberately use the Spirit Ascension Method to increase them. Only the 6 soul bones in the 6 normal soul bone positions need to increase their age. However, the soul bones in the trunk and limbs that can improve physical fitness are not among Mu Yang's first upgrades. Instead, he prioritized the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration that cannot improve physical fitness but can improve mental power. The age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration is low, only more than 60,000 years, while the age of the soul bones in the torso and limbs is 100,000 years or more, which is a bit unsightly and seriously lowers the level of his soul bone configuration. And for Mu Yang at the moment, it is not only the physical quality that needs to be improved, but also the mental power is also very important. Because the improvement of mental power helps to condense the 3rd soul core. After the 3rd soul core is condensed, the quality of soul power will be greatly improved, and then the physical quality can be improved by relying on the bodybuilding unique skill of Sun Body Refining. Therefore, the soul bones in the torso and limbs have to wait until Mu Yang increases the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration to 100,000 years before the age is improved. Time gradually passed, the moon set and the sun rose, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. Tisk, the efficiency is slightly low. After quitting the practice, Mu Yang felt that the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration was not too obvious, and thought to himself with some regret. As expected, there are shortcuts in the world, but even if it is a shortcut, it is unlikely to be a smooth road. According to the increase in the age of the wisdom skull that was concentrated by the spirit last night, he wanted to increase the age of all his spirit rings and spirit bones to 999,999 years. There is no need to think about it in a short period of time. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 years or even more. Yes, that's right, it is 999,999 years, not a million years. Perhaps because the million-year spirit rings and spirit bones have already touched the God-level realm, the upper limit of the effect of the Spirit Ascension Method is the same as the upper limit of the age of the God-given spirit ring, which is only one step away from a million years. 999,999 years. 1 year difference is the difference between gods and mortals, and Mu Yang is quite regretful about this. End of this chapter. 379 Chapter 378 Heart Demon Lock. 379. I just don't know if Shura can make up for this last year for me in the future. Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. Throughout the original work, in addition to the 10th soul ring that appears after becoming a god at level 100, there are other million-year soul rings, such as Tang San's second martial soul, the 9th soul ring of the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San's 9th soul ring of the Clear Sky Hammer comes from the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, but the Deep Sea Demon Whale King is not a million-year soul beast, its real age is only close to a million years. After absorbing it, Tang San can turn the nearly million-year-old soul ring of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King into a red gold million-year soul ring. If Mu Yang says that there is no secret help from the Azura god or the sea god Poseidon, he will never believe it. Since Tang San in the original work can have this treatment, then as the heir to the Azura god, he should have some kind of like treatment, right? At this moment, Mu Yang couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. He didn't ask Shura to reward Tang San with all soul rings increased by 50,000 years like Poseidon in the original work. He just hoped that Shura could give him a reward of all soul rings and soul bones increased by 1 year. Compared with 50,000 years, 1 year should be very little, right? Well, I hope Shura can help. Since the spirit ascension method was too heaven-defying, Mu Yang spent another half a month to deduce a special secret method, and castrated the spirit ascension method and divided it into 3 versions. Spirit Ascension Method 1.0, the upper limit of the soul ring and soul bone age increase is 10,000 years. Spirit Ascension Method 2.0, the upper limit of the soul ring and soul bone age increase is 100,000 years. Spirit Ascension Method 3.0, which is the complete version of Spirit Ascension Method, has an upper limit of 999,999 years for the age of spirit rings and spirit bones. Ordinary students in the academy are not considered. Only genius students and teachers who will serve in the academy for life, that is, real talents, have the right to practice the 1.0 version of Spirit Ascension Method. Only the senior academy members whose spirit power level has entered the 9th ring can practice the 2.0 version of Spirit Ascension Method. As for the 3.0 perfect version of Spirit Ascension Method, Mu Yang will only pass it on to Shui Bing'er for the time being. Of course, if Huo Lai, Mu Ziu, Shui Yuer, Huo Wu and others can start the God test in the future, and have completed the 2.0 version of Spirit Ascension Method, the age of all spirit rings and spirit bones has reached 100,000 years, and they are in a state where they can't make any progress, then the 3.0 perfect version of Spirit Ascension Method can also be opened to them. It was not difficult to castrate the Spirit Ascension Method. After all, with the deduction foundation of the complete version, it was easy to make 2 weakened versions. Mu Yang completed it in just 1 day. During the past half-month, his main energy was focused on deducing that special secret method. There is no doubt that the effect of the Spirit Ascension Method is too amazing. Even the weakest version 1.0 is still enough to cause the madness of the soul masters outside. With the 1.0 version of the Spirit Ascension Method, the soul master with the best soul ring ratio can upgrade his 1st to 4th soul rings to 10,000 years, and the whole body soul ring configuration starts from 10,000 years. Even if you buy a set of extremely useless and not too expensive 100-year soul bones, you can transform them into a whole set of 10,000-year soul bones with the 1.0 version of the Soul Ascension Method. Even if the soul ring and soul bone age are increased through the Spirit Ascension Method, it will not lead to an increase in soul power, but the soul ring and soul bone itself will still have the effect of improving various body functions. 4 soul rings upgraded to 10,000 years, plus a set of 10,000-year soul bones, are enough to make many high-level soul masters stuck at the bottleneck of Fengju break through the level and enter the next realm. And this is the 1.0 version of Spirit Ascension Method. If it is changed to 2.0 version, the upper limit of soul rings and soul bones will be 100,000 years. It can be foreseen that once the effect of Spirit Ascension Method is known to the outside world, no matter how strong the Elemental Holy Academy is, it cannot ensure that Spirit Ascension Method will not be leaked. After all, if they can't do it openly, can't they send experts to kidnap the practitioner of this secret method, and then let the spiritual master with hypnosis to ask the secret method? In order to completely prevent the secret method from being leaked, Mu Yang deduced a spiritual secret method that he named Heart Demon Lock. The effect of Heart Demon Lock is very simple. The caster activates the secret method, and if the caster does not resist, a heart demon lock rooted in the soul will be condensed in his sea of consciousness, which can only be removed by death. Once the person being casted has sworn an oath to the heart demon lock, he will not be able to break his oath in any form in the future. Once there is a tendency to break the oath, he will be attacked by the heart demon lock. There is a prerequisite for casting heart demon lock, that is, the caster's mental power cannot be weaker than the caster, otherwise it will not work. And because the heart demon lock is rooted in the soul of the caster, the strength of the caster will increase accordingly. It can be said that once the heart demon lock is planted, the caster will never be able to withstand the backlash of the heart demon lock in the future, and the problem of secret methods leaking out will be completely eliminated. Mu Yang even took into account some special situations, such as, the caster has special skills that are immune to mental attacks, and uses soul food or attribute amplification soul skills to increase mental power to resist the backlash of the heart demon lock, and is controlled by a strong spiritual master. Consciousness, etc. For this reason, Mu Yang also changed the backlash of the heart demon lock from a one-time backlash to a continuous backlash. Once the oath is violated, the backlash of the heart demon lock will continue until the soul of the caster is annihilated. With the heart demon lock, Mu Yang no longer needs to worry about the leakage of the Spirit Ascension Method. In addition to the Spirit Ascension Method, the elemental meditation methods of various attributes, the metal forging secret method, the battle armor manufacturing method, the Taiyin refining spirit, sun refining body, condensation ring method, etc., can all play a good role in confidentiality, and you can decide whether to spread them. The only way to bypass the heart demon lock may be the soul core secret method. Because the core of the soul core secret method lies in the idea and imagination, even if the outside world is not clear about the specific secret method, after knowing the general concept and trying it, it can be tinkered with. Afterwards, Mu Yang no longer hesitated and summoned the academy. The senior leaders went to the conference room of the main teaching building of the academy for a meeting. The Spirit Ascension method with its extraordinary efficacy and the heart demon lock that ensures that the secret method is not leaked are very necessary for the teachers and students who have practiced various secret methods in the academy. As for resisting the heart demon lock, as long as there is no intention to leak the secret method, the heart demon lock is completely harmless, and the content of the oath will only be limited to the scope of the secret method, so I think no one will resist. Of course, if someone really resists, then just disappear from the world. Mu Yang will not be ungrateful. End of this chapter. 380 Chapter 379 Seemingly Stupid, but Actually Making a Lot of Money, Part 1. 380. Not long after, in a conference room in the main teaching building, all the titled combat forces in the Elemental Holy Academy gathered together. Xiao Yang, call everyone here, what's the matter? Huo Lai asked curiously to Mu Yang, who had been in seclusion recently. After the voice fell, everyone in the conference room looked at Mu Yang. There is good news, and it is great news. Mu Yang said with a smile. Oh? Great news? Have you broken through the peerless realm? Huo Lai immediately became interested and asked hurriedly. If Mu Yang advances to level 99 peerless Douluo, it will be great news for the Elemental Holy Academy. After all, looking at the Soul Master world of the mainland, the only one who has clearly reached the level of level 99 peerless Douluo is Qian Daoliu, the great worshipper of the Wuhan Hall. Of course, Pope Bibi Dong is also the same, but this pope with good skills did not put his soul power level on the stage. Mu Yang waved his hand. That's not the case. I have worked out a secret method that can be called against the sky. A secret method against the sky? I remember that you didn't mention the word against the sky in the soul core secret method and condensation ring method. It seems that this secret method is really amazing. Raising an eyebrow, Shui Yunyu said with a smile. Brother, don't keep us in suspense, show us now. Huo Wu's cousin urged. Mu Yang nodded slightly and said, I named this method Spirit Ascension Method. It can be used to increase the age of soul rings and soul bones by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, everyone in the conference room took a breath of cold air. Soon, Huo Lai came to his senses and asked, Xiao Yang, what is the upper limit of the soul ring and soul bone improvement of this Spirit Ascension Method? Mu Yang smiled and said, everyone here can increase all their soul rings and soul bones to 100,000 years in the future. 100,000 years. As expected, everyone present was shocked again. Xiao Yang, this Spirit Ascension Method is so effective, can our academy keep it? After a while, Huo Lai said with a serious face. If what Mu Yang said is true, then the effect of this Spirit Ascension Method is indeed amazing, but it is precisely because the effect of the secret method is too amazing that the Elemental Saint Academy may not be able to keep this overwhelming wealth. Once the news of the Spirit Ascension Method is leaked, the Academy is not afraid of any open enemy. After all, Mu Yang and Shui Binger are in charge of the God-level martial soul fusion technique. Even if the martial soul hall, the dominant force in the Soul Master world, comes, they are not afraid. But the benefits are too huge, and the small actions of various forces in secret are absolutely countless. Unless Mu Yang and the others stay in the Academy all the time, and the practitioners of this secret method will never step out of the Academy in the future, otherwise once they are alone, they will be captured alive by the strong men of other forces who are spying on the secret method, and then interrogated about the secret method. In addition to the strong men who spy on the secret method, there must be many thieves who spy on the soul bones of the secret method practitioners. After all, the Spirit Ascension Method can increase the age of soul bones. In the eyes of outsiders, you have 100,000 year soul bones. It's fine if they are strong, but if they are weak, they will definitely be treated as boss by the strong men of the mainland and exploded. Of course we can defend it. Maybe after the news of the secret method is exposed, the Academy will become the target of public criticism, but as long as we are strong enough, all conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. Mu Yang waved his hand with a firm face and said. What's wrong with becoming the public enemy of the mainland? As long as the fist is strong enough, other forces can only envy and be jealous. Mu Ziyu nodded, yes, Xiao Yang is right. With such a heaven-defying secret method in front of us, should we still worry about being spied on in the future and not practice it? In fact, this worry is not a problem. The extraordinary spirit ring configuration is very conspicuous in the eyes of others, but if we only improve the age of the spirit bones for the time being, who can see it? Before you have the power to protect yourself, just improve the age of the spirit bones first. When you have practiced successfully, you can improve the age of the spirit rings. With the spirit gold battle armor in hand, the age of the spirit rings and spirit bones on the whole body has reached 100,000 years. As long as the soul power level can enter the 9th ring, it is definitely a top-level powerhouse in the entire continental soul master world. In the future, if the academy does not exterminate the whole family, other forces on the continent should be grateful, instead of daring to plot against the secrets of the academy. Mu Yang said loudly. Then how can we ensure that the secret method is not leaked? At this time, Feng Zhen spoke. Hearing this, Mu Yang said, I have also considered Uncle Feng's concerns. For this reason, I have specially invented another special secret technique, Heart Demon Lock. The effect of the Heart Demon Lock secret technique is very simple. After being planted with the Heart Demon Lock, the Soul Master swears by the Heart Demon Lock. It will not have any effect at ordinary times, but he cannot break the oath in any form in the future, otherwise he will be backlashed by the Heart Demon Lock. And this backlash is enough to make those who break the oath the Soul Master's soul is annihilated and dies. In this way, there is no need to worry about the emergence of traitors, or the secret method being taken out by others through spiritual secrets such as soul capture. Huo Lai nodded, if the effect of this Heart Demon Lock secret technique is as you said, it can ensure that the soul ascension method will not be leaked, and if it is only used to increase the age of soul bones for the time being, the academy will have a period of stable development without being noticed by outsiders. Not only that, the effect of this Heart Demon Lock is not only limited to ensuring that the soul ascension method is not leaked, other secret methods are also applicable. Shui Yunyu interrupted. Xiao Yang, how do you arrange this soul ascension method? What is the scope of dissemination? Huo Lai turned his head and looked at Mu Yang. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said, I will first investigate the spies later. After the investigation of the spies, I will pass the soul ascension method to all teachers and students who will serve in the academy for life in the future. As a force ranked among the top in comprehensive strength on the continent, the Holy Academy of Elements must have spies planted by other forces. This does not mean that the forces that planted spies are hostile to the Holy Academy of Elements, but just a casual move to be prepared. Many of them cannot even be considered spies. After all, the Holy Academy of Elements is an academy-type force. If there are direct soul masters from other forces enrolling, as long as they have qualified talents and have paid tuition, the academy will not reject them. Therefore, the investigation of spies mentioned by Mu Yang only targets teachers who will serve in the academy for life and talented students who will also stay in the academy after graduation. Because these two can be considered as real people. As for other students, they are no longer people of the Holy Academy of Elements after graduation. Even if they have friendship with their alma mater, they can only be considered half of their own people at most. If they are not real people, Mu Yang will not open various secret methods to them, so as not to benefit other forces. End of this chapter. 381 Chapter 380 Seemingly Stupid, but actually a big profit, Part 2. 381. By the way, I divided the Spirit Ascension method into different versions. All teachers and students who will work in the Academy for Life in the future can practice the initial version of the Spirit Ascension method, which can increase the age of spirit rings and spirit bones below 10,000 years to 10,000 years. The other version of the Spirit Ascension method can increase the age of spirit rings and spirit bones to 100,000 years, but it is only available to spirit masters with a spirit power level of 80 or above. Mu Yang lowered the practice requirements of the 2.0 version of the Spirit Ascension method, reducing the original planned requirement of the 9-ring title Douluo to the 8-ring soul Douluo. After all, if the 8-ring level soul master is equipped with a spirit gold battle armor, his strength can reach the 9-ring level, and he is not considered a weakling. Then, Mu Yang continued, the reason why I want to divide it into two versions is also for the sake of the practitioners of this secret method. Although the spirit upgrading method can increase the age of soul rings and soul bones, this process takes a lot of time, In addition, the cultivation efficiency of low-level soul masters is far inferior to that of high-level soul masters. Dividing it into different versions can prevent practitioners from excessively pursuing high-year soul rings and soul bones, delaying the most basic soul power cultivation. In addition, and most importantly, the heart demon lock can ensure that the secret method is not leaked, but if the strength is insufficient, but there are multiple high-year soul bones, then it will become a big fat sheep in the eyes of others. Yes, it is indeed necessary to divide it into versions with different functions. Huo Lai nodded, agreeing with Mu Yang's approach. Soul bones are good things. If he puts himself in other people's shoes, if there are many fat sheep with low strength but multiple high-quality soul bones in other forces on the mainland, he will probably not be able to resist. There is no way, the temptation is too great. Huo Lai boasts that his character is okay, not to mention more, at least it is above the average level of the mainland, but even he himself may not be able to withstand the temptation, let alone other strong people with worse character. Ah, you still have to cultivate to the 8th ring level? Then I won't be able to have 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone in the next 2 years. Huo Wu's eldest cousin said with a bitter face. The coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone are right in front of her, but she can't get it. Don't mention how tormented it is. It's better not to know about this secret method. Sister Huo Wu, even if you cultivate to the 8-ring soul Douluo, I don't recommend you to increase the age of the soul ring and soul bone to 100,000 years. Your talent is not bad, and you will definitely be able to cultivate to the titled Douluo realm in the future. After the level exceeds 90, there will be bottlenecks at each level. Instead of increasing the age of the spirit rings and spirit bones to 100,000 years early, it is better to control the age of the spirit rings and spirit bones to near 100,000 years. After the spirit power is cultivated to the bottleneck, one or more spirit rings and spirit bones will be increased to 100,000 years. At that time, with the help of the various physical function improvements that occur when the spirit rings and spirit bones transform, it will definitely make it easier for you to break through the bottleneck. Mu Yang suggested. This is great. After pondering Mu Yang's words, Huo Lai's eyes lit up. Although it has not been verified yet, it is definitely feasible in theory. Especially for soul masters with poor talent, it is very necessary to make good use of the transformation power generated when the soul ring and soul bone age is increased to 100,000 years. After the soul core method, the spirit ascension method appeared again to help break through the bottleneck. Huo Lai can foresee that his own academy will not be short of 9-ring titled Douluo in the future. And with soul cores, soul rings, and soul bones that exceed the standard, every titled Douluo in the academy will be a strong one among titled Douluo. In addition, with the help of the 100,000-year transformation power of soul rings and soul bones, Huo Lai's future achievements will definitely not stop at the current 96 level titled Douluo. Perhaps, there is hope for the 99 level peerless Douluo realm? It seems that the academy needs to collect some torso soul bones and head soul bones. Touching his chin, Huo Lai said. Low-year soul bones are useless, and high-year soul bones are rare. It is basically impossible to buy them with gold soul coins. In addition, the academy has limited funds, so Huo Lai did not pay much attention to soul bones in the past. But now it is different. With the spirit ascension method in hand, low-year soul bones will no longer be useless. In this way, it is very necessary for him to gather his 6 soul bone positions. Even not only himself, but also other senior executives of the academy have this need. In addition, since the number of low-year soul beasts hunted by soul masters is far greater than that of high-year soul beasts, the number of low-year soul bones in the soul master world is far greater than that of high-year soul bones. Now they no longer need to consider the age of soul bones, and they can pick and choose the soul bones that are most suitable for themselves. Not only that, with the spirit ascension method in hand, the value of soul bones of medium and low age has been greatly reduced for us. We can exchange the high-year soul bones in hand for more low-year soul bones. If you use multiple low-year soul bones to exchange for high-year soul bones, even if the two are of equal value, people will definitely not be willing to exchange. But if you exchange high for low, I believe that there will definitely not be too many forces willing to exchange, and they can even exchange at a premium. Mu Yang said with a smile. In Mu Yang's view, with the spirit ascension method in hand, whether it is a 10,000 year soul bone or a 90,000 year soul bone, it is not much better than a low-level soul bone of 100 or 1,000 years. With the means to improve quality in hand, it is absolutely not a loss to exchange quality for quantity. Of course, the useless ones are only valuable in themselves. Soul bones with an age of more than 10,000 years and less than 100,000 years, and soul bones with an age of 100,000 years or even beast soul bones are still very valuable. After all, the older the soul bones are, the more soul power they will gain after refining. If ordinary 10,000 year soul bones can only help soul masters with 6 or 7 rings break through bottlenecks, then 100,000 year soul bones are enough to help soul masters with a level of 89 or even titled Douluo who are facing bottlenecks break through. Even for the second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile with a soul power level of 98 peak, if there is still a soul bone position vacant on the Golden Crocodile, giving him a soul bone of a beast with an extremely high age, he may be able to break through to the level of 99 Peerless Douluo. Huo Lai's eyes lit up. Trade high for low? Not bad, this is possible. In the past, exchanging high-year soul bones for a larger number of low-year soul bones would be absolutely a big idiot. But now is different from the past. After the Academy mastered the secret method of increasing the age of soul bones, this seemingly mind-boggling transaction has become a big profit. As the Dean of the Elemental Academy, Huo Lai felt that although he could not arrange a full set of high-year soul bones for all the masters of his own academy, it was not a problem to arrange a full set of low-year soul bones. After all, except for the relatively rare head soul bones and torso soul bones, the low-year limb soul bones are not expensive because they are a bit useless. End of this chapter. 382 Chapter 381 Soul Bone Skill, Sun Shelter. 382. After the meeting, Mu Yang began to check for spies in the academy after the meeting. The Elemental Academy is different from the sect forces. In the entire academy, temporary members, that is, students who do not work in the academy after graduation, account for the majority, while students and academy teachers who have confirmed and applied to work in the academy after graduation only account for a minority. Since there were not too many targets to be investigated, and Mu Yang's method of investigating spies was very convenient and effective, there was no need to spend a lot of energy to explore the target's interpersonal relationships and find evidence. He directly used the soul capture secret technique to control consciousness and ask questions. In less than half a day, Mu Yang had completed the work of investigating spies. As expected, Mu Yang found 5 spies planted by other forces among the teachers of the academy. 2 were from the Tiandu Empire, and the remaining 3 were from the Wuhan Hall, Xingluo Empire, and Kaibao Liulai sect. Fortunately, the rise of the Elemental Academy was not long, and the 3 major elemental academies of Blazing Fire, Divine Wind, and Tian Shui were famous, but there was nothing worth plotting for all forces, so there were no old spies lurking in the academy for a long time. These 5 spies were all newly joined by the academy when the Elemental Academy was established and recruited talents. The highest soul power level was only the 6-ring Soul Emperor, and was not among the various secret methods to be taught, so the various secret methods that Mu Yang had worked on were not obtained by other forces. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang did not kill the 5 people because they did not cause any actual losses to the academy and they had been working diligently in the past. He just asked Huo Lai to dismiss them. Afterwards, Mu Yang spent more than a day planting the Heart Demon Lock on nearly 100 academy teachers and talented students who applied to stay in the academy after graduation. And to set an example, Huo Lai, the dean of the academy, took the lead and asked Mu Yang to plant the Heart Demon Lock on him. As for the teaching of the Spirit Ascension method, Mu Yang did not need to do it. The 2 versions of the Spirit Ascension method he wrote were very detailed, with all the details of cultivation marked out. After Huo Lai and others mastered it, they could teach it according to the original classification standards. 3 days later, Mu Yang, who had been working day and night to practice the Spirit Ascension method to devour the external world energy, finally raised the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration to 100,000 years. So far, the age of the 6 soul bones and external soul bones in Mu Yang's body has all reached 100,000 years or more. It took only 3 or 4 days for Mu Yang to use the Spirit Ascension method to upgrade the 60,000-year-old wisdom skull of spiritual concentration to a 100,000-year-old soul bone, with an average increase of about 10,000 years per day. It can be seen that the Spirit Ascension method is still very efficient in improving the age of soul rings and soul bones. However, the efficiency of the Spirit Ascension method for improving soul rings and soul bones is not fixed. The stronger the soul master is, the higher the efficiency of absorbing the world energy into special spiritual energy to increase the age of soul rings and soul bones. In addition, Mu Yang has a yin and yang complementary dual soul core in his body, and the speed of absorbing the world energy is far beyond that of the soul master of the same level 98 titled Douluo. The efficiency of the spirit ascension method is naturally high. The main function of the head soul bone is to enhance the spiritual power. After the age is increased, Mu Yang's spiritual power has increased. After the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration reaches 100,000 years, the moon in Mu Yang's sea of consciousness, which symbolizes his spiritual power cultivation, blooms with brilliant moonlight, and his realm has entered the fourth realm of Huiho perfection. And the fourth realm of Huiho perfection of Tei in refining God means that Mu Yang's spiritual power realm has reached level 99. Of course, Mu Yang's gains are not only that. Generally speaking, a 100,000 year soul bone can be accompanied by two 100,000 year soul bone skills. The wisdom skull of spiritual concentration with an age of 100,000 years is no exception. On the basis of the original soul bone skill, Tei in divine light, a second soul bone skill is derived. Soul bone skill, Tei in shelter, similar to the invincible golden body, is an absolute defense skill. However, Tei in shelter is not an absolute defense skill on the physical and energy side, but an absolute defense skill on the spiritual side. Once activated, it can be immune to all mental attacks below the God level, and can also remove mental control below the God level, which lasts for 3 seconds and can only be used 3 times a day. The head soul bone age has been promoted to 100,000 years, so Mu Yang temporarily put aside the work of improving the age of the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, and turned to concentrate on improving the age of the Ice Jade Emperor's trunk bone. Under the same age, compared with the soul bones in the limbs, the trunk soul bone has a stronger effect on improving physical fitness, and the age of the Ice Jade Emperor's trunk bone is higher. Mu Yang plans to graduate the trunk soul bone first. The improvement space of the Ice Jade Emperor's trunk soul bone is more than 600,000 years. When the age reaches 999,999 years, it should be enough for him to condense the 999,999-year-old God-given 8th soul ring for the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul again. Time flies, and more than 2 months have passed. That afternoon, on the top of a secondary peak outside the academy, Mu Yang was adding the God-given 8th soul ring to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. As early as 3 days ago, Mu Yang used the Spirit Ascension method to increase the age of the Ice Jade Emperor's trunk soul bone to the limit of 999,999 years. Although increasing the age of soul bones through the Spirit Ascension method is very different from refining soul bones of the same age, and cannot drive the increase of soul power, the physical fitness improvement brought by the soul bone itself will not change. Compared to 2 months ago, his soul power level has not changed, and there is almost no improvement, but the Ice Jade Emperor's trunk soul bone, which has been increased by more than 600,000 years, has greatly improved his physical fitness. After resting for 3 days, relieving the fatigue of the previous 2 months of liver explosion, and adjusting his state, Mu Yang began to condense the 8th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow. The skyrocketing physical fitness has greatly improved Mu Yang's soul ring tolerance again. As expected, the 8th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul condensed this time is the same as the existing 7th soul ring, and the age will be the limit of the God-given soul ring. The God-given soul ring with 9 golden lines that appeared around Mu Yang but had not been completely refined proved this point well. In a blink of an eye, another night passed. Just as dawn was about to come, Mu Yang, who was refining the energy of the God-given soul ring, gradually stabilized the soul power aura on his body. After a while, his whole body was refreshed, and Mu Yang, who had completely refined the energy of the God-given soul ring, opened his eyes. Yes, I have finally entered the 99th level of the Peerless Realm. Looking at the God-given soul ring that was almost pure gold on his body. 383 Chapter 382 Ice Flame Clone, Ice Flame Explosion. 383. After 12 years of cultivation, the little Karami who had just awakened his martial soul finally stood at the pinnacle of the mainland soul master world. In addition, the energy contained in the 999,999-year-old God-given soul ring is extremely powerful. In addition, his soul power accumulation was close to level 99 before. After refining the soul ring energy, his soul power level is not just entering level 99, but directly reaching the peak of level 99. It is the limitation of the world status that makes the level 100 bottleneck extraordinary. Otherwise, after he completes the missing last soul ring, his soul power level will definitely break into level 100, becoming the first soul master in Douluo continent to break level 120,000 years after the angel god and Poseidon. However, even if there is a level 100 bottleneck limit, looking at the entire Douluo continent, even if the Poseidon Island overseas is included, Mu Yang is the fourth strongest person in the world who has reached the level 99 peerless realm after Douluo, Poseidon, and Bibi Dong. Of course, according to the later generations, he is a level 99 extreme Douluo, while Douluo and Poseidon are slightly higher by half a level and are demigods. As for Bibi Dong, this Popes, there are pitfalls in the Rakshasa god test. Others are stronger than their realms, or at least their strength is equal to their realms, but Bibi Dong's strength is lower than her realm, and it is still far lower than her realm. For example, in the original book, when hunting the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, Bibi Dong brought a group of titled elders, but was unable to directly capture the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. If it were Mu Yang at this time, even if the martial soul fusion skill was excluded, it would be enough to kill the two beast kings in one move, and even just releasing one soul skill could completely end it. The reason why Mu Yang has this confidence and is confident that he can completely end the two 100,000-year-old beast kings with one soul skill is mainly because his newly acquired soul skill is somewhat unusual. 8th soul skill, Ice Flame Clone. After releasing the soul skill, it can condense 3 clones with 100% of the original body's strength, combat instincts, and can also be controlled by Mu Yang's consciousness. Although these 3 Ice Flame clones have no soul bones and soul cores, and cannot nest dolls infinitely, and cannot condense clones for the second time, they can only use soul skills other than the 8th soul skill, but this is enough. Facing 399 level Peerless Realm combat forces, even if the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python are the best among the 100,000-year soul beasts, they will inevitably be killed instantly. In addition, perhaps because of the extremely high age of the Soul Ring, the soul skills formed by the added God-given 8th Soul Ring are not 1, but 2. 8th Soul Skill, Ice Flame Explosion. Use mental power to control any Ice Flame attribute creation to explode, giving the opponent an Ice Flame attribute attack. The specific power depends on the amount of energy contained in the Ice Flame creation. The so-called Ice Flame attribute creation is the product of secret methods or soul skills such as Ice Flame Flames, Ice Flame Arrows, Ice Flame Spears, Ice Flame Dragons, and Ice Flame clones condensed by Ice Flame soul power. Undoubtedly, this is a strong attack soul skill with a very high upper limit and a very low lower limit. It's like Mu Yang controls a tiny ice flame to explode, then the power of the explosion is definitely not that high, far from the power of the strong attack soul skill that is close to 1,000,000 years old. But if the explosion is the 6th soul skill, the creation of Ice Flame, or the 8th soul skill, the 3 clones condensed by the Ice Flame clone, then the power of the Ice Flame explosion is absolutely terrifying. Especially the explosion of the Ice Flame clone, I'm afraid it can directly destroy a large city. You know, the Ice Flame clone can be regarded as a limited version of the 99th level Peerless Douluo, and a 99th level Peerless Douluo self-destructs, let alone ordinary large cities, even if it is a problem to blow up Tiandu city into ruins. And most importantly, due to the special nature of the soul skill, although the Ice Flame explosion is a soul skill close to 1,000,000 years old, the soul power consumption is very low, and there is no limit on the interval of use. As long as the soul power in the body is sufficient and there are Ice Flame attribute creations on the battlefield, it can be exploded continuously. Tisk, Douluo version of nuclear weapons? Mu Yang couldn't help but think of the scene when he exploded the Ice Flame clone. Compared to Tang San in the original work who couldn't destroy the city wall with one move even after becoming a god, Mu Yang felt that in terms of destructive power, he was still better than Tang San who ascended to the throne of Sea God. Needless to say, from today on, the most deterrent on the battlefield will no longer be the Jade Phosphorus Douluo Dugubo, but Mu Yang. The explosion of an Ice Flame clone could directly destroy an elite army of 100,000 people. When the first ray of sunlight dispelled the darkness and shone on the earth again, Mu Yang returned to the academy. Just as he was about to go back to the house to rest, his sister-in-law Shui Yuer hurried over. Mu Yang, I've cultivated to level 70. Shui Yuer said to Mu Yang excitedly. According to the original plan, she didn't break through level 70 so quickly, not to mention that breaking through level 70 from the peak of level 69 was also a bottleneck. However, she was lucky enough to catch up with the publication of the Spirit Ascension Method. With the Spirit Ascension Method in hand, Shui Yuer no longer needs to worry about the age of soul bones. Just a while ago, Dean Huolai used the 10,000-year soul bones collected by the Academy in the past few years, well, mainly the soul bones obtained when the Haoshan sect was destroyed, plus the soul bones obtained by Mu Yang from Tang Hao and Tang Chen, to exchange for a lot of 1,000-year and 100-year soul bones from various forces on the mainland. As one of the representatives of the contemporary young generation of the Academy, Shui Yu'er was allocated a set of water attribute soul bones with an age of 7 or 8,000 years. Of course, it is said to be a set, but in fact there are only 4 pieces. After all, even if the age requirement is not considered, the torso soul bones and head soul bones are also rare among soul bones. In addition, she is still a junior, and the few low-year torso and head soul bones exchanged by the Academy are not her turn to benefit for the time being. But even so, the 4 7 or 8,000-year soul bones have brought her a lot of soul power increase. After she cultivated her soul power to the peak level of 69, she used the spirit upgrading method to increase the age of her soul bones. With the transformation power brought by the 4,000-year soul bones being upgraded to 10,000-year soul bones, she broke through the bottleneck last night and was promoted to the 70th level Quasi-Soul Saint. Yet, you are level 70, then what? Mu Yang nodded, and then asked pretending to be ignorant. Seeing Mu Yang pretending to be stupid, Shui Yu'er was anxious and hurriedly said, "Didn't you say that you prepared 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone for me? Where are they? Really? What did you call me just now?" With his hands crossed in front of his chest, Mu Yang said with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Mu Yang. Brother-in-law, good brother-in-law, Yu'er is so good, just give it to me, please." Seeing Mu Yang's attitude, how could Shui Yu'er not understand? She immediately changed her tone and said coquettishly. As she said that, a sly look flashed in Shui Yu'er's eyes, and she hugged Mu Yang's arm tightly to her chest. End of this chapter. 384 Ask for a day off. I have something to do today and I'm asking for a day off. End of this chapter. 385 Chapter 383 Shui Yu'er, the girl who plays with fire. 385. Cough. Sensing the soft feeling coming from his arm, Mu Yang was immediately excited, coughed lightly, and withdrew his arm with reluctance, saying, "Yu'er, since you call me brother-in-law, I will do it for you tomorrow." Mu Yang had already made arrangements for the 7th soul ring of his sister-in-law Shui Yu'er. The 100,000-year-old azure dolphin in the Shura secret realm is undoubtedly very suitable for Shui Yu'er. It is true that the spirit ascension method can increase the age of soul rings and soul bones, but this does not mean that 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones are useless. Let alone, the increase in soul power obtained after refining 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones is far beyond the reach of ordinary soul rings and soul bones. And now Shui Yu'er has collected all the soul bones of her limbs. After the sacrifice of the 100,000-year-old azure dolphin, unless it is a rarer external soul bone, it will definitely explode with a torso soul bone or a head soul bone. Seeing Mu Yang withdraw his arm, Shui Yu'er's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then she mustered up the courage again, kissed Mu Yang on the face like a dragonfly touching the water, and said, "Brother-in-law, you are the best, Yu'er will always love you." At this moment, Shui Yu'er was calm, but she was actually very shy. She was too bold to kiss a boy. And the most important thing was that she kissed her own brother-in-law. Feeling the warmth on his face, Mu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. His sister-in-law is getting more and more presumptuous. Fortunately, he is a good cotter with integrity, otherwise he will surely encourage this evil trend. "Brother-in-law, don't you feel it clearly? How about you or do another one?" Seeing Mu Yang's shocked face, Shui Yu'er squinted her eyes, licked the corner of her mouth, and stood on tiptoe to whisper in Mu Yang's ear. "Hiss, sister-in-law turned into a female demon? Yu'er, do you know that you are playing with fire?" Putting his palm on her forehead, Mu Yang stopped her from continuing to act recklessly, and said expressionlessly. It would be a lie to say that he had no thoughts about Shui Yu'er. After all, he couldn't just sit back and watch such a beautiful sister-in-law being bullied by other little yellow-haired girls. But before getting Shui Binger's consent, he couldn't do anything inappropriate to Shui Yu'er. "Brother-in-law, you may not know that Yu'er loved playing with fire when she was a child," Shui Yu'er said with a smile. "Mu Yang, dot." At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded, and Shui Binger's curious voice reached the ears of the two. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, Shui Yu'er shuddered all over, her face showing panic, just like a child who was caught doing something bad by an adult. Mu Yang didn't react so much, after all, he didn't break the rules. He pointed at Shui Yu'er and turned around and said, "This girl's soul power has broken through level 70, and she is pestering me to get her 7th soul ring." "Oh, yes, yes. Sister, Yu'er has broken through." Hearing this, Shui Yu'er nodded and smiled, and stepped forward to take her sister's arm. "Breakthrough level 70? Not bad, not bad, keep working hard." Shui Bing'er smiled and rubbed her sister's head, feeling relieved. Although there are 2 major realms above the 7-ring soul saint, the 8-ring soul Douluo and the 9-ring titled Douluo, but looking at the entire continent's soul master world, the 7-ring soul saint is not considered a weakling, and the soul power level of most of the deans of advanced soul master academies is only 7 rings. What's more, Shui Yu'er will not be an ordinary 7-ring soul saint. The 100,000-year-old azure dolphin that has been scheduled for a long time, with the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, and with the blessing of the spirit gold battle armor, Shui Yu'er, who has advanced to the 7-ring soul saint, is strong enough to surpass most of the 8-ring soul Douluos, and it is not impossible to even compete with the titled Douluo who has just entered the 9 rings. By the way, Mu Yang, when are we going to complete the assessment? Shui Bing'er mentioned the assessment. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. "Wait a little longer, wait until I complete the 9th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Spirit before going." Although his strength has increased dramatically, Mu Yang has become more confident in defeating Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi, but in the near future, his strength still has a lot of room for improvement. With more adequate preparation, Mu Yang will naturally strive to do his best. "Okay." Shui Bing'er nodded. After breakfast, Mu Yang rested well for the whole morning, and then he started practicing again in the afternoon. It's not that he practiced soul power, but he practiced sun body refining facing the sun. The soul power level was promoted from 98th level titled Douluo to 99th level peerless Douluo. Although it was only a soul power level that was upgraded, the difference between the two was no less than that of an 8-ring soul Douluo being promoted to a 9-ring titled Douluo. The quality of the soul power in the body was greatly improved again, and the critical point of practicing sun body refining was raised again. Thanks to the fact that the age of the Bingbai Emperor's trunk soul bone has increased by more than 600,000 years, when Mu Yang's soul ring bearing capacity was not at its limit when the God-given 8th soul ring with a year of nearly 1 million years was added. While this God-given 8th soul ring with a year of nearly 1 million years brought Mu Yang a huge soul ring bearing burden, it also greatly improved his various in terms of physical functions. With the superposition of the 3 factors, if nothing unexpected happens, when sun body refining is recultivated to the critical point, his physical fitness will be enough to bear another 999,999-year spirit ring. In other words, he is not far from the great success of the twin martial souls. I just don't know if Bibi Dong has now made up for the last 2 spirit rings missing from the second martial soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. If it has not been made up yet, then he will be the first spirit master in the history of Douluo continent to achieve the great success of twin martial souls. Well, here I pay tribute to Bibi Dong, the pioneer. Although the correct method of practicing twin martial souls has long been proposed by scholars, no twin martial soul master has verified it before Bibi Dong. It is not an exaggeration to say that Bibi Dong is a pioneer. Although the weather is fine today, one afternoon is obviously not enough for Mu Yang to practice sun body refining to the critical point again. In the evening, when the sun sets, Mu Yang has to stop practicing. However, Mu Yang, who had stopped practicing, was not idle. He ate a blue jade ascending dragon ginseng, manifested a spiritual gold battle armor, left the academy, and flew directly to the Slaughter City. After returning to the Slaughter City and entering the Shura secret realm, he said hello to the High Priest Shang, and controlled the consciousness of the 100,000-year-old azure dolphin with the soul-stealing secret technique. Mu Yang did not stay in the Slaughter City for long, and directly rushed back to the academy with the azure dolphin that temporarily transformed into a chubby boy. Sea soul beasts are somewhat different from land soul beasts. The 100,000-year-old sea soul beast can temporarily transform into a human form, which makes it convenient for Mu Yang to pack it up and take it away. Otherwise, he would have to bring Shui Yu'er here. End of this chapter. 386 Chapter 384 Advancement, Domain Awakening. 386. Early the next morning, Mu Yang brought Shui Binger and Shui Yu'er, as well as the azure dolphin that temporarily transformed into a human form, to a secondary peak outside the academy. "Yuer, are you ready?" Mu Yang asked Shui Yuer. "Yes, I'm ready." Glancing at the naive young boy beside her, Shui Yuer nodded impatiently. "That's good." Mu Yang turned to look at the azure dolphin. "Little fatty, I won't let you sacrifice in vain. If Yuer can ascend to the throne of God in the future, I will let her resurrect you." This 100,000-year-old azure dolphin had no grudges against him. Now that he had taken its spirit ring and spirit bone, it was nothing to promise a resurrection. "Great Lord, it is the greatest honor of my life to be able to sacrifice to Miss Shui and become a tiny helper on her road to becoming a god." Hearing this, the azure dolphin said with sincerity in his eyes, like a devout believer who died generously for the faith in his heart. "Well, that is to say, Mu Yang has been maintaining the effect of the soul-stealing secret technique, and the consciousness of this azure dolphin has not returned to normal, otherwise it would have spit on Mu Yang's face." "Yes, it can talk, let's start." Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and secretly decided to take care of this little dolphin more in the future. As for whether Shui Yuer can become a god, Mu Yang is not worried at all. Just considering the talent shown now, Shui Yuer, who can achieve the 7-ring Soul Saint at the age of 21, is not only ranked at the top of the mainland Soul Master world, but also extremely rare in the vast history. And even if Shui Yuer is not favored by the sea god Poseidon in the future and cannot inherit the position of the sea god, after he achieves the position of Shura god in the future, there will definitely be many gods in the god realm who want to pass on the throne and give him face. It's like after the story of the original Shrek 7 Devils ended, the god of war, the god of speed and the god of phoenix passed the throne to Daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Heng-jun. Wasn't it because of Tang San who inherited the throne of the sea god and the god of Shura? The next moment, a dazzling red light suddenly spread from the eyebrows of the azure dolphin that transformed into a human form, and turned into a circle of red halo that spread instantly. Everything was rendered bloody wherever the red light passed, and everything was still at this moment, even Mu Yang was no exception. This is a special position formed when the 100,000-year soul beast was sacrificed. Mu Yang, who has not yet become a god, is still restricted. After a long time, the sacrifice ceremony came to an end. Shui Yuer's jade dolphin martial spirit automatically possessed her body, and the 6 existing soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, and black emerged one by one. Then the surging blood flame ring suddenly retracted and turned into a circle of bright red soul rings, which were arranged outside the 6 existing soul rings around Shui Yuer. Then, a faint light shone on her forehead, and a faint blue skull light flashed and disappeared. Just when Mu Yang thought it was over, suddenly, a circle of azure blue light surged out from Shui Yuer's body, and then spread instantly. In a blink of an eye, with Shui Yuer as the center, the area of dozens of meters was covered by a layer of azure blue light. Has the power of the domain really awakened? Looking at the power of the domain covering a radius of dozens of meters, Shui Binger beside her couldn't help but smacked her lips. Undoubtedly, the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are rare, and this 100,000-year azure dolphin is highly compatible with Shui Yuer's jade dolphin martial spirit. It is not impossible to awaken the martial spirit talent field when the additional spirit ring is advanced. But if the expectation really becomes a reality, Shui Binger is still for her sister. The younger sister was very surprised. Yes, it seems that there is a lot more hope. Looking at the domain power blooming on Shui Yuer, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Domain is a plus point for soul masters. With the domain power in hand, Shui Yuer will definitely be able to get the recognition of Poseidon, the god of the sea, more easily, and thus obtain the inheritance of the god of the sea. Soon, the soul power fluctuations on Shui Yuer's body stabilized, and the soul power level after the advancement soared to the 73rd level of Soul Saint. In theory, a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone are enough to allow an ordinary 70-level quasi-soul saint to advance to the 74th level or even the 75th level of Soul Saint. However, Shui Yuer obtained the head soul bone, and except for the significant improvement of mental power, most head soul bones will not bring soul masters an increase in soul power. Even if there is, it is at most a small increase, far less than the soul bones of the limbs of the same year, not to mention the torso soul bones. In addition, Shui Yuer's meditation method is extraordinary, and the quality of her soul power is far superior to that of soul masters of the same level. She needs to accumulate more soul power to upgrade her level, which leads to her soul power level of only 73rd level soul saint after advancement. Of course, Even if it is only 73rd level Soul Saint, her soul power level after advancement is far superior to most of the 7-ring Soul Saints in the world. Generally speaking, if the soul rings are optimally matched, except for the 0-ring Soul Master who advances to a 1-ring Soul Master, otherwise the level upgrade obtained by the Soul Master after advancement is basically only 1 level. Hehe, I also have a 100,000 year soul ring, and I have also awakened the power of the domain. Brother-in-law, Yuer loves you. As soon as she completed the advancement, looking at the 100,000 year 7th soul ring and martial soul talent domain blooming on her body, Shui Yuer giggled a few times, and then rushed to Mu Yang beside her with a face full of joy. She had no way to repay her brother-in-law's great kindness, so she could only be a cow. Bah, she could only pledge her body to him. Ahem. Seeing his sister rushing towards Mu Yang without paying attention to anyone, Shui Binger, his real girlfriend, coughed twice. Mu Yang, Let go, your sister misunderstood. Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger with an embarrassed look, then broke Shui Yuer's arms around his waist, stretched out his hand and flicked her head on the forehead, and said unhappily, "Don't be naughty, tell me about your martial soul body, 2 soul bone skills and the effects of domain power." Changing the topic is one of the best ways to ease the embarrassment. Oh. Covering her head, Shui Yuer responded unwillingly, and carefully sensed the 3 newly acquired skills and martial soul talent domain. Suddenly, Shui Yuer's expression became inexplicable, and she looked up at Mu Yang. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Mu Yang asked in confusion. No, nothing." Shui Yuer waved her hand and said seriously, "The Jade Dolphin True Body, within half an hour after use, the interval limit of using soul skills within the 7th ring is lifted, the effect of all soul skills is increased by 100%, and there will be no weakening after use. It's average, but the effect is very good." Mu Yang nodded and commented. "The effects of the martial soul true body of the fighting soul master come and go. There is no cooldown for soul skills below the 7th ring, all soul skills are increased by 100%, and there will be no weakening after use. It is enough to be worthy of 100,000 years." End of this chapter. 387 Chapter 385, Requiem of the Nether Sea. 387. Afterwards, Shui Yuer continued, "The martial soul talent domain I awakened earlier is called the Azure Domain. When in the Azure Domain, including teammates recognized by me, the effects of all water elements are increased by 30%, suppressing the strength of water soul masters and soul beasts whose enemy martial soul quality and bloodline level are lower than Yingya Dolphin by 30%. In addition, my Azure Domain also comes with a domain skill, the sea is infinite. When I am in an environment with abundant water elements, I can absorb the water elements from the outside world to quickly restore my soul power. Restoration domain skill? Not bad, it's a bit stronger than Huowu and Wushuan's domains." Raising his eyebrows, Mu Yang couldn't help but praise. Martial souls have strong and weak points, and domains also have strong and weak points. Although the Azure Domain awakened by Shui Yuer is not the top domain power in the mainland Soul Master world, it is not the bottom one either. Moreover, the effect of the domain is not always fixed. If it can be fully developed and evolved, a weak domain can also evolve into a powerful domain. What about the soul bone skills? Shui Binger asked. Shui Yuer raised her head and said, "The Nether Sea Requiem, a large-scale mental attack soul bone skill. It turns soul power into soul sound, which is as gentle as a trickling stream and has a psychedelic effect, making people defenseless. But when the soul sound invades the enemy's sea of consciousness, it will become as turbulent as the waves, forming a continuous mental shock." Hearing this, Mu Yang nodded, "Yes, the Nether Sea Requiem can just play your advantage in mental power. But you also know the shortcomings of mental means, remember to use it with caution, especially when you face an opponent who is good at mental power, or when the opponent's soul power level is much higher than yours." At the beginning, Mu Yang did not pass the complete version of Taiyin Refining God to Shui Yuer, but only the first 2 levels. But then he changed his mind and thought that this sister-in-law would be the meat in his pot sooner or later, so he passed the complete version of Taiyin Refining Spirit to her, which made Shui Yuer's mental power have a great advantage over her own soul power. Now there is a 100,000 year mental attack soul bone skill, Yuhai Zhenhengque, which is enough for Shui Yuer to perfectly play this advantage. In fact, it has Shui Yuer is not the only one who has a great advantage in mental power. Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, Huo Lai and others also have it. Because when a soul master improves his soul power level, his mental power can also be driven to improve. Even if there is no special training method for mental power, the soul master's mental power will not be weaker than his own soul power. It's just that most soul masters lack specific ways to use it and cannot exert their strength at the level of mental power. On this basis, Shui Yuer and others have the Taiyin refining spirit, a special training method for mental power. Naturally, mental power has a great advantage over their own soul power. However, those who have a great advantage in mental power do not include Mu Yang. As early as when he took Wang Chuan Kia Shui Lu, Mu Yang's strength at the mental level was indeed far higher than his strength in soul power. But the past was the past, and the present is the present. At that time, his soul power was weak and his mental power was strong, so his mental power advantage was naturally obvious. However, due to his twin martial souls and super high year soul rings, his soul power has surged several times in recent years, from the original 70-level quasi-soul saint to the current 99-level peerless Douluo in just over a year. And his mental power has increased from the peak of the third realm full moon, level 90, to the peak of the fourth realm brilliant moon, level 99, and the gap between the two has narrowed from a full 20 levels to the point of progress being wiped out. This has led to Mu Yang's mental power being slightly stronger than his soul power, but the advantage is no longer as obvious as before. In addition, the martial soul fusion technique has a greater improvement in strength, and because of the super high year soul ring technique, the mental secret technique that was originally his strongest killer is no longer a trump card, and can only be reduced to a conventional means. And it is precisely because the advantage of mental power over soul power is no longer obvious that it has made it very difficult for Mu Yang to condense the third soul core. What about the other soul bone skill? 100,000-year soul bone can have 2 soul bone skills, right? Shui Binger asked at this time. This, well, keep it secret. After looking at her sister with hesitation, Shui Yuer hesitated for a moment and did not tell her about the effect of the other 100,000-year soul bone skill of the azure dolphin skull. Keep it secret? Humph, it seems that I love you in vain. Shui Binger was a little unhappy, and reached out to touch Shui Yuer's forehead in annoyance. Hey, sister, we are close sisters for life, how can you love me in vain? Yuer will definitely respect you well in the future. Shui Yuer rolled her eyes, glanced at Mu Yang beside her, and went forward to hug Shui Binger's arm and said coquettishly. Mu Yang, what are you looking at me for? I always feel that you have something else to say. In order to attach the last soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul as soon as possible, after returning to the academy, Mu Yang went directly to the roof of his residence and practiced sun body refining facing the rising sun. Although the efficiency of practicing sun body refining facing the rising sun in the morning is far less than that when the sun is high in the sky at noon, it can at least have a certain effect. Anyway, Mu Yang doesn't care about the problem of practice efficiency. In the evening, when the sun sets, Mu Yang ends his daytime practice. After dinner, he sits cross-legged on the balcony and focuses on soul power control. According to his estimate, after practicing sun body refining to the critical point corresponding to the current peak soul power of level 99, he will be able to attach the 9th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow of 999,999 years, but this does not mean that he will not need to improve his physical fitness in the future. You know, even if the 9th soul ring of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow that has not yet been attached is counted, he has only 3 soul rings graduated. The 2 martial souls, Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng and Ice Flame Holy Shadow, have a total of 18 soul rings, and the 3 graduation soul rings only account for 1/6, and there are still 15 soul rings to go. Not condensing the 3rd soul core, the quality of the soul power in the body has undergone a qualitative change again. Later, through sun body refining, the space for improving physical fitness has been expanded. Mu Yang feels that even if he has 7 soul bones with a year of nearly 1,000,000 years in the future, he may not be able to withstand a full 18 soul rings with a year of up to 999,999 years. It can be said that Mu Yang deduced the bodybuilding secret art, sun body refining, in order to avoid this problem. Of course, the purpose of condensing the 3rd soul core is not only to improve physical fitness with the help of higher soul power quality. Under the condition that the soul power level remains unchanged, the soul core still has a strong increase in strength. Even the 3 soul cores of yin and yang complementation are enough to eliminate or even exceed the gap between the 99th level peerless Douluo and the demigod. End of this chapter. 388 Chapter 386 True and False Shui Binger. 388. A few hours later, the night gradually darkened. For Mu Yang, who is a level 99 extreme Douluo, it is no big deal to not sleep for a long time without high-intensity battles. Therefore, Mu Yang planned to not sleep before condensing the third soul core. He practiced sun-body refining during the day and exercised his soul power control ability at night to condense the third soul core as soon as possible. However, reality is often different from the plan. Just when Mu Yang was ready to work hard all night, an accident occurred. Mu Yang, why don't you rest so late? Shui Binger's voice reached Mu Yang, who was practicing his soul power control ability on the balcony. Looking at the sound, Mu Yang saw a woman wearing a water blue dress. Shui Binger, wearing a nightgown, was standing in the courtyard downstairs. Since they were not married yet, Huo Lai and other elders were afraid of the bad influence, so they did not let Mu Yang and Shui Binger live together. Jumping down the balcony, Mu Yang reached out and hugged his girlfriend into his arms, sniffing the fragrance of her hair, and said, I plan to condense the third soul core as soon as possible, so I won't sleep recently. Binger, can't you sleep tonight? Yes, I can sleep a little. Being hugged by Mu Yang and feeling the man's breath, Shui Binger shuddered immediately, and even her speech seemed a little unsteady. Hey? It's not cold tonight, right? Seeing his girlfriend shudder in his arms, Mu Yang was a little puzzled. Could it be Shy? This is impossible. The two have been lovers for almost 10 years. Hugging is nothing. If Shui Binger hadn't said that it was not allowed before the wedding, Mu Yang would not have been willing to force it, otherwise he would have executed her on the spot. Well, it seems that the wedding has to be put on the agenda. Mu Yang thought to himself. Shui Binger tightened the collar of her pajamas and said, I just took a shower and I feel a little cold. Let's go back to the house first. Mu Yang. Cold? You must be kidding. As an Ice 8 ring soul Douluo, let alone now, even in the cold winter and snowy days, you won't feel cold, right? But Mu Yang didn't care. Since his girlfriend said she wanted to go back to the house, he naturally wouldn't raise any objections. Practice? Why practice with a fragrant girlfriend in my arms? Anyway, it's okay to delay it for a night. Returning to the bedroom, leaning against the head of the bed, Mu Yang hugged his girlfriend and whispered to the lovers. Although he has a straightforward personality, he is not stupid and will not say anything that will spoil the mood. After a long time, perhaps feeling that it was almost time, Shui Binger said, Mu Yang, I see you have been busy practicing recently, you must be tired, right? Let me massage your shoulders. Said, Shui Binger pulled the pillow over, let Mu Yang lie face down, and she sat on Mu Yang and massaged his shoulders. What's going on? Feeling the gravity on his back and the force coming from his shoulders, Mu Yang couldn't help but look back at his girlfriend in surprise. Although this massage technique seemed very awkward and there was no good experience to speak of, Mu Yang could see that she had put a lot of effort into it. It's strange, Binger is usually gentle, but she's not this gentle, right? Mu Yang thought to himself in confusion. At this moment, Shui Binger leaned over, pressed against Mu Yang's back, and whispered in his ear, Mu Yang, how do you feel? Is my technique okay? Feeling the softness on his back, Mu Yang widened his eyes, but in shock, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I understand, now he finally understands. Massage and the like, that's just an excuse, this is his girlfriend who wants to turn into a big bad wolf tonight and eat him, the little white sheep, in one bite. The next morning, the sun shone into the bedroom through the screen window. A burst of itchy discomfort woke Mu Yang from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, Mu Yang saw his girlfriend grabbing a handful of ice blue hair and gently stroking it on the tip of his nose. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Grabbing Shui Binger's mischievous little hand, Mu Yang glanced at the soul guide timer hanging on the wall and said with concern. Due to his strong physical condition, Mu Yang couldn't control himself and tortured Shui Binger, who had just had sex last night, and now she had only slept for 4 or 5 hours. I'm hungry. Shui Binger pouted. What do you want to eat? Mu Yang kissed her on the forehead and asked. I want to eat you. As she said that, Shui Binger licked the corner of her mouth and turned over to sit on Mu Yang. Come again. Mu Yang was stunned and a little surprised. Didn't you see that Binger was so shy? Shui Binger pouted, why, you can't do it. Well, he even used the method of provoking her. This is intolerable, and this is intolerable. Mu Yang decided to let her see how powerful he is again and see who is the one who can't do it. With the soul bone skill of the blue-silver emperor's right leg soul bone, wildfire cannot burn it all, spring breeze blows and it grows again in your hand, Mu Yang is not afraid of really tossing her badly. More than an hour later, Mu Yang ran to the college cafeteria to buy breakfast. After washing up, the two of them had breakfast in the restaurant downstairs. Come, Binger. Mu Yang scooped a spoonful of meat porridge and considerately fed Shui Binger who was sitting in his arms. You took a bite, I took a bite, feeding each other, the two felt that this breakfast, which was only considered to be acceptable on weekdays, was simply a delicacy in the world. Just as the two of them were eating breakfast selflessly, a blue-haired figure holding breakfast in her hand came to Mu Yang's residence. Squeak! Pushing open the door of the living room, Shui Binger walked in. In the restaurant, Mu Yang, who was feeding breakfast to his girlfriend, noticed the sound of the living room door opening and turned his head to look. Binger! Mu Yang was stunned when he saw that it was Shui Binger who pushed the door open. Of course, it was not only Mu Yang who was stunned. When Shui Binger saw the figure in Mu Yang's arms, she was also stunned. What's going on? Another me? Coming back to his senses, Mu Yang looked at Shui Binger at the door of the living room, then looked at Shui Binger sitting in his arms, and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. There is no doubt that Shui Binger there is only one. The question is it the Shui Binger at the door of the living room who is real, or the Shui Binger sitting in his arms who is real? Thinking back to the madness of Shui Binger in his arms last night, Mu Yang had a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps, the one at the door is real, and the one in his arms is fake? A new question arises again. The Shui Binger in his arms is most likely fake. Who could it be? You are? Mu Yang asked tentatively to the Shui Binger sitting in his arms. The only one who dares to play so big, Mu Yang thinks, is his sister-in-law Shui Yuer. End of this chapter. 389 Chapter 387 From today on, quit drinking. 389. It's not me, it's not me. Mu Yang's Yuer made Shui Yuer, whose brain was frozen, come back to her senses, and then she broke free from Mu Yang's arms and ran out of the door in a panic. Mu Yang and Shui Binger were dumbfounded. Shui Yuer, who had gone too far in pretending to be her sister, was also dumbfounded. Tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, and pretending to be her sister to eat the forbidden fruit, Shui Yuer, who was too involved in the game, never expected that she would be caught by her sister. In a panic, she didn't even think of quibbling. The only thing she thought of was to escape. No matter what happens afterwards, she must escape this disaster first. It wasn't until the self who ran out of the door disappeared from her sight that Shui Binger came back to her senses from the shock. Look at this rhythm. I don't know how she pretended to be her sister Shui Yuer. And she looked so panicked. Could it be? Thinking of this, Shui Binger looked at Mu Yang with a dangerous look. Gudong. Facing his girlfriend's death stare, recalling last night and the madness before, Mu Yang swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and raised his hands. Needless to say, it's not me, the one who disguised as Shui Binger must be his sister-in-law Shui Yuer. Although he was a bit unruly as a brother-in-law, and had thought of bitter thoughts in his head, this matter did come a little unexpectedly. Let's put aside the question of why Shui Yuer could disguise herself as Shui Binger, and disguised herself so perfectly that even he couldn't see through it. Mu Yang raised his hands and said with a stiff face, Binger, listen to my explanation. Tell me the truth. Shui Binger stepped forward and grabbed one of Mu Yang's ears, and said viciously in anger. Her sister was so flustered, and Mu Yang was so shocked when he saw her before. Shui Binger could think of the good things between the two of them even if she used her toes to think. It must be more than what she saw. Damn it, you know, she is the real girlfriend. Someone else tasted it. And most importantly, it was her sister Shui Yuer who tasted it. Things have already happened. As a sister, can she still let Mu Yang not be responsible for her sister in the future? If that really happened, she couldn't explain to her parents and her aunt who was also her second mother. Tell the truth? If it was something else, Mu Yang might not tell the truth. After all, he had heard of this saying, confess and be lenient, and spend the rest of your life in prison, resist and be strict, and go home for the new year. But this matter was different. He couldn't cover it up, and Shui Binger was angry at the moment. He didn't dare to lie, otherwise he wouldn't be able to coax her. Another thing, although this matter caught him off guard, it seems to be a good thing. Shui Bing'er would definitely not agree if a third party intervened, but if it was her sister-in-law Shui Yu'er, and it was already a done deal, Shui Bing'er might agree? Well, the possibility of agreeing is not small. If they can successfully pass this level, then the three of them will be a real family in the future. Immediately, Mu Yang honestly told the whole story. After more than an hour of persuasion, Mu Yang, who seemed to have honey on his mouth, finally made Shui Bing'er's face ease. Humph, this matter is not over yet, you reflect on yourself at home, and I will settle accounts with you later. Shui Bing'er snorted coldly, left a cruel word, and then hurriedly left Mu Yang's residence. She taught Mu Yang a lesson, but her daring sister had not been scolded yet. This little sister is really not obedient at all. She has bullied her as a big sister. She must be taught a lesson. Looking at Shui Bing'er's hurriedly leaving back, Mu Yang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not him who took the initiative to cheat, but his sister-in-law was so bold that she disguised herself as a big sister to eat the forbidden fruit with him. Although he was also wrong, the main responsibility was not on him, otherwise Shui Bing'er would never let him go today. Where does this girl get the ability to disguise? And even I can't see through it. Thinking of Shui Yu'er who disguised herself flawlessly, Mu Yang couldn't help thinking secretly. You know, his mental power is only one step away from the god level. Let alone ordinary disguise methods, even if Jian Rongxiu, who used the angel skull to disguise herself as Shui King He, stood in front of him, Mu Yang was sure that he could see through it. After all, before the angel soul bone set is completed, the age of a single angel soul bone is only 99,999 years. Although the camouflage effect is almost perfect, it's only clothes, there are flaws after all. Wait a minute. Angel skull's disguised soul bone skill? Hiss, the disguise method used by this girl, could it be the other 100,000 year soul bone skill attached to the azure dolphin skull? Mu Yang took a breath and remembered a key point. After the azure dolphin sacrificed before, it exploded a head soul bone for Shui Yu'er. The Nether Sea Requiem is only one of the two 100,000 year soul bone skills attached to this head soul bone. The remaining soul bone skill that Shui Bing'er hid and didn't say was probably a disguise. And it's normal that he couldn't see through the disguised soul bone skill with a year of up to 100,000 years without knowing it in advance. Alas, beauty ruins things. With a sigh, Mu Yang reflected secretly. If it weren't for beauty ruining things, Mu Yang felt that if he was more careful, he should be able to see through Shui Yu'er's disguise. I, Mu Yang, swear that from today on, I will quit drinking. Shoo. On the other side, Shui Yu'er, who ran back to her home in a panic, ran straight to the bedroom, locked the door, and then threw herself on the bed, pulled the quilt to cover herself, and buried her head in the pillow. It's over, it's over, it's over, my sister found out. What should I do? Shui Yu'er was panicked by her sister. If she had known this, she should have left when she woke up early in the morning, instead of fighting Mu Yang again with an egg against a stone. Now it's good, she was caught by her sister in a state of forgetfulness. As for eating the forbidden fruit, Shui Yu'er didn't regret it. Brother-in-law has good looks and strength. He has fascinated her all these years. She won't regret it. It's just that her sister acted early, otherwise she would have taken the initiative to A. Those shy seniors are right, it's really fun. In a panic, Shui Yu'er, who has tasted the sweetness of the marrow, can't help but recall the joy of madness. Knock knock knock. With her mind full of thoughts, she didn't know how long it had been. With the knock on the door, a voice that couldn't tell whether it was happy or angry came into Shui Yu's ears from outside the door. Yu'er, open the door. Hearing the voice, Shui Yu'er's heart suddenly clicked. Wan La, sister is here. End of this chapter. 390 Chapter 388 You ask me to catch a dog, I will never chase a chicken. 390. If possible, Shui Yu'er would like to continue to pretend to be an ostrich. But Shui Yu'er knows that she can't pretend to be an ostrich all the time. Besides, since the incident has happened and it has been exposed, what she has to do next is to find a way to gain her sister's recognition and become her sister's second sister. Good sisters should be together for life. I'm coming. Shui Yu'er responded, got up from the bed and opened the door. Squeak. Accompanied by a slight sound, the door opened, and what came into Shui Yuer's eyes was her sister Shui Bing'er, who was looking at her expressionlessly. Facing her sister's expressionless eyes, Shui Yuer hurriedly lowered her head. Humph! With a cold snort, Shui Bing'er walked into the room and closed the door with her backhand. Shui Bing'er didn't say anything, but just quietly looked at her sister, who was not obedient at all. She wanted to see what Shui Yuer had to explain. For a long while, she didn't hear her sister's scolding, so Shui Yuer couldn't help but secretly look up at her sister. Seeing her sister staring at her, Shui Yuer, who was panicked in her heart, trembled and lowered her head again. "Look up and look at me," Shui Bing'er said expressionlessly. "Oh." After a soft response, Shui Yuer mustered up the courage to look at her sister. "Tell me, what did you do?" Shui Bing'er said calmly, crossing her arms across her chest. At this moment, Shui Bing'er also felt a headache. How could her sister be so bold that she actually made a fait accompli? It was very difficult. After all, this was her biological sister. She couldn't bear to beat her. Even if she had to, she would let her father and aunt beat her, so that they wouldn't even be sisters in the future. Scold her? She had to scold her to be effective. She had seen signs of something wrong with her sister in the past, but she only thought it was a girl's admiration and didn't think too much about it. She thought that as she got older, this admiration would eventually fade away. Unexpectedly, her daring sister actually dropped a big bomb on her, which directly blew her away. Look at what this troublesome sister did. Disguised as her and cheated with Mu Yang? God has mercy on her. She, the legitimate girlfriend, hasn't even tasted the freshness yet. Her younger sister got there first. Is that something a human would do? That is because Shui Yuer is her biological sister, otherwise Shui Bing'er would have turned her face against her by now. Bang! After the words fell, Shui Yuer knelt on the ground without hesitation, pulling Shui Bing'er's arm and begging, "Sister, I was wrong. Can you forgive Yuer? Look at that look, it looks like a wounded little beast." Shui Yuer knew that her sister was soft-hearted, and pretending to be pitiful would undoubtedly make it easier to pass. Seeing this, Shui Bing'er couldn't hold it anymore. Why didn't she realize that her younger sister was so good at acting before? "Get up!" Shui Bing'er, with a dark face, pulled Shui Yuer up. "We are sisters. What are you saying to kneel on the ground?" Then, Shui Bing'er asked unhappily, "Yuer, what are you thinking?" Shui Yuer stepped forward and hugging Shui Bing'er, the two sisters put their faces close together and said, "Sister, you are Yuer's good sister, Yuer wants to be with you forever." Not mentioning Mu Yang, just talking about sisterhood, Shui Yuer silently gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. In order to gain her sister's approval, Shui Yuer, who was possessed by the spirit of drama, used all her tricks. "Humph, don't I know you?" Shui Bing'er pushed Shui Yuer away, snorted in dissatisfaction, and stretched out her hand to tap her forehead heavily. "I swear. Sister, don't let the stinky man affect the sisterhood between us," Shui Yuer said loudly. Mu Yang, Mu Yang, who was secretly observing the movements here with his mental power, really couldn't hold it anymore. "Stinky man? Are you talking about me?" "Tisk, forget it, just pretend you didn't hear it." Taking a deep breath, Shui Bing'er said, "Yuer, ask yourself, have you ever been treated badly by your sister in the past? Whatever I have you ever been left behind? I think I am a good sister, but in the end, you hum. Sister, Yuer is wrong, please forgive Yuer, please, as long as you promise not to separate from Yuer. In the future, if you let Yuer go east, Yuer will never go west. If you let me catch a dog, I will never chase a chicken." After a struggle, Shui Yuer, with a crying face, hugged Shui Bing'er again. Seeing this, Shui Bing'er's forehead was black. At this moment, Shui Bing'er couldn't help but doubt whether her sister was cheating because she really didn't want to be separated from her in the future. But no matter what the reason was, since the incident had already happened, no matter how much she said, it would be useless. Shui Bing'er was ready not to pursue her sister's fault for the time being. Of course, she would not pursue Shui Yuer's fault for the time being, but she was ready to put the blame on Mu Yang. She was reluctant to beat her delicate sister, but if it was Mu Yang, she would be willing to do so. Anyway, Mu Yang was thick-skinned and tough, so even if she beat him to death, he would not be hurt. What's more, in Shui Bing'er's opinion, Mu Yang got a big advantage in this matter, and it would not be wrong to settle the score with Mu Yang. Then, Shui Bing'er said, think about how to explain this to your father and aunt when you go home. Oh, I will. Hearing this, knowing that her sister's resistance had eased, Shui Yu'er was overjoyed, but on the surface she did not show it. Parents' opinions? This is not important, she just needs to deal with her sister. The eldest son-in-law is also the second son-in-law, which is a close relationship, and Mu Yang is so outstanding, I think my parents will not object, maybe my parents will be happy with it. Besides, if dad can marry aunt and mom, why can't Mu Yang marry both sisters? What Mu Yang didn't know was that it was because of the example of his father-in-law that Shui Yu'er was so bold and Shui Bing'er was not absolutely resistant. By the way, why can you disguise yourself as me? Shui Bing'er asked curiously. Hearing this, Shui Yu'er shrank her neck, hesitated for a moment, and said, in addition to the Nether Sea Requiem, the Azure Skull also has a 100,000-year soul bone skill called Simulation. After using the simulated soul bone skill, you can change your own breath and appearance, and even change the age of your martial soul and soul ring to a certain extent, but it will not change the essence and cannot be used to improve your strength. So, you thought about this after you got the Azure Skull? Shui Bing'er said in a bad tone. She said, why did Shui Yu'er hide this simulation soul bone skill from her at that time? It turned out that it was premeditated. No, sister, don't be angry, Yu'er will massage your shoulders and legs. Shui Yu'er quickly denied and offered her courtesy. End of this chapter, 391. Chapter 389 Soul Frozen, Lotus of Purification 391. More than 10 days later, in the afternoon. On the top of a secondary peak outside the academy, Mu Yang was adding the 9th soul ring bestowed by God to the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul. After more than 10 days of practice, the progress of the practice of Sun Body Refining once again reached the critical point corresponding to Mu Yang's own level 99 peak soul power. It can be said that unless the third soul core of Yin and Yang complementation can be condensed later, so that the soul power in the body can be sublimated again, otherwise Mu Yang's practice of Sun Body Refining has almost reached the point where there is no progress. With the massive amount of heaven and earth energy pouring down, golden lines appeared on the 9th soul ring bestowed by God that has not yet been completely formed. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Finally, the 9th soul ring bestowed by God that appeared around Mu Yang had 9 golden lines attached to it. The 9 golden lines represent that the 9th soul ring bestowed by God that Mu Yang attached this time is 900,000 years old. To be precise, it has reached the maximum age of the soul ring bestowed by God, which is 999,999 years. The next moment, with the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul as a channel, the vast energy poured into Mu Yang's body from the 9th soul ring bestowed by God. The Ice Flame meditation method was running, and the vast soul ring energy pouring into the body was being quickly refined by Mu Yang and converted into his own accumulation. The soul power of the peak level 99 is not the upper limit of the soul master. Although due to the restrictions of the world rules, it is very difficult for soul masters with soul power reaching the peak level 99 to become gods at the 100th level, it is not completely blocked. As long as the accumulation is deep enough, the bottleneck of level 100 can be broken through. However, a soul ring of 999,999 years is obviously not enough to make Mu Yang, who is at the peak of level 99, break through the 100th level. And the large amount of soul power increase obtained by adding soul rings this time is the last substantial increase before Mu Yang becomes a god. After all, the years of soul rings and soul bones are increased by the spirit upgrading method. Although the various physical functions brought by the soul rings and soul bones after the upgrade still exist, they cannot bring soul power to Mu Yang. Time passed slowly, the sun set and the moon rose, and then the sun rose and the moon set. It was not until the next morning that Mu Yang completely refined the 9th soul ring bestowed by God. The twin martial souls are finally complete. Looking at the 9 soul rings blooming from the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul on his body, Mu Yang was extremely happy. The first and second soul rings of 110,000 years, the third, fourth, fifth and sixth soul rings of 300,000 years, and the 7th, 8th and 9th soul rings of nearly 1,000,000 years, who in the mainland Soul Master world can match this kind of soul ring configuration. Ordinary soul masters would not even dare to dream of it. Excluding the first and second soul rings with the lowest age, the age of a single soul ring exceeds the combined age of the 9 soul rings of most 9 ring titled Douluo in the mainland Soul Master world. Even if we only talk about the combined age of all the soul rings of the martial soul, the six-winged angel martial soul of Jian Rongxiu, who ascended to the angel god in the original work, is not as good as Mu Yang's ice flame holy shadow martial soul at this time. Of course, it's just the age. If we really talk about quality, the 9 soul rings of the current ice flame holy shadow martial soul are definitely far inferior to the 9 divine soul rings and the 10th god ring of the god level 6-winged angel. With the 9th soul ring completed, although Mu Yang's soul power level has not changed, the total amount of soul power in his body has become much stronger than before, which is half a step further on the basis of the peak of level 99, but it has not achieved qualitative change. What surprised Mu Yang was that the 9th soul ring of the ice flame holy shadow, which was added this time, was the same as the 8th soul ring before, and both formed 2 soul ring skills close to 1,000,000 years old. The 9th soul skill, Soul Freezing, a mind control soul skill, the ice flame fire at the mental level spreads rapidly, instantly freezing the souls of all opponents within the soul skill coverage range. The stronger the mental power, the smaller the soul skill coverage range, and the longer the duration of freezing the opponent's soul. On the contrary, the weaker the mental power, the larger the soul skill coverage range, and the shorter the duration of freezing the opponent's soul. In addition, when the opponent's mental power is far weaker than Mu Yang's own, the soul freezing as a mind control soul skill can also be regarded as a large-scale mental attack soul skill, directly annihilating the opponent's soul with the ice flame fire at the mental level. The 9th soul skill, Lotus of the Pure World, a large-scale strong attack soul skill, condenses a lotus bud of the pure world, which is detonated by the 8th soul skill, Ice Flame Blast, forming a large-scale annihilation attack. In addition, you can also use the ice flame fire to infuse the lotus buds to grow. After the lotus buds absorb enough ice flame fire and grow and bloom into the pure world lotus, you can detonate them with the ice flame blast soul skill, which will greatly increase the attack range and power of the soul skill. The pure world lotus blooms, and millions of troops are also ashes? In Mu Yang's mind, a gorgeous ice crystal lotus blooming among millions of troops emerged. Sure enough, just as he thought before, the 8th soul skill, Ice Flame Blast is the Douluo version of the nuclear button. 3 days later, Mu Yang took Shui Binger to the Wuhan city in the middle of the continent to continue the unfinished god test. The content of the Shura 6th test is to defeat Jian Daoliu and Bo Sixi. There is a saying that pick the weak persimmon, and Mu Yang took the lead in targeting Jian Daoliu. After all, if you can't even beat Jian Daoliu, it is even more impossible to defeat Bo Sixi on the sea. In the afternoon, 2 figures appeared in the air outside Wuhan city. Mu Yang, why don't we activate the Wuhan fusion technique directly? Shui Binger, wearing a spirit gold battle armor, asked Mu Yang while standing in the air and glancing at Wuhan city far below. Although the power of the god-level Wuhan fusion technique is strong, it takes a certain amount of time to activate. Although this time is very short, this defect is more obvious when the opponent is a strong enemy with extremely fast speed. Coincidentally, Jian Daoliu, known as the Invincible in the Sky, is the fastest in the continent. Challenging after activating the Wuhan fusion technique can avoid the problem of Jian Daoliu's unethical sneak attack. No need to do this Invincible in the Sky can be regarded as a gentleman, and the Academy and the Wuhan Empire are not enemies. We should give the senior enough respect for the presumptuous challenge this time. Mu Yang shook his head. Although the Spirit Hall in the original novel is a villain force, and Jian Daoliu is also a villain boss who died in the plot, the character of this Sky Invincible is not bad. Rather than being a gentleman, it is better to say that he is an honest man, not a person like Tang Fozhu who does not have martial ethics. Of course, Mu Yang did not entrust his and Shui Binger's lives and property to Jian Daoliu's character. But even if he did not have the martial soul fusion skill, he could still withstand the sneak attack of the demigod. External soul bone, the crystal protection attached to the crystal scale armor is a defensive soul bone skill with a year of nearly 1,000,000 years. Unless it is a real god, it will definitely not be unable to withstand even one move. End of this chapter. 392 Chapter 390 Challenge 392. In addition, Mu Yang also planned to test his own strength after the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul was fully developed. Although Jian Daoliu's cultivation was half a level higher than his, he had Yin Mu Yang has 2 complementary soul cores, and his soul rings and soul bones are better than Jian Daoliu. He also has the various food soul skills of the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng Martial Soul. I think he should have a chance to win, right? Then, Mu Yang released his soul power. Instantly, all the soul masters in Wuhan city noticed the terrifying momentum that suddenly rose outside the city. The Pope's Palace. Oh no, after the establishment of the Wuhan Empire, the Pope's Palace has been renamed the Queen's Palace. In the Queen's Palace, Bibi Dong, who was handling the official business of the empire, changed her expression and looked towards the outside of the city in horror. Such a powerful soul power is not weaker than hers, and even better than hers. When did such an unknown strong man appear in the soul master world? Without much hesitation, Bibi Dong immediately put down the official business in her hands and flew out of the Queen's Palace. At the same time, in addition to the 7 priests who had retired long ago, many titled elders of the Wuhan Empire who were in the city at this time also rushed out of the city. Soon, more than a dozen figures flew in the air and landed in the air hundreds of meters in front of Mu Yang and Shui Binger. Mu Yang, Shui Binger? What do you mean? Bibi Dong stood in the air, frowned and asked in a deep voice. Not to mention, after discovering that this terrifying aura was emitted from Mu Yang, Bibi Dong was immediately horrified. If she remembered correctly, Mu Yang was only about 20 years old. Even if he had twin martial spirits, he would not have achieved the 99th level of Peerless Douluo so quickly, right? Bibi Dong believed that her speed in achieving the 99th level of Peerless Douluo was fast enough, but compared with Mu Yang, it was nothing. Meet Her Majesty, the Queen, and all Douluo. Mu Yang smiled and greeted them, then explained his purpose. I heard that the great priest of the Spirit Empire is known as Invincible in the Sky, and is known as the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master world together with the Invincible on the land of the former Haoshan sect. He is one of the strongest people on the continent. I am not talented, so I come here today to ask for some advice from Invincible in the Sky. Mu Yang's tone seemed very respectful, but anyone who heard it could sense that his respectful words were full of pride. The twin spirits have reached the peak of the world, so can't they be a little proud? Hearing this, the many elders of the Spirit Empire standing behind Bibi Dong were shocked. Wow, the young man is so brave that he dares to challenge the invincible great priest? If they remember correctly, the last time a strong man from the Spirit Master world came to challenge the great priest was more than 20 years ago, right? I still remember that the soul power level of that strong man reached the 97th level of title Douluo, and he seemed to be the father of the sword Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Well, that senior who overestimated his own ability finally paid the price of his life. Unlike many elders of the Wuhan Empire, after hearing that Mu Yang wanted to challenge Jian Daoliu, Bibi Dong smiled and felt that Mu Yang became more pleasing to the eye. Challenge Jian Daoliu? Good thing, this is a great thing. If Jian Daoliu loses, his invincible reputation will be broken, and the prestige of the angel family in the Wuhan Empire will inevitably be hit, which is extremely beneficial for her, the Empress of the Wuhan Hall Empire who is determined to destroy the angel family. If Jian Daoliu wins, Mu Yang, the young man, will definitely not accept it, and the young man has the inheritance of the gods in his hands. As long as he doesn't die, there will be a day when he wins back. What if the old guy Jian Daoliu kills him? That would be even better. Once Mu Yang dies, the Elemental Holy Academy will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the Wuhan Empire. The more enemies the Wuhan Empire has, the happier Bibi Dong, as the puppet queen, will be. Of course, the premise that the more enemies the Wuhan Empire has, the better, is that there are no gods who surpass gods and mortals among these enemies. When she ascends to the position of Rakshasa in the future, she will be able to turn the tide and completely eliminate the influence of the angel family in the Wuhan Empire. The spirit fighting spirit is prevalent in the Soul Master world. Wuhan City is not only the capital of the empire, but also the Soul Master Holy Land of the mainland Soul Master world. Since there are strong people who want to challenge the great worshipper, Elder Snake Spear, you go to the worship hall and convey it on his behalf. Bibi Dong looked at Mu Yang meaningfully, then turned her head and said to Shilong behind her. Seeing this, Shilong accepted the order and said, Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, in the Douluo Hall, which was not open to others, Jian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu, who had completed the 5th test of the angel, were also paying attention to the movements outside the city. The two of them naturally noticed the soul power released by Mu Yang, but after seeing Bibi Dong and a group of elders rushing out of the city, the grandfather and grandson did not show up. Grandpa, please remember to show mercy later. Seeing that it was his good brother Mu Yang who came, and he was going to challenge his grandfather, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly said to Jian Daoliu. Others only knew that Tian Kong Wudi was the strongest in the mainland Soul Master world, but they had never seen Tian Kongwudi's true strength. But as a granddaughter, how could Qian Rongxiu not know how powerful her grandfather was? In Qian Rongxiu's view, although Mu Yang's talent was ridiculously strong, he was still far behind her grandfather who had been famous for a long time. He, Zioxiu, you are wrong. This young man is very powerful. Grandpa is not sure of winning. Qian Daoliu smiled and shook his head. As a demigod, Qian Daoliu could sense that Mu Yang's aura was very good. He had reached the 99th level of Peerless Realm, and it seemed that it was not an ordinary Peerless Realm. At least it was better than when he first started. He was much stronger when he entered the Peerless Realm. Since Mu Yang has the foundation of the Peerless Realm, no matter how the Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone are configured, in the case of Bibi Dong's abnormal state, Mu Yang will be the existence second only to him and Bo Sixi in terms of strength in the Spirit Master world. In addition, Mu Yang also has the martial soul fusion skill. Qian Daoliu really has no confidence in winning. Although he still has other trump cards, such as mobilizing the angel's divine power with the body of a servant of God and holding the angel's holy sword as the descendant of the ancestor god, these two are trump cards that can only be used when the spirit hall faces life and death, and they cannot be used lightly. What? You are not sure of winning? Qian Rongxiu widened her eyes and looked at Qian Daoliu with disbelief. Her own invincible grandfather, when facing her good brother who is less than 20 years old, he is not sure of winning? Fortunately, this is her own grandfather, otherwise Qian Rongxiu would have suspected that Qian Daoliu had practiced to a dog. There are always people who are better than you. Like your mother, he is a twin spirit master. He has cultivated his spirit power to the 99th level with his second spirit. It seems that my reputation as invincible will be broken today, Qian Daoliu said with a sigh, and then flew out of the Douluo hall. The young man came to challenge him. As a respected senior in the spirit master world, Qian Daoliu could not avoid the battle. End of this chapter, 393. Chapter 391 Qian Daoliu's Wish and Regret 393. Soon, with the golden light passing through the air, a figure with a deep breath appeared in the sight of Mu Yang and others. The man looked only 30 years old, wearing a blue robe and golden armor, with long golden hair scattered behind his head, combed very neatly, handsome, and with a faint smile on his face. It was no one else, but the great worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu, the invincible in the sky. Compared to the high-spirited and slightly overbearing Mu Yang, Qian Daoliu seemed like a gentle older youth, without any of the ruthlessness of the former first executioner of the Spirit Hall. Meet the great priest. Seeing Qian Daoliu coming, everyone in the Spirit Empire, except Bibi Dong, immediately bowed and saluted. Qian Daoliu waved his hand, not caring about Bibi Dong's disrespect, and looked at Mu Yang not far away with a smile. Although Qian Daoliu had never seen Mu Yang before, he had always sent people to follow Mu Yang's news. As a young hero, and also good friends with his precious granddaughter, Qian Daoliu still did not regard Mu Yang as an enemy even though he came to challenge him now. If Mu Yang had not had a girlfriend long ago, Qian Daoliu would have wanted to meet the young man in front of him. For Qian Daoliu, who is 100.5 years old, he has seen many events, especially when his son Qian Sunji died and his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu awakened the unprecedented innate 20th level soul power. He only had 2 regrets and 2 wishes in his heart. Regret that he lost to his old rival Tang Chen by half a move. He also regretted that he chose Tang Chen instead of Bo Sixi, whom he had been thinking about all the time. What's more hateful is that Tang Chen disappeared later, making Bo Sixi wait until now. As for the 2 wishes, as the guardian of the angel god, Qian Daoliu's biggest wish is undoubtedly to restore the glory of the angels and let the glory of the angel god spread all over the continent again. As the contemporary patriarch of the angel family and the grandfather of his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu undoubtedly hopes that the angel lineage can start to spread and change the situation of declining population. Mu Yang has talent and good looks, and his age is not much different from that of his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu. They are soul masters of the same generation. In addition, they are familiar with each other. He is undoubtedly the best grandson-in-law in Qian Daoliu's mind. It's a pity that Mu Yang has a girlfriend, and he and Shui Binger have a martial soul fusion skill. There is no doubt that they are in a good relationship. It is obviously impossible for Shui Binger to give up her position to his granddaughter. Fortunately, Qian Daoliu is not annoyed by this. Soul masters who cannot become gods will sooner or later turn into a handful of yellow earth. Mu Yang has a divine test, and his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu also has a divine test. If nothing unexpected happens, both of them will be able to ascend to the throne of gods in the future and enjoy endless life. In this way, the best grandson-in-law in his mind may really become his grandson-in-law. At most, he will not see that day. Therefore, Qian Daoliu has great goodwill towards Mu Yang, who came to challenge him. Even if he lost to Mu Yang in the next challenge, Qian Daoliu would not change his attitude, because he regarded Mu Yang as his junior. In the eyes of the elders, the better the juniors are, the better. Hello, senior. Seeing Qian Daoliu's eyes on them, Mu Yang and Shui Bing are bowed. Young man, do you want to challenge me? Qian Daoliu's tone was very gentle. Mu Yang nodded and said, please forgive me, senior, this is a task that I must complete. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu glanced at the golden red sword seal on Mu Yang's forehead, which exuded a faint majesty, and his face showed understanding. Since it is a task that must be completed, it must be a task of the god's test. Just looking at this rhythm, Mu Yang is about to ascend to the throne of God? After all, the god test must be from easy to difficult, and Mu Yang's current test task is to defeat him, the strongest man on the continent who is only half a step away from the god realm. This is obviously not the early stage of the god test, but the 8th or even 9th test in the later stage. Obviously, Qian Daoliu didn't know that Mu Yang inherited the Shura god position of the god king level. The difficulty of the core is not comparable to that of ordinary divine tests. The specific progress and difficulty cannot be measured by the angel divine tests he knows. Otherwise, if the divine test of the god king level can be completed easily, then the former invincible Tang Chen on land would not have failed in the divine test. Now, Qian Daoliu said with a smile. Mu Yang wanted to challenge and defeat him so as to complete the assessment task. Why didn't he want to test the quality of the young man? Of course it's now. To be honest, I have to go to the Sea God Island later. Mu Yang nodded. As soon as the voice fell, Qian Daoliu's face darkened. What do you mean? Is this going to take me? But don't say it. When Qian Daoliu knew that not only he became Mu Yang's assessment target, but also Poseidon, and that the two of them were in the same assessment, he realized that Mu Yang's strength was still above his expectations. Because Qian Daoliu knew that the gods set up the divine test in order to select excellent successors to the throne. Since the successor to the throne has been chosen, there will definitely not be an assessment that the successor cannot complete. Otherwise, if the assessment is too difficult and the successor cannot complete it, the assessment will lose its meaning. That is to say, in the eyes of the god who chose Mu Yang has the ability to defeat him and Bo Sixi and pass the assessment. Perhaps this process is not easy, and it may even be stuck for a while, but it is not a task that Mu Yang cannot complete. And his strength is much inferior to Bo Sixi on the sea. According to this calculation, in the eyes of the god, he, who is only half a step away from the throne, is probably not Mu Yang's opponent. Fight in the sky. With a dark face, Qian Daoliu flew straight into the sky. Being underestimated by the gods, Qian Daoliu felt a little unhappy. He originally wanted to let him go a little, but now he changed his mind. Not only did he prepare to go all out, but he also had to choose the sky battlefield that best suited his own strength. Humph, young people probably don't know how powerful I am, invincible in the sky. Seeing Qian Daoliu's tone was not very friendly, Mu Yang shrugged, stretched out the ice flame wings behind him, and chased forward. Seeing this, Shui Bing'er and Bibi Dong, who didn't want to miss such a big battle, also followed in the air. Outside the Wuhan city, thousands of meters in the sky, Mu Yang and Qian Daoliu stood opposite each other 100 meters apart. A burst of sacred golden light emerged, and as 3 pairs of angel wings stretched out, 9 soul rings of black, and red bloomed from Qian Daoliu, who was possessed by the 6-winged angel martial spirit. Only 100,000-year soul ring. It seems that the 8th soul ring is not very good. Looking at Qian Daoliu's 8 black and 1 red soul ring configuration, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. End of this chapter. 394 Chapter 392 On the verge of breaking out. 394. If he remembered correctly, Qian Daoliu and Bo Sixi had the same soul ring configuration, 8 black and 1 red. And the age of the first soul ring can reach the black 10,000 years, which means that the 2 demigods who have gone through the top 8 tests have accumulated rewards for all soul rings to be increased by at least 10,000 years. The soul ring age has been increased by at least 10,000 years, but the 8th soul ring has not yet been transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. It can be seen that the initial age of the 8th soul ring of the two is less than 90,000 years, and at most more than 80,000 years. This 8th soul ring of this age is already very good for an ordinary 80-level quasi-soul Douluo, but for the two demigods who are invincible in the world, it is undoubtedly a lower grade. You know, even if there is no soul bone in the body, the 80-level quasi-soul Douluo can attach most of the soul rings that are less than 100,000 years old. Young man, make your move. With his hands behind his back, Qian Douluo, possessed by the six-winged angel spirit, said to Mu Yang across from him. He chose the sky battlefield, and he had the advantage of the terrain. Qian Douluo considered himself a senior and prepared to let Mu Yang make the first move. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike suffers. This saying is not absolutely correct. The same is true for responding to changes with the same attitude is also one of the truths. Hearing this, Mu Yang smiled, and an ice blue glow appeared around him. The ice flame holy shadow spirit possessed him, and 9 spirit rings rose one after another from under Mu Yang's feet. When the first bright red 100,000-year spirit ring rose, Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, who were watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but widen their eyes. The spirit ring configuration starting from 100,000 years is indeed worthy of being the number one prodigy on the continent. He can do what others can't. When the 3rd to 6th soul rings with 3 golden lines rose, and even the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings with 9 golden lines, which were almost pure gold, rose, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Especially the many titled elders of the Wuhan Empire who did not understand the theory of gods, could not understand what kind of soul ring configuration Mu Yang had. Golden Soul Ring. I didn't expect that I could see the Golden Soul Ring recorded in ancient books with my own eyes, and it appeared on the body of a soul master. After a while, Qian Douluo, who had recovered from the shock, sighed and said, "The angel family has a long history, and there are many powerful people on the continent like him in the past generations. Over the long years, although no strong man in the angel family has ever possessed a 100,000-year soul ring with golden lines, they have hunted super soul beasts with years far exceeding 100,000 years more than once. According to the records of the family classics, for the soul beast clan, not only is the age of 100,000 years a qualitative change, but the age of 200,000 years is also a qualitative change. Once the age of a soul beast reaches 200,000 years, it can be called a fierce beast. The most important basis for judging whether a soul beast is a fierce beast is to see whether the soul beast can transform into a human form without losing its cultivation, and whether the soul ring exploded after death has 2 or more golden lines. Each golden line on the golden soul ring represents 100,000 years. In other words, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th soul rings with 3 golden lines on Mu Yang's body are all no less than 300,000 years old. And the 7th, 8th and 9th soul rings with 9 golden lines, whose color is almost pure gold, will be no less than 900,000 years old. Senior, thank you for your praise, it's just luck. Mu Yang leaned back tactically and waved his hand modestly. There are always people who are worse than you. Young man, I am not as good as you. Come on, let me see the power of the golden pattern soul ring skills. As he spoke, Qian Douluo's body was full of golden light, the angel field blossomed, and the 5th soul ring on his body was shining. With the burning of the sacred fire, a golden sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Qian Douluo's long extinguished blood was rekindled, and he felt that he had returned to the past when he had not yet challenged the sky to be invincible. It is said that the higher you stand, the farther you can see, but Qian Douluo felt that the higher you stand, the lonelier you will be. Especially when his old rival Tang Chen disappeared and Poseidon never set foot on the mainland. Hearing this, Mu Yang nodded slightly, and the ice blue light on his left hand flashed, and the ice and fire fairy jade ginseng martial soul with 6 black and 3 red soul rings appeared in his hand, and the 2 martial souls appeared on his body at the same time. Thanks to the complementary yin and yang dual soul core, Mu Yang can use the power of 2 martial souls at the same time, rather than just showing his 2 martial souls at the same time. The 7th soul ring of the ice fire fairy jade ginseng martial spirit lit up, and a 3-inch long purple soul ginseng suddenly condensed. After taking the purple jade black yellow ginseng, the 6th soul ring lit up, and the blue jade rising dragon ginseng condensed. After Mu Yang took the blue jade rising dragon ginseng that could increase all attributes by 80%, the soul aura emanating from his body had already broken through the limit of the peak of level 99 and entered the level of level 100. And this is not over yet. After the soul aura entered the level 100, Mu Yang's 4th and 5th soul rings lit up again, and the Jade Guardian Ginseng and the Green Jade Thorn Ginseng condensed one after another. 2 soul ginsengs entered his stomach, accompanied by the emergence of crystal light and black light, and Mu Yang superimposed 2 buffs, reducing 60% of physical and energy damage, and rebounding 80% of the physical and energy attacks received by himself to the opponent in the form of mental shock. The reason why Mu Yang had to use 4 food-type soul skills in 3 times was very particular. Without the amplification of the martial soul true body, Purple Jade Xianhuang Ginseng, the initial version of the Blue Jade Shenglong Ginseng can only amplify all attributes by 40%, which cannot make Mu Yang's attributes enter the God level. Since the soul power cannot temporarily enter the God level, the soul power quality used to make the Jade Guardian Ginseng and the Green Jade Thorn Ginseng is insufficient. When facing the attack of the God level, the 2 kinds of soul power ginseng produced will not be able to play the role of immune percentage damage and rebound attack without discount. After all, with the foundation of Qiandaoliu's semi-god level, it is possible to temporarily enter the god level in terms of strength with a casual attribute amplification soul skill. Mu Yang's move stunned Bibi Dong, who was watching from a distance. Bibi Dong was not shocked by Mu Yang's soul power aura that could enter the god level. Her soul power level had already been cultivated to the peak of level 99. If there were no restrictions on the Rakshasa God test, she could have a good attribute amplification soul skill and temporarily enter the God level like Mu Yang. Bibi Dong was shocked that Mu Yang, who was also a twin spirit master, could use 2 spirits at the same time, but she couldn't. 4th spirit skill, Angel Holy Light. Seeing that Mu Yang had chewed a few spirit ginsengs, his spirit aura had directly entered the 100th level. Qiandaoliu was unwilling to lag behind, and the 4th spirit ring on his body lit up, activating the 4th spirit skill. 4th spirit skill, Angel Holy Light, all attributes increased by 100%. Instantly, a gorgeous sacred light appeared, and Qiandaoliu, who was only half a step away from the god realm, unexpectedly broke into the god level with his aura. The battle is about to start. End of this chapter. 395 Chapter 393 Angel Power. 395. Putting away the ice and fire fairy Jade Ginseng spirit, Mu Yang's body was filled with white and blue light, and the killing god domain and ice flame domain bloomed. Then, the 2nd and 8th soul rings of Binjian's martial soul shone, and a layer of green flames ignited on Mu Yang's body. At the same time, 3 ice blue light balls split out and turned into 3 clones. 2nd soul skill, Amplified Flame, Binjian's power is increased by 200%. 8th soul skill, Binjian Clone, split into 3 clones. Once Binjian Clone appeared, what was supposed to be a one-on-one duel with Qiandaoliu instantly turned into a 4-on-1 group fight. Of course, because there is no soul bone in the body, the actual combat power of Binjian Clone is much weaker than Mu Yang's body. But with the blessing of a series of amplification skills, the aura of the 3 Binjian clones has also entered the god level. Although it is just barely entering the god level, it is not comparable to ordinary 99 levels. Some tricks. 7th soul skill, Angel Body. Seeing that Mu Yang had split into 3 clones whose auras were not much weaker than the body, Qiandaoliu raised his eyebrows and then directly activated the martial soul body. Qiandaoliu could see clearly that Mu Yang's clone soul skill was the 8th soul skill, and his 8th soul ring was at least 900,000 years old. With such a high level of clone soul skills, the clones that are separated must not be fake goods, so you must not be careless. 3rd soul skill, Ice Flame Arrow. The next moment, Mu Yang's 3rd soul ring flashed, and as the surging ice flame energy surged, an arrow formation composed of 108 ice flame arrows suddenly condensed, and then turned into a burst of ice blue light and shot out towards Qiandaoliu. At the same time, the 3 ice flame clones that were now controlled by Mu Yang's mind instead of fighting only by instinct also activated the ice flame arrow soul skill. The 4-level ice flame arrow soul skill, a total of 432 ice flame arrows, would seem very thin if it was used against a large number of targets, but in Qiandaoliu's eyes, it was a dense rain of arrows. And most importantly, he could not ignore any of these hundreds of ice flame arrows. It's nothing. Although Mu Yang didn't activate his martial soul body, he had a lot of amplification skills. His current attributes were not inferior to those of his angel body. With such a foundation, plus the fact that this powerful attacking soul skill was more than 300,000 years old, Qiandaoliu naturally didn't dare to underestimate it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dense ice flame arrows turned into streams of light and shot out. Douluo was indeed invincible in the sky and the fastest in the continent. The 3 huge pairs of angel wings behind his angel body vibrated, and his body moved sideways to avoid the dense arrow array. Just when Douluo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had perfectly avoided the dense arrow array composed of hundreds of ice flame arrows, his keen senses suddenly detected a sense of crisis. However, before Douluo could respond, he saw ice blue arrows sweeping in from all directions, trapping him in the center. Explosion! The next moment, Mu Yang shouted in the distance, and the 8th soul ring flashed around him, and he activated the Ice Flame Blast soul skill without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the dense ice flame arrows that surrounded Douluo exploded, and a violent energy fluctuation spread out as the blue light flashed. The terrifying ice flame energy raged and instantly engulfed the huge angel's true body. However, just as the terrifying ice flame energy engulfed the angel's true body, Douluo's expression condensed, and a brilliant golden light appeared around him. Although this brilliant golden light was not thick, it exuded a sacred majesty. Even though the energy impact formed by the dense ice flame arrows when they exploded was extremely terrifying, it still failed to shake this layer of golden light, and the angel's true body under the protection of the golden light was not harmed at all. Is this angel power? Looking at the brilliant golden light that suddenly appeared in the raging ice blue energy torrent, Mu Yang's pupils shrank sharply. There is no doubt that this gorgeous golden light is not Douluo's own power. You should know that this wave of attacks he launched was a fourfold 300,000 year strong attack soul skill detonated by a soul skill close to 1,000,000 years old. With the blessing of various amplification skills, Douluo's strength is not stronger than him. Not to mention the martial soul true body that is less than 100,000 years old, Douluo can't stop it even if he uses a 100,000 year defensive soul skill. Since this gorgeous golden light emitting sacred majesty is not Douluo's own power, it goes without saying that it must be Douluo, the high priest of the god of angels, who mobilized the angelic power. Sure enough, the 3 strong men in this era who were named invincible were not ordinary 99-level peerless Douluo. Even if we only talk about the upper limit of strength burst, Tang Chen, who seems to have the strongest comprehensive strength, is actually the bottom of the 3 invincibles. This is not that Tang Chen's own strength is not as good as Douluo and Bo Sixi, but that Douluo, as the high priest of the god of God, can mobilize divine power to bless themselves to a certain extent. As for why Douluo, who could mobilize divine power to bless himself, lost to Tang Chen half a move, perhaps this divine summoning technique has considerable limitations, such as not being able to leave Wuhan City, or more precisely, not being able to leave the angel statue too far away? Shaking his head and throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Mu Yang and the 3 ice flame clones' 7th soul rings shone, and they all activated the ice flame holy shadow true body. Instantly, 4 huge ice blue humanoid figures appeared in the sky. Then, the 6th soul ring shone, and Mu Yang and the 3 ice flame clones in the state of the ice flame holy shadow true body activated the 6th soul skill, ice flame transformation. Ang 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 ang. 4 loud dragon roars sounded, and as the surging ice flame energy surged, 4 lifelike ice blue dragons with a body length of 100 meters rose into the sky. Under the blessing of divine power, Douluo's strength can no longer be measured by just entering the 100th level, and the divine test task is what Mu Yang must complete. If he wants to defeat Douluo and complete the test, he must show some real skills. But at this moment, Douluo, who was blessed with the power of angels, took the initiative to cancel the angel's true body after bearing the explosive attack of the 4-fold ice flame arrows, and even put away the 6-winged angel martial spirit that possessed him. Seeing this, Mu Yang was slightly stunned and stopped the 9th soul skill that was about to be released, Lotus of Purification. You can force me to use the power of the ancestor god, my friend, there is no need to fight this battle, you win. Thinking of the terrifying power formed by the previous dense ice blue arrows that exploded, Douluo said with a sigh. Douluo understood that with the previous move alone, if there was no angel's divine power to bless himself, he would most likely be directly blown up by the angel's true body and suffer heavy damage from the backlash of the martial spirit. The angel's power is external, so even if they win, it is still an invincible victory. Woo. What's more, the angel's power is limited and cannot be used lightly. As a senior, he let the young man do it this time. End of this chapter. 396 Chapter 394 completed half of the assessment task. 396. Seeing Douluo admit defeat, Mu Yang's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and checked the divine test light curtain. The assessment task of Shura's sixth test is to defeat Douluo and Bo Sixi. I just don't know if the opponent did not go all out and took the initiative to admit defeat. When his thoughts touched the divine test light curtain, Mu Yang immediately understood. Now that Douluo has admitted defeat, it is natural that he has defeated Douluo and completed half of the sixth test. Yes, the angel's power is not Douluo's own power, but an external force. In addition, Douluo also took the initiative to admit defeat. Can Yan not count him as the winner? Then, Mu Yang looked at Douluo and bowed his hands modestly, "Thank you." It's no wonder that Douluo admitted defeat directly, which saved him a lot of effort. After all, Mu Yang didn't dare to say that he would definitely defeat Douluo under the blessing of the angel's divine power. Even if Douluo could control the artifact left by the angel god on the mainland, the angel holy sword, Mu Yang felt that he would be defeated by Douluo. Of course, this premises that Shura boss does not intervene. However, looking at the original work, Shura god, as the law enforcer of the god realm, is not a god who strictly abides by the rules. Anyway, aren't the so-called rules all made by him and the other four god kings? Shura god, I am the rules. Douluo shook his head and said, "My friend, don't be modest. Your strength is indeed much better than mine, even better than Tang Chen in the past. But if you challenge Bo Sixi, you have to be careful. Bo Sixi on the sea is not far behind the real gods." Without mobilizing divine power to bless himself, Douluo felt that he was not as good as Mu Yang, and he was on par with Tang Chen, at most half a move behind. Mu Yang's current strength was naturally better than Tang Chen in the past. But with Mu Yang's strength, it was not easy to challenge Bo Sixi. Bo Sixi standing on the sea was much stronger than him, and Mu Yang came to challenge him. The reason why he chose to give in and did not continue the fight was because Mu Yang was familiar with his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu, and he regarded Mu Yang as a junior. But Bo Sixi is the same. Mu Yang has no relationship with Bo Sixi. In addition, the sea god behind the sea god island is active. As the high priest of the sea god, Bo Sixi is not lacking in the power of the sea god. If Bo Sixi standing on the sea has the power of the sea god, Douluo really doesn't think Mu Yang can win over Bo Sixi, who is going all out. Of course, Bo Sixi's nature is not bad. There is no grudge or hatred. It's just a challenge. As long as Mu Yang does not slander or disrespect the sea god, even if he loses, he will not be in danger of his life. By the way, do you want to inherit my name of Invincible in the sky? Or Invincible on the land is also fine. Anyway, Tang Chen has been missing for a long time. He has not appeared even when the Haoshan sect was destroyed. I'm afraid he has already died in an unknown place. Douluo said to Mu Yang. With the intelligence capabilities of the Spirit Hall, Douluo naturally knew that Mu Yang had killed the previous King of Slaughter and became the new King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. But the battle between Mu Yang and the half-crippled Tang Chen ended quickly, and because the battle was too intense, no one from the City of Slaughter dared to watch the battle, so Douluo really didn't know that the previous King of Slaughter was Tang Chen. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but the title of Invincible is unnecessary." For Mu Yang, XX Invincible is just a false name and has no substantial use. He doesn't care about it. Otherwise, after killing Tang Chen, he would have directly regarded himself as the Invincible on land. As for the news of Tang Chen's death, since the world doesn't know that the previous King of Slaughter is Tang Chen, Mu Yang will naturally not shout about it everywhere. After all, Bo Sixi and Tang Chen have a special relationship. If this news reaches Bo Sixi's ears, Bo Sixi may not come to the mainland to avenge Tang Chen because of his mission, but if he goes to the Sea God Island in the future, Bo Sixi will definitely not be polite to him. Well, with your strength and the divine test, you will become a god in the future, so you don't need to care about these false names. Your friend has come from afar, why don't you come into the city and sit down, so that my Wuhan Hall can show some hospitality? Douluo invited Mu Yang. Hearing that Douluo was talking about the Wuhan Hall, not the Wuhan Empire, Bibi Dong frowned slightly in the distance, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Obviously, in Douluo's eyes, the Wuhan Empire, which now occupies a large territory on the mainland and has become one of the three major empires on the mainland, is not the empire of her, the queen, but the Wuhan Hall that still respects him. Sure enough, the evil angel soul master should have been destroyed long ago. Mu Yang shook his head. No, I have something important to do, I hope you can forgive me. By the way, please say hello to the saint on my behalf. The saint mentioned by Mu Yang is naturally Qian Rongxiu. Different from the original novel, due to Qian Rongxiu's early return, Bibi Dong's proposal to enthrone Hu Lina as the saint at the Spirit Hall Elders meeting was not passed. Qian Rongxiu is the only saint in the Spirit Hall today. When the Spirit Hall was transformed into the Spirit Empire, Qian Rongxiu, the saint of the Spirit Hall, naturally became the saint of the Spirit Empire. Logically speaking, with their previous friendship, Mu Yang couldn't just leave when he came to the Spirit City. At least he had to enter the city to say hello to Qian Rongxiu, the good brother. But at this time Mu Yang, however, had no such idea. He had Shui Bing'er with him, and he had accidentally eaten his sister-in-law Shui Yu'er some time ago. If he went into the city to say goodbye to Qian Rongxiu, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for Shui Bing'er? If he really did that, and Shui Bing'er misunderstood again, he was afraid that he would not be able to coax Shui Bing'er. After leaving Wuhan City instead of returning to the academy, Mu Yang and Shui Bing'er turned west and headed towards the coastal city in the west of the continent, Hanhai City. The two of them were not going to take a boat to the Sea God Island. The Sea God Island was far away from the mainland, and the speed of the boat was too slow, far less than flying directly in the air. The main purpose was to determine the approximate location of the Sea God Island, so as not to wander around like a headless fly on the sea. Although the Sea God Island was isolated from the outside world, there were actually many soul masters who had been to the Sea God Island in the major coastal cities in the west of the mainland. After all, the Sea Soul Masters living on the Sea God Island had to go through a Sea God assessment when they grew up to the age of 18. Only those who pass the assessment can continue to stay on the Sea God Island, otherwise they will be expelled from the Sea God Island. And the various materials needed for the lives of the many Sea Soul Masters on the Sea God Island will also be supplied by the caravans composed of these Soul Masters who were expelled from the Sea God Island. Find them and find out the approximate location of the Sea God Island. Even if there are not many reference points in the vast ocean, Mu Yang can find the Sea God Island. The diameter of the Sea God Island is more than 400 miles, which is definitely a giant island in the sea. In addition, the view above the ocean is wide. As long as the general direction is correct, there is no reason to find it. End of this chapter.